I'm pretending to cultivate immortality in kindergarten. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151 Pure Childhood Sweethearts. In the past 2 days, you and the demon girl had planned to go to the Yama Pagoda to practice. This tower is said to be built by the ancient demon lord. It has supreme pressure. The top floor contains treasures and top-grade spells that can greatly enhance oneself. However, you never expected that you and the demon girl would be overwhelmed by the powerful pressure of the pagoda after only entering 2 floors. The demon girl even felt uncomfortable and weak because of this. You had to take her to retire temporarily and planned to try again another day. After returning to your residence, the two of you talked to each other under the moon, hugged each other and talked secretly. You have become a Taoist couple. This is your first time to officially enter the Yama Pagoda. Although you did not pass the level, you were still affected by the powerful pressure and your body was strengthened. The spiritual connection between you and the demon girl has become clearer in the past 2 days. You gain a total of 5 strength, 3 energy, and an increase in spiritual cultivation. It was another weekend. On Saturday morning, Lin's Hengren got up from the dormitory and went to the sink to brush his teeth and wash his face. Although being with these 3 little girls always triggers adventures for no reason, I never thought that shopping with Han Wenwen would be judged as climbing a tower in the eyes of the system. And according to the system, there should be a mysterious grand prize after visiting those 100 places. Lin's Hengren couldn't help but start to wonder what he could get. It seems that next time he is alone with the Wenwen, he will have to continue shopping more. While washing up, a message popped up on his phone. It was sent by Jiang Jingshi. Jiang Jingshi, has Brothers Hengren got up? When do you plan to come to the company? Lin's Hengren replied, I will definitely be there before 9 o'clock, okay, but sister suddenly has something to do this morning, so I may not be able to go there until later. You can talk to Sister Zhang about Lily first, and then I will take you to see what our new company looks like in the afternoon. No problem. Zhangshi's company completed the procedures faster than Lin's Hengren imagined. It can only be said that Jiang Jingshi is particularly good at this kind of external business. Many other people need to go through the procedures for a month or even half a year. She can even complete it in a week. This talent is indeed not something that ordinary people can match. Lin's Hengren returned to the dormitory to change clothes, and Jiang Zuli sent another message. Zhengren? Are you up? It was only 7 in the morning, because Jiang Zuli asked when we would gather tomorrow after the evening self-study yesterday, and Lin Hengren said about 8 o'clock. That's why Jiang Zuli got up early and served as the alarm clock. This time, Lin Hengren didn't reply to the message, so he called the other party directly. Jiang Zuli was so scared that she was in a panic in the dormitory over there. Her phone bounced around in her hand. She quickly answered it and took the phone to the balcony to chat. Hello? Zhengren? Why did you call me directly? Lin Hengren, don't tell me you've packed up. Jiang Zuli sighed, looked at the boys' dormitory in the distance and scratched her face. No way, didn't you say together at 8 o'clock? I just woke up. Lin Hengren took a long breath and took his things. Every time I tell you guys the meeting time, you seem to be ready an hour in advance, so now I deliberately want to say the time later. Jiang Zuli thought that it was because she wanted to see you earlier, so even if you get up 5 minutes earlier, she can see you 5 minutes earlier. As for what others think, Jiang Zuli is not sure. Of course, girls in love probably have the same idea. They all think that staying in bed in winter is less important than seeing Lin Hengren. It should be said that except for extreme events, the importance of everything is less than seeing Lin Hengren. Lin Hengren said on the phone, if you are ready, let's go downstairs. We can buy some breakfast and meet at the playground. Jiang Zuli grinned happily when she heard that she was going downstairs, revealing her little tiger teeth. Okay. I'm ready. See you at the playground gate. After that, Jiang Zuli put away her phone excitedly and walked down the dormitory at a brisk pace. Her ponytail bounced with the girl's footsteps. Lin Hengren knew that the girl had packed up long ago, and also went down the dormitory building and went to the playground gate. Jiang Zuli's pace was so fast that she must have arrived first. When Lin Hengren went, he looked at the arrogant ghost standing at the playground gate from a distance. In the sunshine of the winter morning, Jiang Zuli did not stand there honestly, her body swaying as if humming a song, and the low double ponytails behind her seemed to be golden. Her hair was longer than Wenwen and He Qing's. The two of them would only reach below their shoulders when they let it down, but Zhang Zuli's hair had already reached her thin waist. The little girl was wearing blue jeans and a gray and white wool sweater today. She looked pretty and slim. Any clothes she wore had a lively vibe. Zhang Zuli saw Lin Sehengren coming from a distance and shook one hand, as if to say, I'm here, I'm here. Lin Sehengren walked to her side, and Zhang Zuli also took a few steps forward to meet him. Sehengren. You got up so early. Lin Sehengren was curious. You should get up earlier than me, right? What time did you get up? Zhang Zuli put her hands behind her back, and her face looked like she was lying. She actually woke up at 4 or 5 this morning. It wasn't because of the alarm clock, but because she thought about meeting Lin Sehengren. She woke up early every time, and she couldn't even think about going back to sleep. Once she woke up, she couldn't fall asleep again, and she would just toss and turn in bed thinking about today's meeting. I woke up at 6:30, and then I brushed my teeth and washed my face, and it was 7 o'clock. Her tone changed when she spoke, and she wouldn't lie. Lin Sehengren raised his hand and knocked Zhang Zuli's head skillfully. Zhang Zuli cried out in pain and held her head. Why did you hit me for no reason? You can't lie at all. Every time you lie, your eyes are wandering and you dare not look at me at all. Zhang Zuli looked away shyly and stubbornly. No way, she thought. Is there any need to lie? Zhang Zuli actually dared not stare at Lin Sehengren's eyes all the time. If she is not shy, then there must be something wrong. Lin Sehengren saw her funny look and commented, but I have never seen what you are wearing today, and it is quite beautiful. Zhang Zuli's face became even redder, and she hesitated. It's okay. Anyway, it's just ordinary clothes. There should be no difference. With a smug look on her face, Lin Sehengren smiled and said, there is no difference, mainly because you are cute, and this dress makes you look extra lively. Zhang Zuli's face was smoking with shame. She didn't know when this idiot started to speak more and more sweetly. But it feels like a straightforward feeling. It is hard to judge what kind of personality this is. It's almost there. How can it be so good looking? She said embarrassedly with the idea of returning the gift. You are also very handsome today. Lin Sehengren looked at his clothes. Is there any difference between what I wore to school last week? Zhang Zuli had nothing to say. No difference in her eyes. The other party has always been very handsome, and it doesn't matter what he wears, because the favorability has long been full. Lin Sehengren walked towards the school gate. Let's go, while it's still early. Go outside the school to buy some breakfast. Oh, Zhang Zuli hurriedly chased after him. The two of them walked out of the campus with many couples who went home or went to the city to play on weekends. There's a huge intersection between the school gate and the street where they buy food. The two stood on the side of the road during the red light. Zhang Zuli's little hands were hooked behind her back and she didn't say a word, but the storm in her heart was constantly sweeping. It has been 2 weeks since the last time they watched a movie, and he gave her hot red sugar water because she had a stomach ache during her menstrual period. A full half a month. Although Zhang Zuli did have a feeling of being together half a month ago, they even held hands at that time. But since that day, because of the presence of He Qing and Han Wenwen in school, the lives of the four people seemed to have returned to normal. Everyone ate together, went to class and went home together, talked and laughed. It was good, but Zhang Zuli almost never had the opportunity to be alone with Lin Sehengren, let alone any warming of feelings. She felt that it was getting worse every day. Too dull. In addition, the recent little new star list incident also diverted Zhang Zuli and Lin Sehengren's attention, so even if the two chatted, they talked about the list. There was no private topic between lovers. Other couples would kiss and hug each other when they were together, but they talked about songs and charts all day long. Is this really possible? Even couples should need maintenance, right? Especially since they have just started dating. She was still thinking about her thoughts, and she saw a couple quarreling on the side of the road early in the morning. The girl said loudly, "What have you been doing this week? You didn't reply to messages, and I don't know where you are." The boy seemed innocent but had a bad temper. It seemed that the two of them were not from the same school. Isn't I studying? I'm busy too. Do you think I'm playing all day? How can I spare more time to accompany you if I'm not busy? Isn't it just to finish studying early and meet you early? I didn't say that you can't study. I know you work hard. But I can't see you, brother. How can I date you if I can't see you every day? Do you want to break up again? The boy said, okay, let's break up. Who's afraid of who? We'll never see each other again. No, no. Break up. The two said goodbye and went their separate ways. Many people on the roadside heard the content of the couple's quarrel. Some sighed and some wanted to laugh. But after listening to it, Lin Zhengren just felt that these two guys couldn't break up, although most high school students' love was very hasty. Especially when it comes to breaking up, a cold quarrel will most likely lead to a breakup, but this kind of quarrel is just because they can't see each other, and the expressions of the two people look sweet. He just thought they were showing off their love, and that's not how to break up. It's impossible to break up like this. But Lin Zhengren knew it, but Zhang Zuli didn't know it. After hearing the conversation between the two, this clumsy and arrogant little girl, she was stunned, and suddenly felt that this was the situation between her and Zhengren this week. Although it seems that they have been seeing each other all the time on weekdays, they are busy with their own things. If this goes on, Zhengren will not break up with her, right? It's only been half a month and he's breaking up with me again. Wait, why is it again? No. I absolutely can't break up with Zhengren like this. It's been 8 years. It's not easy to get together. Who knows how I have been living these 8 years. I will never break up. We have to find a topic quickly. Lin Zhengren looked at Zhang Zuli beside him curiously. What's wrong? Zhang Zuli didn't know what to talk about. Obviously, when they were together, they talked very naturally. When they were not in love, she talked a lot with him, but when they were alone as a couple like this, she didn't know what to say. She saw the street lamp still flickering, and suddenly started to find a topic. Zhengren, look at the street lamp, is it very old? Lin Zhengren looked at the flashing street lamp and said honestly, it looks quite new. Zhang Zuli blinked. No, right? You think last night when we passed by the school gate, I felt that the light of this street lamp was brighter than now. Now it's not so bright, it should be old. Lin Zhengren was speechless, because it was night when we looked at it yesterday, there were no other lights, so of course the traffic lights were on. Now it's daytime, of course it's not so bright. Zhang Zuli swallowed awkwardly. Is there such a saying? What am I talking about? It's better not to talk about it. He will only think he is a moron after hearing it. Lin Zhengren stared at this idiot. Seeing her brainstorming, he wondered what she had thought about to come up with a question of whether the street light was old or not. The red light passed and the yellow light came on. Zhang Zuli saw that the red light was gone and wanted to follow the crowd down the steps to cross the road. But Lin Zhengren grabbed her hand. Don't worry. Before he finished speaking, a car sped through the school gate, attracting a lot of abuse. The students who were about to cross the road were scared. Especially the gatekeeper cursed the most. You are going to reincarnate when you drive so fast in front of the school. This young man with an itchy nose, the uncle who loves students so much, is still a bit capable. Lin Zhengren also reminded Zhang Zuli, why are you in a hurry to cross the road when the light is yellow? Don't you look at the cars? Zhang Zuli saw that Lin Zhengren was really angry, and she apologized directly, which was rare, because Zhengren didn't get angry often. Yes. I'm sorry. I was a little distracted. After that, Lin Zhengren raised his hand and hit his head, and this time he used a little more force. Zhang Zuli's forehead hurt, but she had nothing to say. Lin Zhengren, you were distracted when crossing the road, right? Not again. She didn't even dare to rub her forehead. Lin Zhengren then took her hand and walked forward. Zhang Zuli lowered her head and followed him in annoyance, until she stared at the two people's hands holding together for a while. Then she realized when their hands were held together. Was it when he pulled her just now? Zhang Zuli's cheeks flushed, and she followed behind Lin Zhengren silently. Lin Zhengren looked back at her. Zhang Zuli's body trembled, and she was really nervous this time. I really know I was wrong. I will remember it next time. I will cross when there are no cars. She opened her sincere big eyes as if she was swearing. Lin Zhengren let out a long breath and straightened up again. It's okay to remember it. Zhang Zuli breathed a sigh of relief. Although Lin Zhengren was not seriously angry, the look in his eyes just now was enough to scare her to death. Crossing the road, Zhang Zuli looked at the hand he was holding, and hurriedly took 2 steps forward to walk side by side with Lin Zhengren. The hand also turned slightly, so that the girl could also hold Lin Zhengren's hand. Their fingers were interlocked, and their faces were full of happiness. It seemed that a breakup had nothing to do with her. Let's break up, Lin Zhengren said. Zhang Zuli's face just had a smile on it, but it froze immediately, and the whole person was like a piece of wood. Just as tears were about to burst out, she inexplicably saw a new store in the distance. The name was Fenshu Bar with a line of small words behind it, and it was the official direct-operated store for potato chips. Lin's Hengren, I didn't expect that there would be such a special snack shop in front of our school. Do you want to eat? He immediately thought of He Qing and Wenwen. The two greedy girls would probably jump for joy in front of the store when they knew that such a new store had opened. Jiang Zuli blinked and looked at Lin's Hengren, and her heart, which had been hanging in her throat, fell heavily again. But she was not as greedy as He Qing. Let's buy it after breakfast. Buy a pack to try, Lin's Hengren hummed. Let's have steamed buns for breakfast. The one in front tastes good, Lin's Hengren and Jiang Zuli came to the steamed bun shop and ordered 3 baskets of steamed buns, 2 baskets of beef and 1 basket of pork. Jiang Zuli sat opposite Lin's Hengren and went to get chopsticks and pickles. While waiting for the steamed buns, Jiang Zuli looked at Lin's Hengren. Lin's Hengren was looking through some company documents that Jiang Jingshi had sent him before on his phone. Looking at the phone, Lin's Hengren asked, "Why are you looking at me all the time? Your mind has been in a mess since this morning, right?" Jiang Zuli was exposed and said, "No, I'm not thinking about anything. I can't be distracted while waiting for the bus." Jiang Zuli was sweating profusely. She felt like sitting on pins and needles. Lin's Hengren put down his phone and looked at Jiang Zuli to talk about business. Although he couldn't know all of this girl's thoughts, brainstorming was Jiang Zuli's specialty, and no one had more inner drama than her. "What did Sister Wang tell you these 2 days?" Jiang Zuli responded, took out her phone and found the chat interface to show Lin's Hengren. "Just take a look. Sister Wang said that I was #1 on the little new star list, right? She told me to come over today and talk to me about shooting a personal MV, which is the MV of my song You Are My Star. She also said that she might get me a team or something like that later." Jiang Zuli actually knew the studio's capabilities. What kind of team did that small studio have? She laughed, "But I think the team should be a big deal. Although I have known those people in the studio for so many years, I am not very familiar with them. I don't think I can shoot well if I cooperate with them. I think you, Zhengren, will definitely not agree." Who knew that this time was beyond Jiang Zuli's expectations? "No, I don't think it's a big deal this time, and I also think it's time for you to have a team. Having a team doesn't conflict with going it alone. As a singer, you need both solo singing and team songs. They are both necessary." Is that true? But, Jiang Zuli didn't understand, "But didn't you say before that the level of those people in the studio is different from mine? If I form a team with them, it will lower my level." "Well, I did say that before. The past was the past, and the present is now. In the past, the biggest person in the studio was Sister Wang, and now the boss has become Lin's Hengren himself. As long as he wants, Lin's Hengren will naturally give Jiang Zuli all the resources that the music company has. And now Jiang Jingshi's team has also participated. Her female singers are much better than ordinary people due to the tilt of resources. By then, the best few female singers will be selected, and after Lin's Hengren's personal guidance, they will definitely be able to form a high-level music girl group with Jiang Zuli." Lin's Hengren returned the phone to Jiang Zuli. "We used to lay the foundation. Now that the foundation is laid, it's time to go on stage. Form a team to release new songs and record MVs. According to my guess, it won't take half a year for you to become extremely popular, and you can even hold concerts." Jiang Zuli doesn't trust others, but she always trusts Lin's Hengren. Concert. Seeing Lin's Hengren's confident look, she was excited and scared. "Concerts are what all singers look forward to. Can I hold a concert? But I have only participated in a small town competition so far. That's enough. In fact, as long as you have the resources, you can become famous with your previous level, not to mention now. Just believe in yourself. If you really don't believe in yourself, believe in me." Jiang Zuli pursed her lips and looked at Lin's Hengren eagerly. 3 steamed dumplings came up. Lin's Hengren picked up the chopsticks. "Let's eat first," Jiang Zuli said. "Oh," and also picked up the chopsticks, putting a steamed dumpling in her mouth to chew. Lin's Hengren looked at her hair and asked curiously, "By the way, you should have a haircut, right? Is your hair too long?" Jiang Zuli looked down and saw that after sitting down, the double ponytails could reach her buttocks, so she stroked it with her hand. "It's a bit long. Let's see if you're busy today. If not, I'll find a barber shop to cut it shorter tonight." Lin's Hengren dipped the steamed dumpling in chili oil. "I'll accompany you tonight." Jiang Zuli looked at Lin's Hengren unexpectedly, and also dipped the steamed dumpling in the same dish of chili oil, and said shyly, "Okay." After that, Lin Zhengren dipped another steamed dumpling in the chili oil and put it in his mouth. Zhang Zuli suddenly smiled. You eat so fast, can you eat slower? It makes me anxious. Lin Zhengren, it's okay, I haven't been like this since I was a child. Zhang Zuli sighed. Really, you have been like this since you were a child? Always eating so fast. I told you that eating fast is not good, but you don't listen. This habit has never changed. Lin Zhengren wanted to get toilet paper to wipe his mouth, but Zhang Zuli subconsciously took 2 pieces and handed them to him. Zhang Zuli asked, but is beef stuffing really so delicious? How many years have you been eating it? Didn't you eat pork stuffing for many years? That's why I don't understand what's so delicious about beef stuffing. It feels a bit hard to chew. After saying that, she took a beef-stuffed steamed bun from in front of Lin Zhengren and put it in her mouth. After tasting it, she sighed as a matter of course. Sure enough, it's still so hard to chew, not delicious. Lin Zhengren looked at her cheeks bulging with steamed buns in her mouth, and inexplicably remembered the years in elementary school when he ate with her every day. This girl was also like this, always snatching his food. Thinking of this, Lin Zhengren also took the pork-filled steamed bun in front of Zhang Zuli and tasted it. Comment, sure enough, beef is still the best in steamed buns. Zhang Zuli choked and said unconvincedly, what do you know about steamed buns, you big idiot? Pork is the best. Among the 3 people, Zhang Zuli is actually the one who is most familiar with Lin Zhengren, and Lin Zhengren is also the one who is most familiar with Zhang Zuli. It's just that Lin Zhengren occasionally finds out, but Zhang Zuli has never cared about these things. If she doesn't care, she will talk back to Lin Zhengren all day long. They have been together since they met and have never separated. They are the purest childhood sweethearts. Chapter 152 He takes all my money. After breakfast, Lin Zhengren took Zhang Zuli to the new location of the studio. While waiting for the car, Zhang Zuli flipped through the new address and noticed sent by Wang Lan to all the studio singers on her phone. By the way, Zhengren, do you know? Our studio seems to have moved. The day before yesterday, Sister Wang sent a general notice saying that the original studio was sublet and moved to a new place. The name of the studio has also changed. It is now called Hangxi Music Company, Limited. It seems to be a little more upscale. This name sounds good, but I feel it's a little weird. I can't put it into words. The girl's sixth sense made her realize something, but because Zhang Zuli didn't think of the 2 words Hangxi as the names of Lin Zhengren and Zhang Jingxi, she couldn't figure out what was wrong. Lin Zhengren saw the taxi stop in front of the 2 of them and opened the door. I know about the sublease. Didn't Sister Wang's studio have some problems last week? So now it has merged with Zhang Jingxi's studio. Oh, seeing Lin Zhengren get into the car, Zhang Zuli followed in and was extremely surprised. Sister Wang merged with Zhang Jingxi's studio? Has our studio been acquired? Acquired means Sister Wang has no shares, and merged means Sister Wang has shares in this music company, but because she doesn't have many resources now, her shares are a little less than Zhang Jingxi's. Will Sister Wang follow Zhang Jingxi in the future? The taxi drove away and disappeared into the depths of the city in the little girl's confusion. At almost the same time, Han Wenwen and Xiao He Qing just walked out of the school gate. The 2 besties walked through the traffic lights hand in hand. They attracted the attention of the boys around them. Beautiful girls are eye-catching wherever they go. Little He Qing said, have you heard about it, Wenwen? Classmates said that a new snack shop has opened on this street, and it is said that it has a wide variety of snacks. Han Wenwen smiled with her fox eyes. Of course I heard about it, otherwise why would we come out for breakfast today? We came out just to check out the new shop, and this time I'm treating Xiao Qing. Little He Qing touched her phone to check. No need to treat me, you just treated me to a meal last time, and I still have some money. Han Wenwen leaned close to her phone to check, and saw that there were only 20 yuan left. She was very shocked. You only have 20 yuan left. How did you spend it so quickly? Did Auntie just transfer the money to you a few days ago? Little He Qing smiled meaningfully. That's not the case. There's not much money in my wallet, but I'll ask Zhengren for a little more, and it'll be enough to pay for next week's meals. Han Wenwen was a little confused, asking for money from classmate Lin Zhengren. Do you 2 have your money together now? Little He Qing answered as a matter of course, with a blush on her face that only comes from love. Yes, Lin Zhengren is my boyfriend. Of course he got the money. Now whenever my mother gives me money, I give it all to Lin Zhengren. And the bonus I didn't spend last time is all in his pocket. I have to ask him for money bit by bit when I spend money. After saying that, He Qing sent a message to Lin Hengren. He Qing, Lin Hengren, I want to buy some snacks. There is a snack shop in front of the school. I don't have much money. Give me 100 yuan. I will take a photo for you after I buy it. I promise not to spend it carelessly. Soon, Lin Hengren sent a message to He Qing for 100 yuan. No need to send photos. It's not like I don't believe you, He Qing replied. Send it anyway. Girls have to report to their boyfriends before doing anything. Do you want to eat? I will buy you a few bags too. It was followed by a cute emoticon. Lin Hengren replied, no, you can eat it yourself. I don't crave snacks recently. Oh, okay. After chatting, Xiao Heqing waved her phone and smiled at Han Wenwen. Look Wenwen, Lin Hengren gave me another 100 yuan, enough for next week's living expenses. Han Wenwen blinked her fox eyes, very envious. But she remembered that when she gave money to brothers Hengren in junior high school, he didn't want it. Why does he want Xiao Heqing's money now? No, I have to find a time to ask brothers Hengren about this. I don't want to take the money either. I want to give it all to brothers Hengren. Then ask him to spend it. This is how lovers should be. What's the point of a girl taking the money and spending it? Only boys spend it recklessly or girls don't trust each other while girls take the money. Normally, it should be the head of the family who takes it. Wenwen? What are you thinking about? Why don't you talk? Xiao Heqing saw Han Wenwen in a daze. Han Wenwen came back to her senses and smiled. It's okay, but Xiao Heqing and Lin Hengren are getting closer and closer. They even have the same wallet, she continued to speak with envy. Xiao Heqing grinned happily. The main reason is that I will spend money recklessly. I don't feel comfortable with money myself, but I feel comfortable with him holding money. Han Wenwen let out a long breath with a little displeasure, and kept this in mind. Then let's go find that store. Okay, the two greedy girls walked forward until they saw the snack store called Shanshu Bar. Holding hands, they ran in happily. Just as Lin Hengren guessed, these two guys went crazy when they saw this kind of snack store. Jiang Zuli was different. Lin Hengren told Jiang Zuli in the morning that after breakfast, they would buy a bag of potato chips to taste the saltiness. As a result, they forgot about it as soon as they went out. It can only be said that they are not interested in snacks, but they are pitiful. On the other side, the taxi drove away from the city center after more than 30 minutes. Arrived at the entrance of a very luxurious two-story music company. Wang Lan's previous studio was actually a shop from the outside, and it only looked bigger after entering, because the rent in the town was cheap. But this one, it looks very luxurious even from the outside. It doesn't look like a studio. Although it is only 2 floors, the front and back areas are very large and wide, and there are even security guards and courtyard walls outside. It is very formal. When getting off the taxi, Jiang Zuli stood beside Lin Hengren and looked up at this huge music company. The courtyard wall at the entrance was inlaid with the words Jiangxi Music Media Company, Limited. Jiang Zuli sighed. This new place is so grand. Although Lin Hengren had been here several times last week, he was also surprised at this moment, because this place was completely different from half a month ago. The name, the gate, and even the wall have been renovated to make it more formal. Moreover, this company is just a branch company, not a real group center. I can't imagine how much money Jiang Jingxi has spent on these things in the past half month. She is really very concerned about this new company. Fortunately, Lin Hengren had thought of the follow-up plan half a month ago. As long as Lin Hengren personally trains employees and pays attention to the company's operation, these expenses can definitely be earned back within a year. The two went to the guard. The security guard was a young man, and I guessed that he was a college student. Do you have a pass? Jiang Zuli took out her mobile phone. No, I was from Sister Wang's studio before, and now it seems to have merged. I'm here to report. The guard looked at the information on the phone and nodded. Yes, you can come in. And what about this boy? Chapter 153. Hengren, why do they call you Mr. Lin? Lin Hengren subconsciously said, I came here with her. Come here with her? Aren't you a member of the previous studio? Then I'm sorry that I may not let you in, because we only have internal personnel here. Before the young security guard finished speaking, a middle-aged woman in her 30s suddenly ran out of the company. The other party had short hair that reached her neck. She didn't look like a strong woman, but had a mature feeling of a top student. She was good-looking and wore a woman's suit. Lin Hengren had seen her before. It was when he was discussing cooperation with Jiang Jingxi, Sister Wang. and Sister Wang's young man in the office company last time. This sister poured tea for everyone at that time. At that time, Jiang Jingshi hadn't asked her to pour water for herself. It seemed that this sister's identity was Jiang Jingshi's secretary or assistant. Boss Lin. I'm sorry I didn't know you would come so early. I was busy with something just now. I was delayed in picking you up. I'm really sorry, she walked closer and said while running. No one would associate the title of General Manager Lin with Lin Sengren, including Jiang Zuli, so Jiang Zuli still cared about what the young security guard had just said, and explained, can't he come in? He can definitely come in. He always accompanied me before. If not, I'll call Sister Wang and let you listen. The young security guard saw the woman coming over, and he didn't care about what Lin Sengren and Jiang Zuli said, but nodded to her. Sister Pan. You're here. The full name of the woman named Sister Pan is Pan Lin. She respects Lin Sengren very much. She was afraid that the other party didn't hear it, so she carefully explained the reason for her late arrival. I didn't expect you to come so early. General Manager Jiang told me before that you would arrive at 9 o'clock, but I didn't expect you to arrive before 8 o'clock. I'm really sorry for my poor reception. Pan Lin seemed a little nervous, and was obviously a little flustered because she came late. Lin Sengren didn't care. It's okay, I did come early. Pan Lin looked at the security guard who was a little confused, and waved her hand, meaning that the other party should continue to stand guard, and I will receive General Manager Lin. The young security guard nodded. He didn't understand these things, and only knew that waving his hand meant that he would leave. He returned to the door to stand guard again. But even though she didn't understand, she looked back at Lin Sengren curiously, wondering what the identity of this young man was. Isn't Sister Pan the secretary of General Manager Jiang? Even Sister Wang was very polite to Sister Pan in the company, so why would Sister Pan be so respectful to this young man? Could he be the son of some boss? He looked obviously younger than herself. But, that's not right. What is the identity of this young man? Pan Lin continued, General Manager Lin, let me take you in first. General Manager Wang is still in a meeting with members inside. She probably didn't expect you to come so early, otherwise she would definitely come out to pick you up. Lin Sengren felt that the other party's nervousness made the atmosphere strange, and nodded, well, but there's no need to be so formal. There's no need to come to pick me up or something. Jiang Zuli was confused and had a lot of question marks on her head when she listened. What was this general and that general? And who is this sister? Why had she never seen her before? She didn't understand a word. The three of them walked towards the company through the gatekeeper. Jiang Zuli stood beside Lin Sengren and whispered, Sengren, who is she? Pan Lin seemed to see Jiang Zuli's confusion beside Lin Sengren. She knew Jiang Zuli. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Pan Lin, and I'm President Jiang's secretary. President Jiang went out for something today and won't be back until noon, so he left me here to temporarily receive President Lin. Oh, I see. It turned out that this sister was Jiang Jingshi's secretary. She also hurried to greet her. My name is Jiang Zuli. Hello, sister. Pan Lin smiled and nodded. Hello, I know you. I've been paying attention to the little new star list recently. You are the most powerful singer in our company. Jiang Zuli smiled and felt that she was not worthy of saying this. No, not really, but continued to question. But President Lin. Who is the President Lin you are talking about? Sengren. Pan Lin didn't know she would ask this, and thought, doesn't this sister know? Ah, isn't Mr. Lin? Who else could it be? Ah, is it really Sengren? Jiang Zuli looked at Lin Sengren. What's going on? Lin Sengren smiled at Jiang Zuli. This is a bit troublesome to explain. I'll find a place to explain it to you in detail later. Jiang Zuli was even more confused. She felt that she had been with Sengren recently. She was together every day when she went to school and went home. Except for the 2 days when Sengren took leave last week, she had seen him all the time. But at this moment, it felt like she had been away from him for several years. She didn't know what big things were. She simply walked a few steps into the company. When she stepped into the company door, the sensor door opened. Jiang Zuli's watery eyes widened and she was so shocked that she couldn't speak. The spacious hall, the high-end and popular decorations on the walls. There are not only elevators but also spiral staircases on both sides, as well as various concert rooms and posters. The overall scale is really a world apart from the original studio environment. It makes people sigh that the best music base is just like this, right? At this moment, there are still many singers standing in line in the distance of the first floor hall. It looked like there were at least 100 people. They stood there quietly. In front of them was Wang Lan, who was talking to the singers. Everyone has been here for more than a week, and you must have become familiar with the environment here. I will follow. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Wang Lan looked back and saw that it was Lin Sihengren who came over. She was both happy and flustered. She had no idea that Lin Sihengren would come so early. After what happened last time, Wang Lan now knew very well how high Lin Sihengren's status was now, so she didn't hold a meeting. She told the singers to wait a moment and hurried over. Boss Lin, why are you here so early? I didn't know you were coming so early. I'm really sorry. Lin Sihengren lamented that Sister Wang's attitude towards him had changed too much since the last time. Although she was very nice to him before, now there was obvious respect in her words. Pan Lin looked at Wang Lan's frightened expression. She was actually a little panicked just now. Because if she didn't receive Lin Sihengren well, Boss Zhang would definitely be angry, and it was not just ordinary anger. After all, anyone who is often around Mr. Zhang knows that Lin Sihengren and Zhang Jingshi have a special relationship, not just simple friends or partners. Mr. Zhang even sometimes directly calls Lin Sihengren his fiancée, so you can imagine their relationship. Pan Lin said, I originally wanted to go and wait at 8 o'clock, but I didn't expect Mr. Lin to come so early, so when I saw him when I was busy outside just now, I hurried over to answer him. Lin Sihengren smiled. It doesn't matter whether you answer or not. Is Sister Wang in a meeting? Well, isn't it the weekend? Have a morning meeting. After all, I know you and Mr. Zhang are coming today, so I must make time. During the conversation, no one seemed to care about Zhang Zuli standing next to Lin Sihengren. In fact, when Wang Lan ran over just now, Zhang Zuli also hurriedly greeted Wang Lan. But Wang Lan seemed to be so nervous that she didn't hear it at all, and only paid attention to Sihengren. And from what she heard from Sister Wang chatting with Sihengren, why did Zhang Zuli feel that Sister Wang's status was not as high as Sihengren's? Sister Wang didn't respect Sihengren so much before in the studio, right? Just as she thought of this, Wang Lan also happened to greet Zhang Zuli. Lily is here too, haven't seen her for 2 weeks. Zhang Zuli responded, Good morning, Sister Wang. Last week, I saw the notice in the group that the studio was undergoing rectification, so I didn't go. I came here this week when I had time. She looked at the singers standing in rows in the distance and asked in a low voice, should I go in and queue up too? I'm not in a meeting. Wang Lan and Pan Lin looked at Lin Sihengren. Lin Sihengren was here, and Wang Lan knew that he would definitely listen to Lin Sihengren first. Until Lin Sihengren said, Sister Wang, Lily doesn't need to have a meeting, right? After all, the main purpose of coming here today is to discuss other things with her. Wang Lan nodded quickly. Of course, Lily doesn't need to have a meeting, Zhang Zuli said. Owen looked at Wang Lan, then at Lin Sihengren, and then at this new Sister Pan. It always feels like they all seem to be listening to Sihengren. What is going on? Lin Sihengren, then Sister Wang, go and continue the meeting. After the meeting, we will wait for Sister Zhang to come back and talk about business. Okay, then you go to the office to rest first. I will find you after the meeting. Pan Lin, it's just right that I will take President Lin to see the new office built for you. Lin Sihengren nodded, and Sister Wang went back to the singers to continue the weekly meeting. Of course, among the hundreds of singers, there are also many who know Lin Sihengren, who are female singers from Wang Lan's former studio. They also know that Lin Sihengren is Lily's boyfriend. She often came over every time Lily recorded a song. But now why do I feel that the other party's status is different? Although everyone can hear the conversation of the three people just now, from the posture, Lin Sihengren doesn't look like a simple guest. In addition to Wang Lan, Pan Lin and Lin Sihengren, the people present are basically all confused, and they are all curious about this young man Lin Sihengren. So when Lin Sihengren, Zhang Zuli and Pan Lin went up to the second floor, Wang Lan said something to them again. And everyone roughly understood Lin Sihengren's identity. Did you all see Mr. Lin who just came over? Mr. Lin will probably give all of you a comprehensive training this afternoon. It will take a long time, so don't do other things in the afternoon. Arrange your time. I hope everyone will listen carefully at that time. It will be of great benefit to you. Pan Lin opened Lin Sihengren's office. Lin Sihengren's expression was normal, but Zhang Zuli was stunned when she heard this on the second floor. Sihengren is going to give everyone training? Why? I always feel that there is a lot of information. What happened? How come I don't know anything? Entering Lin Sihengren's personal office, the room layout is similar to Zhang Jingshi's, with a sofa, coffee table, computer desk and filing cabinet. Although simple, it is high-end, and basically the same decoration style as Yang Jingshi. It's nothing more than some things that have changed from women's to men's. Pan Lin introduced, "This is Mr. Lin's office here, next to Mr. Jiwang's office. As for the head office, it is still under renovation. Mr. Zhang said that he will take you to see it in person. I can't tell you what the specific structure is here." Zhang Zuli, who had long been in dementia, head office. What does head office mean? Pan Lin, then I will pour tea for Mr. Lin. You two can take a rest here first. After that, the other party left the office and closed the door gently. Finally, Zhang Zuli and Lin Zhengren were the only ones left in the office. Lin Zhengren examined the structure of the office, sat in front of the computer, turned it on, opened various files to check, and all the singer information of the company had indeed been sent to the computer a long time ago. Who knew that before Lin Zhengren checked it carefully, he suddenly felt a fool grabbing his arm and shaking it. She stuttered and trembled as she spoke, as if her head was filled with a bunch of twine. Zheng 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 zheng. Zhengran. Zhengran. What's going on? Tell me everything. What happened? Lin Zhengren's brain was almost shaken by her arm. The mouse in her hand was shaking. Zhang Zuli was still asking a lot of questions like a bamboo tube pouring beans. Why do others call you Mr. Lin? Why do you have your own office? What does the head office mean? What does it mean that you train them? Why does Sister Wang respect you so much? Tell me what happened. Lin Zhengren took a long breath, slowly raised his hand, and in this extremely shaking, he gave Zhang Zuli a headbang. Zhang Zuli raised her head in pain and finally calmed down halfway. Stop shaking. She covered her forehead. It hurts so much this time. What are you doing? Lin Zhengren turned to look at her. Why are you so flustered? You made my head dizzy, isn't it obvious? I am here now. Lin Zhengren thought of a suitable excuse. One of the responsible persons, along with Sister Wang and Sister Zhang Jingshi, they all call me Mr. Lin. Zhang Zuli ignored the pain in her forehead. What responsible person? You mean, this company? She stretched out her arms cutely. Such a big company. Such a luxurious company. Is there a part of you in it? Are you the boss? The kind of boss who can distribute dividends according to shares every year? Lin Zhengren nodded. It can be said that in the future, I will have a part of the company's profits. Really? But where do you get the money to start a company? Doesn't it take a lot of money to start a company? The issue of making money. Lin Zhengren had a serious talk with Zhang Jingshi about this issue. After all, it can be said that Zhang Jingshi is basically paying for it now, and the amount is huge. The little money Lin Zhengren had was nothing compared to Zhang Jingshi. He was just a person, but Zhang Jingshi didn't want to give Lin Zhengren most of the shares, so Lin Zhengren made a promise to Zhang Jingshi. It was Lin Zhengren who took the initiative to propose that the company's profits would increase by at least 60% within half a year. If he couldn't make money, he didn't finish his words at that time. Zhang Jingshi covered his mouth with her hand, guessing what he was going to say. Brother Zhengren, don't say the rest, don't say anything that is not good for you. Since I believe in you, I believe in you completely. If you employ someone, don't doubt him. If you lose money, I will pay it myself. You are still the boss. If you make money, we will make it together. For Lin Zhengren, it is quite simple to make money on a platform. The half a year he said was an exaggeration, and it might not even take half a year. Saying this is actually a promise to Zhang Jingshi that he believes in himself so much. However, the degree of Zhang Jingshi's belief in himself obviously surprised Lin Zhengren. So when Lin Zhengren heard what Zhang Jingshi said, he replied, then I won't say anything else. Sister Zhang, just wait and see in half a year. Zhang Jingshi smiled gently and nodded. Lin Zhengren replied to Zhang Zuli at this moment, I didn't contribute money, but people. I promised Zhang Jingshi that I would increase the company's profits by more than half within half a year, so I became an investor. Zhang Zuli was even more shocked. More than half. How much does the company make a year now? Lin Zhengren, are you asking about separate or separate? What do you mean? It means that Zhangxi Company is now head office model. Didn't you just ask what the head office means? That's what I mean. Currently, Zhangxi Company has 3 branches, namely Zhangxi Sports, Zhangxi Music, and Zhangxi Live. We are now in music, so you are asking, wait a minute. Zhang Zuli opened her eyes wide and her voice was deafening. Zhengren, do you mean this company is just a branch? There are 2 other companies. And there is also a head office. Lin Zhengren couldn't help but knock her head again. and she felt pain. Lin Zhengren explained, "Keep your voice down. Fortunately, this is a music company with good sound insulation, otherwise you would be so noisy. Yes, this is a branch company, and there are 2 more branches, so there are 4 companies in total. Then isn't it difficult to fulfill your promise? Do you think I can't?" He smiled and said, "Since I dare to promise, I naturally have an idea." Zhang Zuli looked into Lin Zhengren's eyes. Although she felt that this promise was a bit exaggerated, she believed in Lin Zhengren very much. She had never made a mistake following him. Suddenly Zhang Zuli laughed. "If you succeed, how much money will you make in a year, Zhengren?" "How do I know?" "Dividends. If I fulfill my promise within half a year, I will divide it according to shares in the future." Zhang Zuli tried hard to sort out her thoughts. "I understand, so you will give everyone unified training later, because this company will be yours in the future. Does this mean that my boss will be you, Zhengren?" "Well, we can come here for training in the future, but I will still give you one-on-one training, and unified training for them. After all, you have been trained by me since you were a child, which is different from them. If a music company wants to make money, it actually needs to mainly train 3 or 4 or even 1 or 2 key teams or singers. If the resources are too scattered, it will not make money. So in the future, Lily alone may even make more than half of the company's money." Zhang Zuli was about to say something else, but Pan Lin came in from outside with a cup of hot tea. "Mr. Lin, Lily, the tea is here." Zhang Zuli was startled and responded nervously. Now she knew what was going on. She suddenly felt a little excited. "Zhengren is the boss, doesn't that mean that I will be the boss's wife in the future? And almost all the money I earn in the future will belong to my family. Zhengren will have a lot of money in the future." Lin Zhengren also got up to drink tea and looked at Lily, who was still brainstorming. He smiled at her. Zhang Zuli also smiled nervously. She followed Lin Zhengren and sat on the sofa. Pan Lin put down the tea and brought the cup in front of the 2 of them. "Just now, Mr. Jiang's driver called and said that Mr. Jiang is on his way back and will be here in 10 minutes. Please wait a little longer, Mr. Lin." "Okay, I see, then I'll go clean up the office for Mr. Jiang. If you have anything, feel free to call me. I'll be next door." The other party withdrew again. Zhang Zuli waited until the other party left before she breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Lin Zhengren. Lin Zhengren looked at her big watery eyes curiously. "What's wrong? Any questions?" Zhang Zuli shook her head, and her twin ponytail swayed. Grinning, "Nothing, I just feel that you, Zhengren, have suddenly become so amazing, and very amazing. It's not sudden. It's a matter of time. Didn't I say that letting you sign up for the studio was just a temporary platform? In the end, I will definitely want you to be by my side." Zhang Zuli nodded with a smile. A moment later, Wang Ji finished a meeting with the singer members below and went to the 2nd floor to discuss with Lin Zhengren. A Rolls-Royce also drove up to the company gate. The guard saw the vehicle and quickly opened the barrier and greeted Zhang Jingshi. "Hello, President Zhang." Zhang Jingshi smiled, and Pan Lin hurried over to greet her in the distance. "President Zhang, you are here." She opened the car door for Zhang Jingshi. Zhang Jingshi asked, "Brother Zhengren is in the company, right? What time did you pick him up?" Pan Lin told her what happened in the morning in a very timid manner. She knew that she had to tell the truth about such things, otherwise it would be even worse if President Zhang knew about it. "President Zhang, President Lin came at 8 o'clock in the morning. I thought he would come at 9 o'clock, so I went downstairs at 8 o'clock when I was busy." After she finished speaking, Zhang Jingshi's beautiful eyebrows frowned slightly, and her expression gradually became unhappy. "What did you say? Did I ask you to come down early and wait for him? Why did I ask you to stay here?" "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang." She knew Zhang Jingshi would be angry, but she didn't expect the other party's expression to change so much. "I will never do it again." "He's not angry, is he?" "Well, Mr. Lin is a very good person, very polite to me. I don't think Brother Zhengren will be angry because of such a small matter. Don't do it again next time. Remember it for a long time." Pan Lin nodded carefully. "I know, Mr. Zhang." After that, she followed Zhang Jingshi into the company. She was relieved in her heart, but it was obvious that Lin Zhengren's position in Zhang Jingshi's heart was much more important than others. After all, the last time Mr. Zhang asked her to investigate, it turned out that Mr. Zhang knew Mr. Lin when he was very young. The weight of childhood sweethearts is indeed strong. Zhang Jingshi walked into the company and went directly to the 2nd floor. She saw Lin Zhengren talking with Wang Lan in the office. Brothers Hengren, Sister Wang, I'm sorry I'm late. As soon as she came in, Lin Hengren, Zhang Zuli and Wang Lan all stood up. They greeted each other. Mr. Zhang, Sister Zhang, Mr. Zhang. The last one was called by Zhang Zuli. Zhang Jingshi walked to the two of them, but her eyes were on Lin Hengren first. You guys sit down. She looked at Zhang Zuli again. Lily is here too? Then let's get down to business. Chapter 154 Sister listens to you. Because everyone was there, Zhang Jingshi got straight to the point. The three of them first talked about the welfare system for singers after the recent merger of the company. Zhang Jingshi felt that those members of Sister Wang had moved from small towns to urban areas after all. It was very troublesome for them to come here every day, so they thought that at least shuttle buses should be arranged. Students who are far away should be given some appropriate subsidies, and some other benefits should also be improved. Lin Hengren had no suggestions on these things because Zhang Jingshi was quite experienced in this regard. Sister Wang also talked about her own ideas. The three of them talked about the music team again and discussed that the company would form 3 music teams recently. And the resources of this music girl group headed by Zhang Zuli should be concentrated. And the subsequent MV, new song release conference, video account, and even some interview programs should be arranged. With the unexpected popularity of the little new star list, as long as the level of Zhang Zuli's new songs is still there, it will be very easy to become popular. In addition, Zhang Jingshi also brought good news this time. She asked someone to bring a contract. This morning I talked to a fairly famous director and found that Lily's original song Whale can be used as the ending song of an unreleased movie. I watched this movie today and it was shot quite well. If you want to watch it, you can add the director's widget. Although the ending song may be less popular than the theme song, I think it is a good publicity when Lily is not well known. What do you think, Lily? What do you think of the amount in the contract? As long as you are willing, we can sign the contract with the other party in a few days. Zhang Zuli listened to the conversation of the three people. In fact, she felt that the topic was so high-end that she couldn't get a word in. Because she felt that she was just a student, who knew that they would talk about the company directly. Now when Zhang Jingshi asked, she had no idea at all, I think. She looked at Lin Hengren, and didn't even hear about the money. Hengren, what do you think? I'll listen to you. Lin Hengren looked at the contract and nodded to Zhang Zuli. I think it's okay, as long as the quality of the movie is not too bad, there is no harm in this kind of thing itself. Zhang Zuli also smiled and nodded. If Hengren says it's okay, then it's okay. Zhang Jingshi looked at the relationship between the two and smiled. Then it's decided, then there's nothing else to do, right? The only thing left is that Brothers Hengren will train everyone in the afternoon? And the MV for Lily today and tomorrow. Zhang Zuli was surprised. Start shooting today. Well, this is your personal MV, you can shoot it today, and after Brothers Hengren personally selects a team for you next week, we will discuss the rest. After the meeting was over, Wang Lan took Zhang Zuli to the backstage to put on makeup and change clothes, and shot the indoor MV here in the afternoon, and then shoot the outdoor one tomorrow, Sunday. When shooting outdoors, Lin Hengren will follow, which was Lin Hengren's initiative. After Zhang Zuli and Wang Lan left, Lin Hengren and Zhang Jingshi stood at the door of the office and looked at them. Pan Lin was also standing nearby. She saw that President Zhang looked a little tired. And it was obvious that President Zhang was really exhausted recently. As a secretary with high emotional intelligence, she took the initiative to speak. President Zhang, your office has not been cleaned up these days. I will go and clean it up for you. You can call me anytime if you have anything. Zhang Jingshi glanced at her and hummed, go ahead. Pan Lin nodded. She deliberately created an opportunity for Zhang Jingshi and Lin Hengren to be alone. After all, if she cleaned up the office for Zhang Jingshi, then President Zhang would have enough reasons to stay here with President Lin. I'm afraid President Zhang thought so too, and she didn't want to go back to her office to rest. After Pan Lin left, Zhang Jingshi looked at Zhang Zuli who was still looking back after going downstairs. Lin Hengren waved at Zhang Zuli. Zhang Zuli also smiled at him happily. Zhang Jingshi, Brothers Hengren is really good to Lily. He will personally accompany us when we shoot the music video tomorrow. Lin Hengren did not deny. After all, she has been following me since she was a child. If I don't follow her, I think she will be very nervous. I can see that. When we talked about shooting the outdoor music video just now, Lily relaxed immediately when you said you would follow her. You are really important to her, Jiang Jingshi's expression was subtle, and she seemed to be a little jealous. Lin's Hengren did not talk about this anymore. He glanced at the slightly tired Jiang Jingshi. Since Sister Pan is cleaning up the office, Sister Jiang, please take a rest here. I noticed that you were a little tired during the meeting just now. Jiang Jingshi replied gently, it's okay. This morning I was mainly worried that Lily's first cooperation would have problems, so I took a lawyer to look at the film contract. I came back only when there was no problem. The two returned to Lin Hengren's office and closed the door. Jiang Jingshi sat on the sofa and looked at her heels. Lin Hengren noticed this detail. How about I lock the door, and you take off your shoes and relax? Jiang Jingshi said a little embarrassedly, then I won't be so polite in front of brothers Hengren. She was really tired. So she took out her mobile phone and sent a message to Pan Lin. Soon Pan Lin brought a small furry footpad, and Lin Hengren took it and locked the door. He handed the thing to Jiang Jingshi. Jiang Jingshi took off her high heels with a slight blush, and her feet in stockings slipped out of the red-soled high heels. Jiang Jingshi's feet were very small, and the stockings made them look very delicate, like a work of art. She rubbed her tired ankles. She stepped on the mat with both feet and breathed a sigh of comfort. Lin Hengren sat beside her and said with concern, Sister Jiang, you have worked hard for a long time. I know you have to go back and forth to many places for the company's procedures, otherwise it would not be possible to complete it so quickly. Jiang Jingshi looked at Lin Hengren with a pair of peach blossom eyes and smiled. Why are you so polite, brothers Hengren? This company belongs to both of us. Of course, I have to do my best, but it's just walking around more, signing documents, chatting with people and making phone calls. And the procedures will eventually be completed, but brothers Hengren will have to train and coach everyone next, which is really hard. That's nothing for me. These singers in the company are not that easy to coach, she reminded. Lin Hengren smiled. It is indeed difficult to coach ordinary people, but he coaches differently from others. After saying that, Jiang Jingshi suddenly frowned and looked at her ankle. Lin Hengren was surprised. Does your ankle hurt? Jiang Jingshi rubbed her ankle with her hand. Well, it happens occasionally these days. I don't know what's going on. It shouldn't be serious, Lin Hengren suggested. If Sister Jiang doesn't mind, I'll take a look for you. Can you take a look? Lin Hengren knows everything, and being proficient in everything means being proficient in all aspects. Know a little, Sister Jiang. Sit on the edge of the sofa. I'll take a look for you. I'm afraid I'm injured. She nodded and moved her body. Lin Hengren stood up and squatted in front of Jiang Jingshi. Jiang Jingshi looked down at Lin Hengren's seemingly serious look, and asked with a slightly red cheek, it shouldn't be injured, right? What should I do? Lin Hengren reached out and held her jade feet in stockings, and put her feet on his knees. You don't have to do anything, Sister Jiang. Just relax. When his hand touched the sole of her foot, Jiang Jingshi bit her lip slightly, feeling a little itchy. Jiang Jingshi's feet felt soft, but her ankles were a little stiff from walking too much. Lin Hengren used his hands to rub her ankles tentatively. Does it hurt here? Jiang Jingshi frowned in pain and nodded slightly. That's it. Be a little gentler yet. Lin Hengren observed, it's caused by fatigue. Although it's okay for the time being, if you continue, it may be damaged. I can already feel the changes, especially high heels will increase the pain. I'll give you a little massage, it should be much better immediately. In the evening, Mr. Jiang, remember to soak your feet to accelerate lactic acid metabolism and promote blood circulation. I see that you seem to have applied medicine. Yeah, but it doesn't work very well. Medicine is just auxiliary. The main thing is to rest, otherwise there will be problems. Recently, Jiang Jingshi felt Lin Hengren's hands rubbing her feet and ankles. Although she was a little shy inside, she couldn't help but sigh that it was really comfortable. His technique was extremely professional. It's not that serious. Lin Hengren looked up at her. Jiang Jingshi seldom saw Lin Hengren's serious expression. I'm not kidding. High heels are. Jiang Jingshi didn't hear what he said afterwards. She just stared at Lin Hengren's expression that seemed like a warning and a reprimand. Her fingers that were holding the sofa were slightly bent. At this moment, Jiang Jingshi couldn't help but think of the time when she met Lin Hengren when she was very young. He seemed to be so fierce. Although so many years have passed, she didn't know that the boy was Lin Hengren until that time in the supermarket. But the familiar scene still made her feel a little afraid of him as she did back then. I know, sister will listen to you, listen to you. Chapter 155 First Meeting. Lin Hengren looked up and saw Jiang Jingshi's expression was slightly different from usual. and was slightly surprised. But he still nodded, as long as she could listen. After the massage, Lin Zhengren sat in front of the computer desktop to check the personal information of all the singers in the company, and simply listened to the level of each of their songs to facilitate the afternoon meeting. During this period, Zhang Jingxi sat on the sofa, because Lin Zhengren asked her to rest more, so she didn't have much to do. But after massaging her ankle, Zhang Jingxi's cheeks were slightly red, as if she was recalling something. Occasionally, she turned her head to look at Lin Zhengren's busy figure, and her lips were quietly pursed. Before lunch, Lin Zhengren said goodbye to Zhang Jingxi and went to find Zhang Zuli. In the studio, I watched this girl finish the MV of the song "You Are My Star" with the help of a group of filming staff. Zhang Zuli naturally saw Lin Zhengren, who was watching next to her. When she saw him coming, she was even stunned and made mistakes. The director reminded her, "Lily, don't be stunned," Zhang Zuli responded, and hurriedly sang and did the designated movements in a panic. My heart beat faster, thinking about not looking at Lin Zhengren to avoid being nervous. After recording the MV in the morning, Zhang Zuli walked over to him, with her hands behind her back. "How is it, Zhengren?" "Not bad, right?" Lin Zhengren nodded seriously, "except for being in a daze sometimes. It's pretty good the rest of the time." "What do you mean by being in a daze sometimes?" "I was in a daze because..." Zhang Zuli blushed and looked away, thinking that she was in a daze because you came. "I knew you were distracted after watching for a while." "Why?" Lin Zhengren asked. Zhang Zuli shook her head like a rattle. Nothing. Let's go have lunch together. I heard from others that the canteen menu here was specially supervised by Sister Wang, and it's very good." "Does this place provide meals?" Sister Wang's studio didn't provide meals before. The two walked towards the restaurant, and Lin Zhengren replied, "After all, Sister Wang has limited funds on her own. The previous studio didn't make money, and it couldn't operate without providing meals. Now the person in charge has changed, and the company has money, so lunch was added." Zhang Zuli heard this and remembered that Lin Zhengren was the boss. Following him, I was still surprised that Zhengren had become the boss now. The gap in status was so big that people didn't fully recover for the whole morning. But after the two left, they didn't care. At the entrance of the studio, Zhang Jingxi and Pan Lin stood there. The reason they were here was because it was time for lunch, and Zhang Jingxi saw that Lin Zhengren hadn't returned to the office, so she thought of coming over to call Lin Zhengren to eat together. Who knew that when she arrived, she found him chatting with Zhang Zuli, and the two of them went to the cafeteria together while chatting and laughing. Secretary Pan Lin naturally saw this scene, blinked, slightly shocked, and then looked at President Jiwang's reaction. Sure enough, seeing Zhang Jingxi's originally happy expression change, the pair of usually gentle peach blossom eyes was a little lost at this moment. She kept watching the direction where Lin Zhengren and Zhang Zuli left. Pan Lin, who tried to smooth things over, whispered, "This is the first time that President Lin has come here today. Maybe he wants to try what the employee meal tastes like, so he went with Zhang Zuli." Zhang Jingxi glanced at Pan Lin. Pan Lin swallowed silently, afraid. It felt like she was talking too much. In the end, Zhang Jingxi just said, "Really?" She was not angry but smiled. "Then let's go back to the office to eat." Pan Lin nodded in a daze. "Okay, then I'll go get you some food." Zhang Jingxi turned around and walked towards the second floor again. Pan Lin looked back at Zhang Jingxi's departing figure. She had followed Zhang Jingxi for many years. Although she had seen all kinds of emotions such as anger, sadness, and excitement over the years, she had only recently seen the micro-expression at this moment. This expression was very strange. It looked no different from usual, but it always gave people an indescribable sense of loneliness. During lunch, Zhang Zuli, Lin Zhengren, and all the singers had 3 dishes and 1 soup on their plates, which was very rich. Zhang Zuli sat opposite Lin Zhengren and sighed, "The food here is so good." She picked up a chopstick to taste it. "It's much better than the school cafeteria." "Zhengren, try it." Lin Zhengren also took 2 bites and sighed that it was indeed better than the school cafeteria. Obviously, Zhang Jingxi paid attention to these small details. After lunch, Zhang Zuli continued to shoot the indoor MV in the afternoon. Lin Zhengren went to the hall, where hundreds of singers and Sister Wang had already sat down. Lin Zhengren said in the meeting that he would give everyone unified guidance this afternoon, and then he would talk to each of you individually about the difficult problems you have to deal with when singing. He wanted to raise the level of the company as much as possible in the shortest time. At this moment, When Jiang Jingxi wanted to go downstairs to observe, she received a call from the Jiang group, asking her to return to the company temporarily to discuss something. Jiang Jingxi wanted to refuse, because Lin Zhengren would only stay here for 2 days a week. But this time it seemed very important, so Jiang Jingxi had to go. She had no choice but to find Lin Zhengren. Brother Zhengren, there's something going on at the Jiang group and I have to go there. I won't be able to accompany you here this afternoon, Lin Zhengren responded. Sister Jiang, just go and do your work, but don't forget what I said this morning, and take more time to rest. Jiang Jingxi smiled gently. Of course, I will remember it. After a few simple conversations, Jiang Jingxi and Pan Lin left, and Lin Zhengren officially began to teach the singers. Jiang Jingxi and Pan Lin returned to the car. Pan Lin remembered that Mr. Jiang didn't eat much at noon. He ate a few bites of several dishes and left. And she helped to prepare the company's personal restaurant for lunch. Obviously, Mr. Jiang's original intention was to cook for Mr. Lin himself, but Mr. Lin went to see Jiang Zuli filming and didn't go back. Pan Lin, sitting in the passenger seat, turned around and asked, Boss Jiang, I'll buy you some food after the meeting, right? I always feel like you didn't have enough for lunch. Jiang Jingxi looked out the window and glanced at Pan Lin. I'm not too hungry now, let's talk after the meeting at the company. Well, okay. Just after she finished speaking, Jiang Jingxi suddenly thought of something. Wait. After the meeting at the company, go buy me a box of instant noodles, I'll eat in the car. Pan Lin nodded quickly. Okay, Boss Jiang. The Rolls-Royce drove to the Jiang group, and Pan Lin accompanied Jiang Jingxi upstairs to finish the meeting. It was more than an hour later when they returned to the car. Jiang Jingxi went downstairs and returned to the car, while Pan Lin had someone buy instant noodles during the meeting. It was a certain chef's braised beef noodles. Boss Jiang has always liked to eat only this flavor. But before, she often ate one every few months, but now she eats a lot during this period of time, and has started to eat weekly, 1 box a week. A long time ago, Pan Lin asked Jiang Jingxi curiously, Boss Jiang, what's so good about this instant noodle? I see you often buy a box to try from time to time. Jiang Jingxi's previous answer was, it tastes good, and I've been eating it since I was a child and have developed a habit of it. I buy a box to try from time to time. At that time, Pan Lin was half understood, but more than a month ago, she finally understood why Jiang Jingxi, a multimillionaire Jiang group boss, would be so keen on this most common fast food. At this moment, Pan Lin sat in the co-pilot seat, and Jiang Jingxi sat in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce. There was a thermos in the car, and she opened the instant noodle package herself. Sprinkle half of the salt packet in all the vegetable packets and sauce packets. Pour hot water, and the steaming instant noodles immediately begin to exude fragrance. Jiang Jingxi pierced the lid with a fork to lock in the heat. Put the instant noodles soaked in hot water aside and wait for the long 5 minutes. During these 5 minutes, the world was unusually quiet, and neither the driver nor Pan Lin dared to speak. Jiang Jingxi stared at the wisp of hot air coming out of the gap in the lid, thinking about the same thing when she was a child. Her thoughts unconsciously seemed to have returned to a certain moment. In her memory, the year she first met him, Jiang Jingxi was 8 years old and in the 2nd grade. The Jiang family was in a period of rapid development, and the Jiang group had not yet been officially established. One day, 8-year-old Jiang Jingxi had a stomach ache after eating something bad during class and asked for leave from school. Her parents were busy with business and had no time to come over. It happened that her aunt was a teacher in a nearby kindergarten, so she went to pick Jiang Jingxi up. She went to the hospital for a checkup. The doctor said that there was nothing wrong after checking, but just prescribed some medicine for Jiang Jingxi. Little friend, it doesn't hurt much now, does it? Jiang Jingxi, who as a child, also had a ponytail, and a pair of gentle peach blossom eyes had begun to take shape. She held her aunt's hand and nodded. Well, I just went to the bathroom and it doesn't hurt so much. I'll prescribe some medicine for you. Take 2 pills and see if it hurts again in the afternoon. If you still have diarrhea, come back again. The aunt responded and bought medicine for Jiang Jingxi. Because Jiang Jingxi's aunt only asked for a temporary leave, she called the director and took Jiang Jingxi back to the kindergarten. She also told Jiang Jingxi, Jingxi, after you go to the kindergarten with your aunt, you will stay in my office. Don't run around, okay? When your aunt gets off work in the afternoon, your mother will come to pick you up. Jiang Jingxi nodded, I know, and when Jiang Jingxi was a child, she was very well behaved and almost never caused trouble for adults. She followed her aunt back to the kindergarten and went to the office. Other teachers in the office also liked Jiang Jingshi, praised her beauty, and asked her where she went to school and what her name was. At this time, someone handed Jiang Jingshi's aunt a list. "Sister, this is the name of the children in your class. Why is Lin Songren in your class so good at his studies? Other children of this age are playing, but that child can even do arithmetic at this age?" Jiang Jingshi's aunt thought of the boy in her class and thought that the child has always been special. Although he doesn't fit in with other children, whether it is learning music in kindergarten or learning basic addition and subtraction games, this child has always been the best. There are always a few special children every year. She took the list and reminded Jiang Jingshi again. "Jingshi, Auntie is going to class, you stay in the office. If you have a stomach ache and want to go to the bathroom, didn't Auntie tell you where the bathroom is just now? Do you remember it?" Jiang Jingshi nodded obediently. "I remember, Auntie. Just go to the right when you go out the door." Auntie touched Jiang Jingshi's head. "Jingshi is so good, then Auntie will go to class." Jiang Jingshi's auntie left the office, and Jiang Jingshi found a place to sit quietly, not moving. Very obedient. She didn't get up until she suddenly felt uncomfortable in her lower abdomen, holding her stomach and going to the girls' bathroom. After using the bathroom, she breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, the bell for the end of get out of class in the kindergarten rang, and Jiang Jingshi felt that it was time to leave the bathroom, otherwise many younger brothers and sisters from the kindergarten would definitely come over. She pushed open the door of the cubicle, and suddenly heard someone shouting outside. "Ah, come and see, this girl peed on her arm. She's washing her arm. She's washing clothes." It was a boy's gloating voice. Then she heard a mess outside, and Jiang Jingshi also walked out curiously. She saw a little girl standing there trembling, with red eyes and wet arms, and more people gathered around her, all watching the excitement. Jiang Jingshi stared at the scene blankly, feeling that the little girl was a little pitiful, and hesitated to go over to comfort her. But just as she took a step, she saw a boy walking over aggressively from a distance. He pushed through the crowd and came to the little girl. When he asked her what happened, the little girl stammered and was scolded by the boy. "You don't even know who bullied you." Then the boy turned around and looked at everyone. "Who shouted just now? Are you crazy? Come out." His shout scared Jiang Jingshi, a big kid, because the other party was just a 5-year-old little brother. But his look was so scary. The boy asked the crying little girl again to ask her who shouted, until he found the culprit who shouted and walked over. "You are the one who bullied He Qing. I asked you to come out just now. Why didn't you come out? Come on, I'll take you to see the teacher now. If the teacher doesn't care, then we'll go out and fight." The boy was so scared that he touched his eyes and cried loudly. He kept apologizing, which made the onlookers panic. Jiang Jingshi also looked at the angry boy. She felt more and more that the boy's temper was really terrible. However, after the troublemaker apologized, the boy did not say anything else. He just gave a few warnings and left with a girl who was being watched. Many girls around were talking about it. "This boy is so fierce. I think he looks so cool. If I am bullied, I also want someone to protect me like this." "Yes, I do." Jiang Jingshi listened to everyone's discussion and looked at the boy in the distance. She also saw the little girl looking back at this side. After school in the afternoon, Jiang Jingshi's mother came to the school to pick up Jiang Jingshi. Jiang Jingshi followed her mother. But at that time, Jiang Jingshi never thought that she would meet that boy again one day. And it was only a month later. One day a month later, it should be Saturday, and she had forgotten the specific time. Little Jiang Jingshi followed her mother to her grandmother's house. As a result, on the way, Jiang Jingshi's mother received an urgent work call. After chatting for a while, she said to Jiang Jingshi, "Jingshi, Mom has to go out and talk to clients about business. You stay in the car later. Mom will lock the door for you. Don't run around." Jiang Jingshi nodded, knowing that it was not the first day that her parents were busy. Jiang Jingshi's mother seemed to know that her daughter was well behaved. She drove to the gate of a community, locked the car with her phone, and went down to discuss business. Jiang Jingshi waited in the car. Usually, Mom would come back in an hour at most, but today Mom was away for a particularly long time, from morning to afternoon. Jiang Jingshi's originally stable heart became uneasy, and she began to look at the community from time to time in panic. She wondered why Mom hadn't come back yet. After waiting for a long time, she was really worried, and she was very hungry, so the smart Jiang Jingshi opened the car door from the inside in hesitation. She followed the direction her mother went to look for her, but when she was halfway there, She thought it was better to stay in the car. It would be bad if she got lost, and her mother might have already returned to the car. She walked back, but she turned back and forth several times before she realized that all the intersections in this community looked the same. She got lost and scared little Zhang Jingshi so much that she burst into tears. She ran around like a headless fly in panic and couldn't find the way she came. Until she saw a road in a panic for some reason. She thought it was the exit and hurried over. But the scene in front of her was still not the scene she came from. Mom, tears finally couldn't stop flowing out of her eyes, and her quiet personality made her cry softly in grievance. A boy walked over at the intersection. The boy first passed by the crying Zhang Jingshi indifferently. Then he walked a few steps, and then looked back in shame, thinking why all the little girls in this world look the same? Although it doesn't matter if I don't care, it has nothing to do with me. But after being reborn and seeing these annoying little girls, it seems that adults' consciences can't be passed. He turned around and walked back to Zhang Jingshi. Can't you find your mother? Zhang Jingshi opened her eyes when she heard the voice, only to find that a boy was very close to her. She took 2 steps back in fear. She recognized that this boy was the same boy from the kindergarten last time. She was about to cry again for no reason. Lin's Hengren, don't cry, the scolding scared Zhang Jingshi. Thinking of the fierce look of the boy in the kindergarten last time, she was afraid that the other party would hide her. She didn't dare to cry anymore, but just sniffed. Lin's Hengren asked again, can't you find your mother? Zhang Jingshi sniffed and nodded. Yeah, she was older, so she accurately described how she got lost and where her mother was. Lin's Hengren was relieved, thinking that this girl at least had strong logical ability and could tell what happened. At least she was not like He Qing, who couldn't say a word for a long time. Lin's Hengren pointed to the distance. If you are right, you are now at another gate of the community, and the place you came from should be over there. Zhang Jingshi looked back at the place he pointed, but she didn't dare to go because she had lost her way once. Lin's Hengren seemed to know the troubles of a little girl of this age, so he just sent her to the west. I'll take you there. Yes, she sniffed again. Lin's Hengren, why are you still crying? Zhang Jingshi was so scared that she wiped her tears. I just wiped my tears. I didn't cry. Lin's Hengren took her to the gate of another community helplessly. Zhang Jingshi was happy when she saw her mother's car, and ran over quickly, although her mother didn't come. But after finding the car, she was no longer so scared. Looking back at Lin's Hengren, thank you for calling. Lin's Hengren waved his hand. No need to say what your name is. I'm not interested. Just find the car, and don't get off the car in the future. Your mother may be busy with something, and you may get lost if you get off by yourself. Little Zhang Jingshi nodded. Then I'll go, or my mother won't be able to find me, he said. Just as Lin's Hengren was about to leave, he heard Zhang Jingshi's stomach growling with hunger. Zhang Jingshi covered her stomach in embarrassment. He turned around to look at her, and she was even more embarrassed. Lin's Hengren saw a community supermarket nearby. Does your mother have money in the car? Zhang Jingshi shook her head. I don't know. Lin's Hengren helped open the car door and looked for money in places where it might be. Fortunately, paper money is still popular now. Fortunately, he found a few coins in the storage box of the co-pilot. Lin's Hengren went to the community supermarket to buy a box of braised beef noodles, and asked the sister in the supermarket for some hot water and handed it to Zhang Jingshi. Eat it. When your mother comes back, she will say that you bought it yourself. Just soak it for a few minutes. Well, I'm leaving. This time Lin's Hengren really left without staying for long. Lin's Hengren didn't know how many times he had experienced such trivial things in his life, which made him have no memory of them at all. But little Zhang Jingshi was holding the instant noodles and looking at Lin's Hengren's figure at the time, and she subconsciously remembered this scene in her heart. The hot water and the instant noodles was transferred to the box and scalded Zhang Jingshi. She was so hot that she quickly put the instant noodles aside. When she looked up again, Lin's Hengren had already walked away. Little Zhang Jingshi blinked. She said thank you to herself again, and then waited for a few minutes to eat the instant noodles. It was very delicious. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156. Do you believe in fate? She slurped the delicious and hot noodles in small bites. Her mother finally came out of the community, anxiously. Jingshi. Mom is late. You must be waiting anxiously, right? You have been talking about business until now and didn't notice that it is already afternoon. Zhang Jingshi's mother looked at her daughter eating instant noodles. A little surprised. Did you buy it yourself? Zhang Jingshi chewed and swallowed the noodles in her mouth, remembering Lin Suhengren's instructions just now. Well, is mom done? I'm hungry, so I bought it with the money in the card drawer. Zhang Jingshi's mother stroked her daughter's head and praised, Jingshi is really amazing, and mom is hungry too. Mom will buy a box to eat, and we will eat together in the car. Yeah. After that, she also went to the supermarket to buy a box of instant noodles and asked for hot water, and the mother and daughter went into the car to eat. While eating, Zhang Jingshi's mother also said, Mom just talked about a big business. Your father will definitely be very happy tonight, and our family may become richer and richer in the future. Little Zhang Jingshi grinned gently. While eating instant noodles, she looked out the window in the direction where Lin Suhengren disappeared and blinked her peach blossom eyes. In the blink of an eye, it was more than 10 years later. Although this childhood incident has not been forgotten and always exists in her mind, Zhang Jingshi has never paid much attention to it. She has never cared about who the boy was back then and what he became when he grew up. She only knew that there was a small episode in her childhood that made her like eating instant noodles. Until a few months ago, fate made her accidentally know that there was a boy in her sister's class who was much better than her sister. She accidentally met Lin Suhengren in the supermarket because of a box of instant noodles. After chatting with him in the car that night, Zhang Jingshi dreamed of Lin Suhengren and accidentally dreamed of the boy in her childhood. The faces of the two people vaguely overlapped in the dream. Zhang Jingshi woke up from her dream in the morning. For this reason, after waking up, she almost immediately asked her secretary Pan Lin to investigate where Lin Suhengren went to kindergarten and where he lived. She wanted to check whether it was really the case. As a result, even Zhang Jingshi didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. The fierce boy back then turned out to be Lin Suhengren, her sister's deskmate. So when she met Lin Suhengren again during the taekwondo competition and the music competition, and found out that her childhood sweetheart was also Lin Suhengren, Zhang Jingshi was at home at the time, guarding her sister and grandfather. That's why she took his personal information and sighed. He was originally mine, but he became my sister's childhood sweetheart by chance. Now it's time to give him back to me, Mr. Zhang? Mr. Zhang. The noodles are ready. At the entrance of the Zhang Group's company, Zhang Jingshi, who was distracted, was reminded by Pan Lin and came back to her senses. There was spirit in her eyes. What's wrong? Pan Lin looked at the instant noodles next to her that were almost softened. Your noodles have been soaked for 7 or 8 minutes. If you soak them any longer, they will be inedible. Zhang Jingshi looked at the instant noodles next to her, responded, and quickly took them in her hand and opened the lid. Stirring with a fork, there was no problem. Seeing Zhang Jingshi in a daze, Pan Lin glanced at the driver, who was also an old employee, and got off the car tacitly and didn't listen to things that shouldn't be heard. After the other party got off the car, Pan Lin said to Zhang Jingshi, Mr. Zhang, why don't you go home and have a rest? You seem a little tired today. Zhang Jingshi took a bite of noodles. The taste of this noodles has not changed much in more than 10 years. I just took a break in Brother Zhengren's office. I feel much better now. I'll have a bowl of noodles and then go back to Zhangxi music. I want to see how Brother Zhengren holds the meeting. Pan Lin smiled helplessly. She knew that President Zhang still wanted to go back and take a few more looks at President Lin. Okay, but you've never been so tired before. You've obviously had a lot more things to do recently. I'm still worried about your health. Didn't President Lin also tell you to rest more? It was still useful to bring up Lin Suhengren. Zhang Jingshi replied, I don't have anything to do, but you're right. I won't be in the company tonight. Go home and have a rest. Yeah. Zhang Jingshi took a few bites of noodles and chewed. Pan Lin, yelled. President Zhang, you tell me. She stared at the instant noodles and asked inexplicably, will it be a big deal if a girl is 3 years older than a boy? Pan Lin smiled and said, how could it be? As the saying goes, a girl who is 3 years older than a boy will bring him a lot of gold bricks. It's normal for a boy to be with a girl who is 3 years older than him. It's normal, and I'm 1 year older than my husband. He always says it would be better if I were 3 years older. How can you say that? Really, Mr. Zhang? I'm not lying to you, and you're so young? Zhang Jingshi ate a few more mouthfuls of noodles. Then do you believe there is such a thing as fate in the world? Pan Lin laughed and told the truth. To be honest, Mr. Zhang, I personally haven't met one, but I believe there is fate, and what I know is that you and Mr. Lin are definitely destined to be together." Zhang Jingshi looked up at her. Pan Lin was a little scared and sweaty. Pan Lin? Really? Otherwise, after so many years, how could such a coincidence happen? Although President Lin seems to have not remembered it for the time being, fate is something that exists and cannot be broken. Zhang Jingshi did not speak, but smiled gently. "It's normal to forget. Didn't I just remember it recently? By the way, you have been accompanying me to work overtime recently, right?" Yeah, Zhang Jingshi, the new year is coming soon. This year's year-end bonus will give you an extra month's salary, just as an extra benefit for you." She put down the instant noodle cup, returned to Jiangxi music. Pan Lin was delighted. "Thank you, President Zhang." She saw Zhang Jingshi looking at the window and saw her earrings today. She vaguely realized what President Zhang wanted to do by returning to Jiangxi company today. This earring was just changed by President Zhang this morning. And she has been wearing this style of earrings recently. If I guessed correctly, this should be selected by President Lin? The driver got back in the car and the car returned to Jiangxi Music Company. At this moment, in the lobby on the first floor of Jiangxi Music. This afternoon, Lin Zhangren first explained some practical knowledge to everyone. In fact, everyone had serious doubts about Mr. Lin Zhangren at the beginning, because he was too young and had no influence in the music industry. No one had ever heard of this person. But as Lin Zhangren explained, everyone's perception of him changed drastically in just a few minutes, from doubt to admiration. Although many of the knowledge that Lin Zhangren said was what everyone had already heard, because there was not so much knowledge in the music industry. But for some reason, it seemed that Mr. Lin was expressing something. Everyone could hear it in their hearts, and it was easy to understand, so that they could quickly find their own singing problems. One by one, they couldn't help but go from sluggish to shocked, and they felt that people who could be bosses were really capable. After the general things were finished, Lin Zhangren gave each person a one-on-one, temporary guidance for a few minutes, telling them what their personal shortcomings were. With his speech just now, everyone actively lined up to wait for Lin Zhangren's teaching. Just as everyone could expect, what Lin Zhangren said was all useful knowledge for them, without any empty words. It was even immediate. A song was often not sung well by themselves, but after Lin Zhangren's simple guidance, the other party could immediately master the pronunciation skills of the song skillfully. These singers had to admire this young CEO for his great ability. Even Sister Wang on the side was often shocked and applauded. She knew Lin Zhangren was very powerful a long time ago. Because Zhang Zuli was taught by Lin Zhangren. It was just that Lin Zhangren had never taught others knowledge seriously before, so her strength was unknown. Now these simple few words of guidance made Sister Wen confirm that this young man was really a genius, and a genius that was one in a million. As expected, being a couple with Zhang Jingshi of Zhang Group was impossible for ordinary people. Soon, a Rolls-Royce stopped outside the company, and Zhang Jingshi and Pan Lin followed into the hall. Chapter 157 Panic Zhang Zuli. Seeing that Lin Zhangren was doing one-on-one tutoring, Zhang Jingshi and Pan Lin slowed down their pace to avoid disturbing each other. Wang Lan walked over to greet him. "Boss Zhang is back." Zhang Jingshi nodded and raised her hand. Wang Lan immediately knew what she meant. Then the three of them looked at Lin Zhangren together and listened to him teaching skills to the employees in the company. Taking advantage of the gap when Lin Zhangren was drinking water, Pan Lin praised, "Boss Lin is really a rare genius. If he wants to go on stage, I feel that there is no place for others." Pan Lin's words were a bit exaggerated, but it was indeed what Wang Lan and Zhang Jingshi thought at the moment. Anyway, they had never seen a genius who could integrate all theoretical knowledge at the age of 16, and then teach others and improve others according to their shortcomings. Wang Lan saw that Zhang Jingshi had been standing and whispered, "Boss Zhang, please sit down. Boss Lin will probably be well for a while." Zhang Jingshi replied that it was okay, until a moment Lin Zhangren turned around and saw Zhang Jingshi, smiled at her, and pointed to the sofa next to him. Zhang Jingshi nodded at Lin Zhangren. The three of them sat on the sofa and waited. Finally, at about 4 o'clock, Lin Zhangren's one-on-one tutoring ended. He stood up, and Zhang Jingshi and others walked over. "Brother Zhangren's teaching is really good. I have been listening for so long, and even I have learned a lot." Lin Zhangren did not brag, but just said a few polite words. "Are you done with Sister Jiang's work? I just went to a meeting, and I came back after the meeting." Wang Lan also interrupted, but left temporarily because of other things. Pan Lin heard the only two people chatting, and felt that General Manager Zhang and General Manager Lin probably wouldn't sit down and talk in detail today because it was late. She glanced at Zhang Jingshi's earrings and was thinking about how to remind General Manager Lin. As a result, Zhang Zuli in the distance also finished filming today's MV and changed her clothes and walked over. Zhangren, Pan Lin's heart died. Zhang Zuli came over. Who would know about this? Lin's Hangren suddenly said it directly during the chat. By the way, Sister Zhang, I forgot to ask this morning. Is this earring from the picture you sent me last time? It's really beautiful. Zhang Jingshi was slightly stunned, and Pan Lin also looked at the two of them attentively. After hearing this, Zhang Jingshi gently stroked the art earrings with her hand. The style of the earrings was a bit like the falling stars in the sky, delicate and elegant, and the design was inconspicuous but exquisite. Well, it's that one. You said I looked good in this one before, so I bought it, Lin's Hangren praised. Sister Zhang looks really beautiful in this thin earring, which sets off your temperament. Zhang Jingshi's cheeks were light red. It was a completely different feeling to be praised by someone you care about and to be exaggerated by ordinary people. She was obviously happy because of this detail. Really? Well, it's true. Pan Lin saw Zhang Jingshi happy, and she also smiled happily, thinking that Zhang Zong finally got what she wanted. Zhang Zuli came over and greeted Zhang Jingshi. After saying that he had finished recording his MV, Lin's Hangren said goodbye to Zhang Jingshi. Sister Zhang, if there is nothing to do in the evening, I have to go back. Lily has been shooting all day today and needs to rest at night, otherwise it will be difficult to shoot outdoors tomorrow. Pan Lin asked, Mr. Lin, will you send Lily home? She had other meanings in her words. Although the other party was still a student, it was nighttime now. Lin's Hangren was different from ordinary students. In addition, he was no longer the same age as before. He was a lonely man and a lonely woman. Fortunately, Lin's Hangren answered, yes, send her home. Pan Lin was relieved. Zhang Jingshi also said politely, then go back and rest early. Do you want me to send someone to take you? No need, Sister Zhang, we can take a taxi back by ourselves. We are leaving, don't forget to rest more. Zhang Zuli also said goodbye politely. Goodbye, Mr. Zhang. The four said goodbye. Lin's Hangren and Zhang Zuli left Zhangxi Music, while Zhang Jingshi and Pan Lin in the hall looked at the two people leaving. Zhang Jingshi remembered what he had just said to praise her. She couldn't help but touch the earrings with her hands again, smiling happily in her heart. Pan Lin, didn't I order some medium-sized earrings recently? Yes, there are a few that you have always wanted to buy, and you said you liked them before, she responded. Zhang Jingshi did not hesitate. Change them all to thin ones, and don't take the medium ones for now, Pan Lin thought to herself, just because of what Mr. Lin just said. Okay, I know, I will contact those stores tonight and ask them to change all the medium-sized ones. After saying that, she followed Zhang Jingshi's gaze and looked at the direction where Lin's Hangren left again, looking at Lin's Hangren who seemed to be talking and laughing with Zhang Zuli. Although I don't want to admit it, but some things that seem to be the easiest to get are the most difficult for Mr. Zhang to get, such as Mr. Lin. In the distance, Lin's Hangren and Zhang Zuli left Zhangxi Company and took a taxi back to the city. While in the car, Zhang Zuli clenched her fists tirelessly, talking to Lin's Hangren about the interesting things that happened during the MV shooting this afternoon. For example, how I made mistakes during filming, or how I couldn't help laughing even though I was nervous during filming. I don't know what the effect will be after the filming. In addition, there are team matters. Zhangren, if I have a team, will I sing as a team in the future? Lin's Hangren explained, of course not. Although it is said that a team is selected for you, in fact, 90% of the programs are still individual performances. The purpose of selecting a team is just to allow other members of our company to show up a little when you participate in certain team programs. We select people who can match your backing singers in advance, promote you and drive the company. In essence, you are not performing in a team, you are still going the individual route. Zhang Zuli leaned on the back seat of the taxi. Is that so? The team I understand is the kind of girl group. Lin's Hangren shook his head. I'm overthinking. Girl groups are professional groups. All their songs are basically performed by the group. But that requires all the singers to be on the same level. But the gap between you and the other people in our company is too big. You can't go this way. I don't plan to let you go this way. Zhang Zuli understood a little. What about other girl groups in our company? Lin's Hangren, they are professional teams. But you are a very special exception, not the same as them. Zhang Zuli smiled. Anyway, I will do whatever Zhengren tells me to do. She patted her chest and said, anyway, I won't make mistakes no matter what I sing. Lin Zhengren asked, by the way, after I accompany you to cut your hair, do you plan to go back to the dormitory to sleep or go home? Zhang Zuli thought for a while. Go back to the dormitory. If you go home, it will be too late. Mom and Dad don't rest on weekends and have to go to work the next day. Let's not disturb them, okay? Either way, Zhang Zuli took out her mobile phone and looked at the time. It was still early. She remembered that the girls' dormitory usually locked the door at 10 o'clock, and it was locked at 11 o'clock on weekends. It should be no problem to go back after cutting your hair. So the two of them first found a restaurant to eat. After eating, they went straight to the nearby barber shop. It was just that it was Saturday and Sunday, so there were a lot of people in the barber shop. They went into several barber shops, all of which were full of young people. There was no choice but for the two of them to stop looking and just sit down in a barber shop. They watched the barbers cutting the customers' hair. Zhang Zuli also touched her ponytails that had reached her buttocks after she sat down. After waiting for nearly an hour, it was almost her turn. Zhengren, you said I don't need to cut it too short, right? She was afraid that if she said it was too short, the barber might just cut it off. Without the ponytails, would she still be Zhang Zuli? Definitely not. This is her totem. Her true self. Lin Zhengren, just halfway up, halfway up. Lin Zhengren touched Zhang Zuli's waist with his hand, right here. Who knew that just after Lin Zhengren gently touched her, Zhang Zuli's body trembled, and she suddenly heard a small snapping sound behind her. Something seemed to be directly broken by Lin Zhengren's touch, and the buckle broke. Zhang Zuli was so scared that she quickly hugged her upper body and bent down with a red face. Fortunately, when Zhang Zuli came, she was sitting by the wall, and was blocked by Lin Zhengren, and the noise in the barber shop was messy, so no one cared. Lin Zhengren looked at her sudden bending over and was curious. What's wrong? Zhang Zuli bit her lip and wondered stupidly, what? How did it break? What should I do outside? Lily, Lin Zhengren called again. This time he looked at Zhang Zuli's back, and suddenly realized that there was no buckle on the back of her clothes after she bent over. Lin Zhengren realized something and blinked. Zhang Zuli also said at this time, Zhang Zhengren, please accompany me for a while. There are too many people here. Please accompany me for a while. So Lin Zhengren took off his coat and handed it to Zhang Zuli. Put it on and zip it up. Zhang Zuli turned her head to look at Lin Zhengren with a flushed face. Although she was also wearing a coat, it was winter after all. But she was still very shy and hid behind Lin Zhengren. She took his coat and said thank you. Put it on quickly and zip it up. Lin Zhengren's coat was very big, and Zhang Zuli was very loose in it, plus she had a coat on. So after getting up, nothing could be seen. But it was still embarrassing. Lin Zhengren took her out of the barber shop. Came to an empty corner at night. Zhang Zuli squatted on the ground again, hugging her upper body. Shy and embarrassed, not knowing what to say. It's broken. What should I do? Lin Zhengren really encountered this for the first time. Can such a thing happen? I didn't expect this to happen either. Zhang Zuli raised her head slightly embarrassedly and looked at Lin Zhengren. By the way, Zhengren, how did you know just now? I saw it from behind. When you bent over and hugged your upper body, there was no buckle behind you, so I guessed it was like this. Zhang Zuli blushed and bit her lip. Why do you see everything? Don't say it, didn't you ask it yourself? Zhang Zuli stopped talking. She thought to herself, let's see it. Anyway, Zhengren is her boyfriend. After a while, she whispered, is there a lingerie store nearby? I didn't pay attention when I came just now. I have to buy a new one. Lin Zhengren took out his mobile phone and searched. It seems that there is one in nearby. I will go buy it for you. The lingerie store is a bit far from here, and Lin Zhengren is afraid that this girl can't walk that long. She was panicking. You're going to buy it for me? You're going to buy me underwear? Lin Zhengren, what else? He looked at his phone. The underwear store is quite far from here. At least you have to cross an intersection. If I don't buy it for you, will you walk such a long way in this state? Although others can't see it, you must feel uncomfortable. Zhang Zuli didn't know how to explain. That being said, those are underwear. Girls' underwear. Her face was getting redder and redder, and she stammered. Lin Zhengren, I know it's underwear, so what? Zhang Zuli was puzzled. What do you mean by that? If you go to buy it as a boy, others might call you a pervert. Aren't you shy when a boy goes to buy underwear? Lin Zhengren was really impressed by this arrogant guy. You are my girlfriend, why should I be shy? And if you go alone, I will definitely be worried and have to accompany you, isn't it the same? And I will walk slower, how can it be the same? If we go together, others won't misunderstand you. Zhang Zuli was speechless. Although she knew that Zhengren was a very upright person, for this kind of thing, she opened her red lips slightly and then closed them before explaining, I'm afraid of what others say about you. I'm afraid that others will misunderstand you. Lin Zhengren had to comfort her in return, looking down at her. It's okay, even if it's a misunderstanding, what does it matter? Besides, I'm going to buy you underwear now, and you may buy me underwear in the future. If my underwear is torn, will you not buy me some? How can that kind of thing be broken? Anything is possible, like now. Zhang Zuli looked up shyly, but looking at Lin Zhengren's very serious eyes, her pupils trembled. Her little hands tightly grasped the coat, and she lowered her head proudly again. If that situation really happens, I'm your girlfriend, of course I will buy it for you, Lin Zhengren said. Oh, and said, really? He squatted down and looked at the shy Zhang Zuli, and Zhang Zuli turned her head to the side. What's the matter? What else do you want to say? Lin Zhengren continued to ask. What if someone calls you a pervert when you go to buy underwear for me? Zhang Zuli closed her eyes and became more embarrassed. I will say that I bought it for my boyfriend. What if they don't believe it? Zhang Zuli subconsciously refuted loudly because of shame. Whether they believe it or not, what does it have to do with me? Lin Zhengren sighed helplessly. That's it? Don't you understand it very well? But Zhang Zuli looked at Lin Zhengren, who stood up and clenched her hands. It's not quite the same. It doesn't matter if I get scolded, but I don't want you to be misunderstood. Otherwise, I'll go by myself. She wanted to stand up, but Lin Zhengren said, squat down. Zhang Zuli was startled and looked at her in panic. Why are you so mean to me? Then she was hit on the head with a chestnut again. Ah! It hurts, Lin Zhengren. Why are you hesitating? It's just buying underwear. Just wait here. Honestly, Zhang Zuli didn't dare to refute any more. Zhengren was scary when he got angry. What's the model? He asked. Zhang Zuli told him her model honestly. Lin Zhengren was surprised that it was not A, it was the second level. Zhang Zuli saw that he was angry and had to ask in a low voice, what's wrong? Lin Zhengren shook his head. Nothing, I'll go buy it. Seeing that he was about to leave, he suddenly said, by the way, you gave me your coat. Are you cold? Lin Zhengren didn't look back. No. Then come back early. I'll be back in a minute. Don't worry, I won't let you wait too long. Lin Zhengren didn't take the main road, but took the small road, because in this way he could walk faster in a deserted place, so as not to let Zhang Zuli wait anxiously. Zhang Zuli watched him leave and thought of what Lin Zhengren had just said. Suddenly, her face gradually turned red and hot. A boy buying underwear for a girl. Although Zhengren didn't seem to have any change in his face, Zhang Zuli felt that he must be extremely ashamed in his heart. Because anyone who does this kind of thing will be ashamed. But just like he said, if his underwear was torn, I would buy him another one, but it was no big deal to be called a pervert. Boys always have to save face when they are outside. But he still bought it for me. How much does he love me? I always feel that I should be nicer to him in the future. After all, Zhengren is really good to me. But I like Zhengren wholeheartedly now. If he is better, it should be as good as it can be. She took out her mobile phone to see how far the underwear store was from her. After searching, she found that it was about 1 kilometer away. If she walked, it would take more than 10 minutes. Why is it so far? As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Zhengren came back from the alley with underwear. Here, she held it in her hand. Ah, Zhang Zuli was stunned and looked at Lin Zhengren in front of her. Unbelievable, so fast. Isn't it 1 kilometer? Lin Zhengren was curious. What 1 kilometer? Zhang Zuli gave Lin Zhengren her phone to check. It shows that the women's underwear store is 1 kilometer away from here. How come you came back in less than a minute? Lin Zhengren didn't expect her to search. She made up a reason. Oh, I originally wanted to go to this store, but I found that there was one not far away, so I went to buy it there. It's very close. Zhang Zuli didn't think much. That's it. She took the underwear from Lin Zhengren's hand and looked at the style. It was quite plain. But it was also good looking. She squatted and said, turn around and I'll change it. By the way, keep an eye on people for me. Lin Zhengren turned and walked to the entrance of the alley to help her keep an eye on people. So Zhang Zuli hid in the dark and unbuttoned her coat. Take out the broken one and replace it with a new one. After changing, put on her own coat. Holding the broken underwear in her hand, she breathed a sigh of relief. She returned to Lin Zhengren with a slightly red cheek. Zhengren, I'm fine. Lin Zhengren turned around and looked at the underwear in her hand. Just change it, then throw this away. Well, but before throwing it away, Zhang Zuli took out the coat that Lin Zhengren gave her, and did not return it to Lin Zhengren, but helped him put it on directly. Lin Zhengren wondered what she was doing. Zhang Zuli said, "What's wrong? Should I help you put on clothes? I can do it myself." Zhang Zuli said arrogantly, "Why do you have to put on clothes yourself? I won't listen to you. You are so good to me, I should put it on for you." As a result, Zhang Zuli was in a hurry when she was putting clothes on the other party, and it was obviously not suitable for doing such a thing. The underwear in her hand that could no longer be used fell down because of the busyness. Lin Zhengren caught it. Subconsciously sighed, "This thing is so warm." Zhang Zuli blushed in panic. "Ah! Don't touch this changed thing, and what are you talking about?" Chapter 158 I will definitely take care of you for the rest of your life. Zhang Zuli snatched the torn underwear from his hand and hid it in her arms. She was so ashamed that her face was smoking. She thought that this thing must be warm, after all, it was close to her body. Lin Zhengren found her arrogant look funny and put on her clothes by himself. This stupid guy was obviously not as meticulous as Wenwen in helping others put on clothes. "Don't be shy, let's go. Throw away the underwear, I'll accompany you to get a haircut." It was her turn just now, but you have to queue again because of this delay. Zhang Zuli muttered, "It's okay to queue for a while. Anyway, we don't have anything else to do tonight. This way, Zhengren can spend more time with her." The two walked to a nearby trash can, and Zhang Zuli threw the things in. But inexplicably, she was afraid that some perverts would really pick it up, or small animals like dogs and cats would rummage through it or take it away. So she found a branch to poke the other garbage on it. "Make sure it's foolproof," Lin Zhengren commented, very strict. Zhang Zuli glanced at her and said, "Zhengren, it's okay for you to touch it, but no one else can touch it." On the way back to the barber shop, Zhang Zuli put her hands behind her back and asked in a low voice, "Zhengren, when you went to the lingerie store to buy things just now, the boss didn't say anything, right? There shouldn't be other female customers in there, right? Otherwise, I feel very embarrassed when I think about it." Lin Zhengren recalled what happened in the lingerie store just now. "To the point, don't tell me, I just went to the lingerie store and there were indeed many girls choosing lingerie. The female boss even asked me what I wanted to buy and many people were looking at me." Zhang Zuli blushed shyly and was stunned. "Ah, really asked? Then what did you say?" Lin Zhengren said as a matter of course. "Of course I said I wanted to buy lingerie." "Then what?" Zhang Zuli worriedly said. "They didn't really call you a pervert, did they?" Lin Zhengren pretended to think. Really? Seeing his hesitation, she thought Zhengren was embarrassed to say it, so she clenched her fists and continued anxiously, "If that's the case, I have to go over and explain that I'm your girlfriend and you bought lingerie for me, otherwise they might misunderstand." Lin Zhengren was curious. "I'm already back, wouldn't it be redundant for you to go over there again?" Zhang Zuli said seriously. "How could it be redundant? You are my boyfriend, and what happened just now was caused by me. How can I let you get scolded because of me?" She wanted to drag Lin Zhengren to the store to explain. No, I have to go there first to explain the truth. Tell me which store it is. I can't let others say anything about you. I want to seek justice for you." Zhang Zuli knew that her personality was not very good to begin with. If Zhengren was bullied because of these things, then what kind of girlfriend would she be? She could be wronged, but Zhengren must not be wronged. As a result, Lin Zhengren looked at the anxious look of this stupid girl and held her hand that was pulling his clothes. "Okay, don't worry, they didn't say that to me." Zhang Zuli looked back at him. "Is it true?" Lin Zhengren smiled. "Of course, besides, who in the real world would call someone a pervert to their face? That's just a movie effect, unless the other person is really angry, and when they are angry, they don't call them perverts, but call them to death." Zhang Zuli felt that there was some truth. "So what happened when you went to the store just now?" "I just bought some underwear." "Why does it feel like a big deal?" Seeing that Zhang Zuli was really anxious, he recalled what happened. "Just now I entered the underwear store and told the boss that I wanted to buy your size of underwear. Then the boss looked at me, and the other girls in the store also looked at me, and then," Zhang Zuli repeated, "then," Lin Zhengren continued, Then the boss may have seen that I didn't look like a pervert, and suddenly praised me, saying that I was a really good guy, and I bought this kind of thing for my girlfriend alone. She asked me if it was my first time to buy it, and I said yes, so she took me to choose, very enthusiastic. Zhang Zuli was stunned. What about those girls who looked at you? What did they say? Lin's Hengren, while I was buying underwear, some of the girls who saw me just now were chatting in the distance and said that there were not many good guys like me. So even though they knew I was buying underwear for girls, after I walked out of the store, a few of them came to ask me for WeChat and said they wanted to make friends with me. Zhang Zuli's dull mouth opened wide, although Lin's Hengren's words sounded a bit nonsense. But she suddenly realized that she had been ignoring something just now, that is, Zhengren's appearance was so handsome and his aura was so strong. With such a look and temperament, let alone buying underwear, no one would think he was abnormal. Only the kind of boys who sneak around or have erratic eyes will be suspected when they go to buy. I would never let you go if I knew it, she suddenly whispered. This time it was Lin Hengren's turn to be surprised. Why? Isn't it going very well for me? Zhang Zuli clenched her fists, spoke very quickly in panic, looked jealous, and stared at her big watery eyes. But someone asked you, a big fool, for WeChat. You didn't give it to her. You have a girlfriend. And you already have two, you can't have more. Lin's Hengren, I didn't, really? Don't lie to me. You really didn't give it to her. Zhengren, you must never add girls on WeChat, don't you believe me? Why don't you believe it? I believe everything you say, but I know Zhengren is a big playboy when it comes to girls. Oh, if I had known, I wouldn't have let you go by yourself. Why didn't I expect that a girl would like you because of buying this kind of thing? Lin's Hengren saw that she was more exaggerated than before. Walk towards the barber shop, don't make a fuss, I'm going to get a haircut. Zhang Zuli quickly caught up with Lin's Hengren. Is the girl who asked you for your contact information pretty? Lin's Hengren looked at Zhang Zuli with boredom. The arrogant Zhang Zuli knew that she couldn't ask any more questions. Otherwise, she would be beaten. But she still snorted with jealousy, thinking that next time I must accompany you, I can't let you act alone. On the way back to the barber shop, Zhang Zuli gently touched Lin's Hengren's hand with her little hand. She still pretended to look elsewhere with jealousy. Lin's Hengren had to hold her hand. The jealousy on Zhang Zuli's face was not that serious, but, it's my fault for letting you go to a place with many girls this time, but thank you for buying me underwear. You still talk about thank you between you and me. Zhang Zuli blushed. For girls, it is not a small matter for boys to buy sanitary napkins or special clothes for themselves. Because they don't like their girlfriend's hypocritical boyfriends, they probably won't buy them. Anyway, I'm very touched that you bought this kind of thing today. If you get sick and can't do anything yourself in the future, I will definitely serve you little by little at home and take care of you for the rest of your life. Lin's Hengren couldn't understand the brain circuit of this stupid girl, and didn't know how she thought of that. Back to the barber shop, I lined up for more than an hour. Finally, it was Zhang Zuli's turn. The moment the female clerk washed Zhang Zuli's hair and sat on the chair, the hairdresser suddenly commented, "Sister, your appearance and hairstyle are suitable for dyeing hair. Have you considered dyeing your hair yellow?" I'm a student, and the school doesn't allow dyeing hair. I know you can't dye your hair, but I think you are perfect. I have been working for more than 30 years and have never seen a girl who is so suitable for dyeing hair yellow. Zhang Zuli looked at the sister who was cutting her hair in the mirror. Sister, you look only in your 20s. The hairdresser smiled and waved her hand. Don't pay attention to this detail. She picked up a dyeing board and a dyeing chart to show Zhang Zuli. Look, it's this color. Although you can't dye it now, I highly recommend you dye it after graduation. Blonde double ponytails are perfect. Zhang Zuli saw the yellow color on the picture. I don't know why, but she really thinks it looks good. Let's talk about it after college, and then ask Zhengren for his opinion. So the hairdresser started cutting hair and cut Zhang Zuli's hair to halfway up her waist. But what she didn't notice was that the time was 9:40, and it was almost a band time of the girls' dormitory on weekdays. Chapter 159. I don't want to go back. Zhang Zuli looked refreshed after the haircut. She turned her head towards the mirror in the barber shop, and her short ponytail swayed gently at her shoulders. The barber sighed. Sister, you are really beautiful. In fact, you are beautiful even without dyeing your hair. Of course, you will be more beautiful if you dye it. Zhang Zuli blushed and didn't say anything. Although she felt good, someone said that beautiful is really beautiful. After all, women dress up to please themselves. Jiang Zuli looked back at Lin Zhengren. Zhengren, what do you think? Lin Zhengren saw Jiang Zuli's ponytails halfway up her waist, touched her smooth ponytails with his hand, and the whole person seemed to be more lively. Beautiful, it must be beautiful, because it was just a shortcut, and nothing else changed. Jiang Zuli was delighted to hear the evaluation. After paying the bill, the two left the barbershop and went back to school. On the way back in the taxi, Jiang Zuli took out her mobile phone and searched for pictures of blonde ponytails on the internet. It turned out that there were quite a few, but there were not many real-life pictures. Instead, cartoon pictures accounted for more than half, which was a bit strange. But she thought the hairdresser was right. Although black ponytails look cute, gold looks more energetic and fits her position. She even found a picture of a boy holding a girl's ponytail from behind. Blushing, she quickly swiped past a picture and asked Lin Zhengren, Zhengren, do you think I'll look good if I dye my hair yellow? The hairdresser said I look good with yellow hair, but I've never dyed it before so I don't have much experience. Lin Zhengren knew what she was thinking when he saw her excited look. It will look good, he agreed. Really, she was very happy. Of course, I also think you are born to dye that kind of hair. Jiang Zuli pursed her lips, looked at Lin Zhengren, combed her ponytail with her hands, and whispered, then I'll dye it as soon as I graduate from high school. Lin Zhengren smiled, okay, I'll accompany you then, it's a deal. Jiang Zuli looked at the picture on her phone again, imagining how she would look like with blonde hair in the future. She would definitely be very beautiful. But suddenly she saw the time on her phone. It was past 10 o'clock. Remind the driver, we should be able to get back to school before 11 o'clock, right? The driver sped through the city, skillfully playing with the gear lever with one hand and stepping on the accelerator. No problem, it's just a short distance, it's only a little after 10 o'clock now, I'll be there in 10 minutes, why will it take so long? Jiang Zuli didn't feel anxious, because it was indeed enough time to lock the door at 11 o'clock. Unexpectedly, the driver suddenly asked, but why are you going to school now? Of course I'm going back to school to sleep. The driver glanced at the two through the rearview mirror, thinking that young couples nowadays act too much like each other. It makes people dream back to high school, and asked with a smile, sleep? The dormitory locks the door at 10 o'clock. How can you go in and sleep now when it's already past 10 o'clock? Jiang Zuli was dazed, and one hand was waving back and forth with a smile, but sweat was inexplicably on her forehead. Master, you remembered it wrong. The girls' dormitory in our school locks the door at 11 o'clock, not 10 o'clock. You can still go into the dormitory at this time. I asked a few days ago, right? Lin Zhengren looked out the window and said truthfully, the boys' dormitory is at 10 o'clock, never 11 o'clock. I don't know about the girls' dormitory. Jiang Zuli's smiling face suddenly froze, and her whole body turned into stone. She opened her lips slightly and turned to look at Lin Zhengren in fear. Is it true? The boys' dormitory is at 10 o'clock. Yes, it is indeed 10 o'clock. The driver laughed. Little girl, you remembered it wrong. Your school dormitories are all locked at 10 o'clock. I have been working as a taxi for several years. Just now around 9 o'clock, I took a lot of students back to the dormitory. Now it's 10 o'clock. Didn't you notice that there are no students out on the road? Jiang Zuli looked at both sides of the road. There were indeed no students. Her poor brain short-circuited first. Then she panicked and looked at Lin Zhengren and the driver in fear. Her voice stuttered and became loud when she was nervous. Then what should I do? If the door is locked at 10 o'clock, won't I be able to go back to the dormitory? Then where will I sleep at night? The driver suddenly wanted to laugh. There is always a way. Jiang Zuli asked Lin Zhengren, Zhengren, if the men's dormitory closes at 10 o'clock, how can you get in? You can't get in either. Are we going to sleep on the street tonight? I didn't plan to go home tonight. I planned to find a place to take a shower, so I booked a room near the school tonight. Book a room? Jiang Zuli's panicked heart seemed to die all of a sudden, and she blinked twice in a daze. After a moment, her pupils widened, and her fair face inexplicably flushed. Her eyes trembled. Looking at Lin Zhengren's very natural expression now, she finally understood why the driver always spoke in a meaningful tone. She suddenly became shy and stopped talking, but sat there obediently. She half lowered her head, put her legs together, put her hands on her knees to make a fist, and her face was flushed. Get a room, is Zhengren hinting at me? Could it be that Zhengren knew that the school dormitory would close at 10 o'clock and did it on purpose? Is the purpose just to do the kind of thing with me tonight? Does he want to do the kind of thing with me? Is it too early now? Although some of my classmates seem to have done that kind of thing, Zhangren and I are just holding hands now. The relationship hasn't developed to that stage yet. But then again, Jiang Zuli clenched her hands on her knees. Slowly bit her lips. She suddenly remembered that girls often say that boys of this age are very eager for certain things. Zhangren should be the same, right? It's just that Zhangren usually doesn't show it, but in his heart he still wants to do the kind of things that adults do with her. Tonight, the driver passed 2 intersections. We're here. Jiang Zuli didn't expect to drive so fast. What about the agreed 10 minutes? Although it was indeed more than 10 minutes, it was just because Jiang Zuli had too many brainstorming and time passed quickly. Lin Zhangren got out of the taxi. Jiang Zuli got out shyly. After the driver drove away, Jiang Zuli clenched her hands tightly and her heartbeat accelerated. Jiang Zhangren, but Lin Zhangren said, "It's okay, I'll talk to the female dormitory manager for you later and let you in." Jiang Zuli looked up at him. "Are you going to let me go back to the dormitory?" Lin Zhangren was curious. "What else?" Jiang Zuli was shy and didn't understand. She was a little confused about what Lin Zhangren was going to do. Playing hard to get? That shouldn't be the case. Would Zhangren do something like playing hard to get? "But didn't you say you wanted to get a room to take a shower or something?" "Yeah, I'm going." He actually guessed what Jiang Zuli was thinking. He bent down and looked at her red and shy eyes closely, and asked seriously, "What are you thinking about? Did you just come with me? Don't you want to go back to the girls' dormitory?" Jiang Zuli was flustered by her stare. Subconsciously, she closed her eyes and hid him with her little fist. "What are you talking about? Why would I think that way?" After hitting him, she suddenly squatted on the ground, covering her face. "I don't think that way, not that kind of thing. That's it. I'll take you home." As a result, just as he stood up, Jiang Zuli suddenly pulled Lin Zhangren's trouser leg gently with her hand. "Zhangren, wait a minute. Actually, going back to the dormitory so late will disturb my roommates. I think it's better for me to live outside with you." "I don't want to go back." She looked at the ground with a red face, not knowing what she was saying. Chapter 160. Nervous Jiang Zuli. Lin Zhangren looked down at her. After a short silence, Jiang Zuli looked up at Lin Zhangren without hearing any sound. The two of them stared at each other. Jiang Zuli's face became redder and redder. She stood up and shook her arms to defend herself. "No, I didn't mean that. I didn't say that I was going to do the kind of thing with you tonight, and I just wanted to." She looked away. "I've been busy all day today, and I also want to take a shower or something, take a shower and have a comfortable sleep. If I go back to the dormitory, I can't take a shower, that kind of thing?" "What kind of thing is that?" Lin Zhangren deliberately asked the key point. Jiang Zuli was speechless, and suddenly she bit her lips with trembling. She was so shy that she started to cry. She squatted on the ground again and covered her face with her hands. "Wow, don't ask any more, I don't mean that anyway," she cried and yelled. "Big idiot, why do you always bully me? You obviously know everything. I just think it's so late, and you don't go back to the dormitory, so why should I go back to the dormitory alone? It's as if I deliberately left you outside. Can't we just find a place to sleep? It's just an ordinary rest. I just want to accompany you." Lin Zhangren was really amused by this guy. He patted her head. Jiang Zuli was still crying. "Lily," he called. Jiang Zuli slowly raised her head, with tears in her eyes, but she didn't really cry. "What are you doing, big idiot?" Lin Zhangren stretched out his hand. "Get up. Since you want to accompany me and don't want to go back, then follow me, provided that you are not afraid." Jiang Zuli looked up at Lin Zhangren's handsome and gentle expression. She stubbornly stretched out her hand and paused for a moment before slowly holding his palm. "What am I afraid of?" She was pulled up. "I have known you for so many years. If I am afraid of you, then there is nothing I am not afraid of." Lin Zhangren snorted and took her hand to a nearby hotel. Although Jiang Zuli said she was not afraid, she was taken out to stay overnight by a boy. Even though he was her childhood sweetheart, she still felt a little weird. And she was very curious about what Zhangren meant by that. What did he mean by being afraid? So when the two of them were walking towards the hotel, they passed by an adult product store. Jiang Zuli gritted her teeth and blushed. She stopped. "Jiang Zhangren, what for?" Jiang Zuli didn't know what to say, but carefully pointed to the unmanned store with her finger. "Buy a box of that thing just in case, that kind of thing." Lin Zhangren looked in the direction she pointed, and as expected, someone had a chestnut on his head. Jiang Zuli didn't understand. What are you doing? You hit me for this. Lin Zhengren was speechless. What are you thinking about? Didn't you say you were just going to sleep? If you were going to sleep, why buy this thing? Jiang Zuli looked at Lin Zhengren, turned her eyes away in shame, and said to herself, I told you it was just in case. Zhengren didn't want to buy it? If he didn't buy it, it proved that Zhengren really didn't have that idea. Who knew that Lin Zhengren would say, there's one in the room, huh? She looked up with trembling eyes. She was dragged away by Lin Zhengren. Jiang Zuli was scared to death and panicked. Zhengren. Zhengren. You and me, you, another chestnut, just kidding. What are you thinking about? Do you have to do the kind of thing when you sleep? Don't you have things to do tomorrow? Don't you want to do your work? Jiang Zuli covered her head. Why do you blame me? Isn't it said that boys' heads are full of that during puberty? Yellow waste. Lin Zhengren pulled her forward speechlessly, mainly because Lin Zhengren's mind had passed puberty. Although hormones still had an impact, he was an adult after all. That's what I said, but I care about you guys very much. But I guess what you're thinking now is that if I want to do something, you can only go along with me, right? Jiang Zuli was shy and didn't know how to answer. She did think so. She felt that this was also a girlfriend's responsibility, although it was a bit early. But it seems that many classmates do that, so if Zhengren insists on doing that kind of thing, he doesn't have any big objection. Lin Zhengren didn't look back at her, but explained, other things don't matter, but for such an important thing, especially the first time, don't agree just because you want to go along with me. Wait until you are completely ready and take the initiative to find me. Take the initiative to find you, to do the kind of thing, she said in disbelief and shyness. How is that possible? I can't take the initiative to do the kind of thing. Do you think it's impossible? Lin Zhengren looked back at her. How about you? What do you think? Jiang Zuli lowered her head, and didn't know why she started discussing this kind of problem. She blushed and said to herself, maybe there will be such a day. I want to take it slowly, just holding hands and hugging, and then, just take it step by step. If the time comes to do the kind of thing, I might take the initiative. But I'm afraid you don't think so. After all, we've only reached the stage of holding hands now, and it's still early for the next steps. Lin Zhengren looked forward again. Jiang Zuli's voice was even lower. Actually, I want to do the second step tonight. Oh, then let's do the second step tonight. Really, this time it's true. Although the kind of thing is too early, the second step is still okay. Jiang Zuli looked up and remembered in panic that the second step was a hug. But is it okay to hug in a place like this? They picked a relatively good hotel. Because it was outside the school, the boss seemed to be used to it. ID card. Lin Zhengren took out his and Jiang Zuli's. The boss entered it into the system. He gave the room number, 307. Lin Zhengren took the number plate and took Jiang Zuli, whose face was red, upstairs. This was the first time Jiang Zuli had come to such a place in her life, and it was with Zhengren. Looking at the surrounding environment, she felt that it seemed to be a little different from the TV series. What a wonderful feeling, although I knew Zhengren would not do that kind of thing to me. But my heart was still beating very fast. It was so fast that it jumped out of my throat. With a beep, I swiped the card to enter the room. Jiang Zuli suddenly sighed. Zhengren, how did you know how to book a room this way? You are so skilled. Lin Zhengren, I stayed here once before with my parents. Jiang Zuli just made up an excuse without thinking much about it. She trusted someone too much? She entered the room, inserted the room card, and turned on the light. In front of her was a big bed with a white quilt on it. When Lin Zhengren closed the door, she trembled with fear. Seeing the timid look of this girl, Lin Zhengren changed into slippers. Aren't you going to take a shower? You go first, and I'll take a shower after you finish. Jiang Zuli saw Lin Zhengren take off his coat and sit on the bed. Blinking, her heart was still beating quite fast. Yet, she walked into the bathroom curiously and found that the environment here was quite good. The bathroom was very clean and more advanced than the school. She just looked around and half of her body emerged from the bathroom. Zhengren, there is no shampoo or shower gel here. How can I wash? Lin Zhengren sat on the bed and took out his mobile phone. There must be a disposable one. It should be somewhere on the wall. You look for it. Jiang Zuli walked into the bathroom again, but she was so panicked that she couldn't find it. She had to lean out again. Big idiot. Lin Zhengren looked up at her. She covered her mouth and subconsciously called the wrong name. Zhengren, help me find it. I can't find it. I have never been to such a place. Lin Zhengren let out a long breath. and it can be seen that Zhang Zuli was really nervous. Stupid, I will find it for you. Chapter 161, Various Confusions in the Bathroom. He went into the bathroom and found disposable toothbrushes, toothpaste, shampoo and the like on the small table at the edge. And there were 2 sets of them, and he handed one set to Zhang Zuli. Zhang Zuli saw the delicate packaging and held it in her palm. It turned out to be such a small package. I thought it was the big one. Lin's Hengren, do you need anything else? Zhang Zuli seemed to be thinking, but in fact her brain was in a mess, and her brain short-circuited. What do you need? There's nothing else. That's good. Then wash up. Just in time for me to reply to the message between He Qing and a fox. Fox, Lin's Hengren went to the bed and sat down. It's Han Wenwen. Zhang Zuli blinked her big watery eyes, wondering if Hengren had called Han Wenwen like this. Although she looks like a fox. But it seems that Hengren hasn't called her like this for so many years. Besides, why would Han Wenwen send a message to Lin's Hengren? Is it because of He Qing? She didn't understand, and didn't think too much about it, so she walked into the bathroom. Lock the door. Then I'll wash up, she said in the bathroom. Lin's Hengren responded, take a shower, don't peek. Hengren, how can I peek if you lock the door? At most I can eavesdrop, listening to the sound of the water in your shower. He checked the messages on his phone and teased the girl casually. Zhang Zuli, who was in the bathroom, was so embarrassed that she opened the door again, poked her red head out and cursed, Hengren is a big pervert. Then she closed the door with a snap. Lin's Hengren didn't look up, but continued to lean on the head of the bed and replied to He Qing on his phone. He Qing sent the message in the morning, and Lin's Hengren didn't reply. Hengren, let me show you the snacks I bought today. I took the pictures of them and sent them to you. There's a bag of potato chips, 2 slices of bread, and 3 bags of pork belly. Lin's Hengren looked at her and sent so many messages as if she was keeping accounts, and there were also various pictures. Reply, no need to send such details. The other party replied immediately, Lin's Hengren, are you done? You have to send details, so that you know how much money I spent. A boyfriend should know all the money a girl spends. Lin's Hengren, how much did you eat today? He Qing, I ate everything. The new snack shop is delicious. I want to buy it next time. Lin's Hengren, He Qing, but I left some for you. Okay, she sent Lin's Hengren a picture. These are all delicious to me. I left some for you to try. Lin's Hengren, no need to leave it for me. Just eat it yourself tomorrow. He Qing, you really don't want to eat it? Lin's Hengren, yeah. He Qing, how about this? Next time you want to eat it, I'll take you to buy it. I remember what's delicious. The greedy girl is worthy of her name. He Qing, what did you do today? I chatted with He Qing briefly. I opened Han Wenwen's chat interface again. The things this fox posts are always so direct. Han Wenwen, brothers Hengren, remember not to have too much contact with other girls except Lily, otherwise Wenwen will turn into little fox and stare at brothers Hengren in the dark. Lin's Hengren also replied briefly. Hearing the sound of running water in the bathroom, Zhang Zuli had obviously started taking a shower. In the bathroom, Zhang Zuli took off her coat and clothes and put them aside, untied her ponytails, and let her hair fall on her shoulders. When she turned on the shower head and listened to the sound of running water, she thought that Lin's Hengren might be outside listening to her shower carefully. She blushed and thought that Hengren was still a boy. He was not good at being lustful. However, the topic on the road just now came to her mind and made Zhang Zuli's heart beat very fast. She opened the small package of shower gel and squeezed it in the palm of her hand. Because there was no tool to make it into foam, she could only rub it with her hands and apply the shower gel on her smooth jade-like skin. Speaking of that kind of thing, if I take the initiative myself, how should I take the initiative in the future? Although she had never talked about this topic with anyone before, she had watched that kind of movie on the internet once, several times, and dozens of times when she accidentally searched for something before. She bit her lips with her little tiger teeth, and her watery eyes sparkled. I can only say that boys are really scary. She used to think that there was only one form of that kind of thing, but she didn't expect that there were so many ways. Her brain was wandering, and she suddenly squatted on the ground with a blushing face. But then she shook her head and felt that she was thinking too far. It's just a hug tonight. But even if it's a hug, Zhang Zuli felt it was unimaginable at the moment. She mainly couldn't think of whether Zhang Ran, who was usually serious, really knew how to hug a girl? Wouldn't it be that when she hugged Zhang Ran later, Zhang Ran's hands would naturally droop and he would be indifferent? Would that ruin the good atmosphere? Speaking of which, although Zhang Ren is a playboy, he is actually less lustful than other boys, right? After all, classmates say that boys of this grade are reckless and like wolves and tigers, but Zhang Ren is not like that. He should not even have seen that kind of thing. She was different. She just took a look out of the blue. Outside the house, Lin Zhengren suddenly became curious. What did you say in there? Zhang Zuli didn't expect that she would speak directly to herself. She stood up suddenly and almost fell down. She shook her arms and her face was smoking. What are you talking about? I didn't say anything. Lin Zhengren didn't say anything outside. Zhang Zuli was relieved, but her thoughts became more and more certain. Zhengren should not know a lot of things, so I'll teach him later. After taking a shower half an hour later, Zhang Zuli pulled off the bath towel to wipe her hair. Lin Zhengren, who was outside, heard the voice of the shower head stop and reminded, by the way, Lily, don't wear the bath towel later, I need another one. Oh she reacted and asked in the bathroom, you need to use it again. What should I do if you use it? What do you mean by what? You should use it as usual. What's the purpose of letting you take a shower first? Isn't it just to let you use the bath towel first? Zhang Zuli looked at the bath towel in her hand. No, I mean, how am I going to go out if I don't wear it later? Wait, she reacted again and was extremely shy. What do you mean I use the bath towel first? You mean you still want to use the bath towel I'm using? We use the same one. Lin Zhengren saw that she was making a fuss again. What else? I saw there was only one in there just now. I can't come out of the shower without wiping my body wet. This. Lin Zhengren saw her panic, raised his hand, and suddenly knocked on the headboard with his fingers. As soon as the sound of fingers hitting the wood came out, Zhang Zuli in the bathroom felt as if someone had hit her head out of nowhere, hitting the target from behind. PTSD is the case. When she heard the sound of hitting, she thought Zhengren was going to hit her head again. She covered her head, which didn't hurt, and calmed down. Lin Zhengren said, be quiet. The environment here is like this, and if you can't wear a bath towel, can't you put on clothes? Zhang Zuli thought so too. Since Zhengren still wanted to use this bath towel, she could only put on clothes. But even so, she always felt that he would use the bath towel she had used. It's not just the hair that needs to be wiped. Zhang Zuli blushed shyly and looked back at her clothes, only to see that her pants and top were on the toilet lid, dripping with water. Zhang Zuli blinked dully. She bent down and picked up her heavy, wet clothes, and then she realized what she had done. My clothes. She opened her mouth and eyes in shame. Because Zhang Zuli usually washes the clothes she wears today when she takes a shower. She will change into a new set. So she just put it aside and didn't care whether she would wear it tomorrow. Zhengren. My clothes are all soaked. What should I do, huh? Lin Zhengren wondered what this girl was doing in there. Why was she so troublesome? What do you mean the clothes are soaked? Where did you put the clothes? I just put them on the toilet. Who told you to put them on the toilet? Who would put clothes to be worn tomorrow there? No, I mean I just put it there casually, because I change clothes at home, and I completely forgot about it. What should I do now? It's all wet. Even my socks are soaked. I can't wear any of them. Lin Zhengren, he was really impressed by these guys. None of them was worry-free. After a while, Lin Zhengren took off his shirt and walked to the bathroom door to hand it to her. Here, wear mine first. Zhang Zuli opened the bathroom door a crack and stretched out her slender white arm to feel the air. It was Lin Zhengren who stuffed the shirt into her hand. Zhang Zuli said thank you and took her arm back after getting the clothes. He closed the door and locked it again. After checking inside, he found that there was only a shirt and wondered, Zhengren, is it just a shirt and a jacket? Why did you close the door so quickly? He was ashamed. Seeing that the other party unlocked the door again, Lin Zhengren handed her his jacket. Zhang Zuli asked the same question again, where are the bottoms? No, what should I wear if I give them all to you? Lin Zhengren explained, my shirt is too big for you. After you put it on, you can tie my jacket around your waist and wear it as a skirt. Right, Zhang Zuli wanted to refute, but she felt that Zhengren was really smart. He is worthy of being the number one since childhood. He is worthy of being Zhengren. But I really made a fool of myself tonight, and my mind was not able to turn around. Got it, don't talk about me anymore, I'll change my clothes. Well, change. Zhang Zuli in the room put on Lin Zhengren's shirt, and a unique smell of Lin Zhengren came to her nose. She shyly tied Lin Zhengren's coat around her waist again. She used the sleeves as a belt and tied them properly. The effect was unexpectedly good. Except for the calves and thighs that were slightly exposed, the rest of the body was still covered tightly. Zhang Zuli looked in the mirror to make sure there was no problem. There was no way to be vacuum. So she opened the door. "Zhengren, I have to blow dry my hair after washing, you go wash it." After saying that, Lin Zhengren looked at the girl with long hair draped over her shoulders after taking a shower, and Zhang Zuli was also stunned for a moment. Looking at Lin Zhengren, who was topless because he gave her the shirt. Lin Zhengren felt that the girl was indeed getting more and more beautiful, although other parts were still the same as when she was a child. Zhang Zuli lowered her head shyly, thinking that Zhengren actually had abdominal muscles. Her heart was pounding. Chapter 162. You just know how to bully me. It looks good without the coat on, he said. Zhang Zuli was shy, no need to judge at this time. Lin Zhengren brushed past Zhang Zuli and went into the bathroom. He closed the door. Zhang Zuli shuddered again and breathed a sigh of relief. But he didn't hear the sound of Lin Zhengren locking the door. He kindly reminded, "Zhengren, you forgot to lock the door." "No need, are you still peeking?" "Since you don't peek at me, of course you don't need to lock it," the other party responded very reasonably. Zhang Zuli blinked her eyes and felt that there was some truth in it. But she waited for a while, slowly turned the door open, and put her head in. As a result, Lin Zhengren, who was about to take a shower, heard the sound of the door opening, turned his head and looked at her. The two of them looked at each other, and then Lin Zhengren walked over and knocked on her head with his knuckles. "Are you perverted? You really peeked at me, right?" Zhang Zuli exclaimed after realizing it. "I didn't expect you really didn't lock the door." "I thought I didn't hear the door lock." Lin Zhengren was speechless. "Go to bed." Zhang Zuli was so embarrassed. I know. Lin Zhengren felt that this stupid girl was really stupid. "Lock the door." Zhang Zuli, sitting on the bed, thought to herself, Zhengren wouldn't misunderstand, right? She was just curious whether he locked the door. While thinking, she heard the sound of water flowing in the bathroom. "You started washing so soon." Sitting on the bed, she lowered her head to check her snow-white thighs. Although she couldn't see anything when she was standing, the coat was a coat after all, and her true form was exposed when she sat down. She quickly grabbed the coat tied around her waist with her hands and tightened her legs, leaning her legs inwards. "This really doesn't work, everything will be seen." Her hair began to drip. Usually, Zhang Zuli would wrap her hair with a towel to absorb the water after taking a shower, but today it was obviously not possible. She found a hair dryer and plugged it into the socket, and started to blow her hair directly, but the effect was not good. Sure enough, it's hard to blow dry your hair when it's wet. Fortunately, it's much shorter than before. "Zhang Zuli," Lin Zhengren shouted suddenly and sternly. Zhang Zuli was so scared that she almost dropped the hairdryer in her hand. "What are you doing?" In the bathroom, Lin Zhengren looked at the wet towel in his hand. "What did you do to this towel?" "Why is the towel soaked?" Zhang Zuli explained. "It's normal to be soaked. After all, I have used it once. If you want to use it again, I will definitely wash it." "So I rinsed the towel with water?" Lin Zhengren was really speechless. "Then can you at least wring out the water?" "Didn't I wring out the water for you?" Lin Zhengren looked at the towel in his hand. Under normal circumstances, it would not drip water, but it could gather into a stream when squeezed with his hands. There were veins on his forehead. This guy really wanted to be beaten. "Are you sure? Do you believe that I can squeeze out half a basin of water from it?" "But I really squeezed it with all my strength. I only have that much strength." Hearing that there was no reply from inside, Zhang Zuli also knew that she had caused trouble for Lin Zhengren tonight, and took the initiative to find a solution for her. "Then if you feel uncomfortable with a wet bath towel, I still have my clothes hanging in it. I remember that only half of the shirt is wet. Otherwise, you can use the dry part to wipe your body. Anyway, I can't wear the clothes tomorrow." Lin Zhengren responded from inside. "No, I'll squeeze it myself and use it like this." Zhang Zuli shrank her neck in fear, always feeling that she would be beaten when she came out later. She continued to blow dry her hair. It felt like only 2 minutes, and Lin Zhengren had finished washing and opened the door to come out. Zhang Zuli looked back at him in surprise. "So fast." "Has it been 5 minutes?" Lin Zhengren replied. "About 10 minutes. Anyway, all the places that should be washed have been washed." Zhang Zuli looked at her after taking a bath, wearing pants. But her upper body seemed to be more sexy. Her strong abdominal muscles and chest muscles seemed to be covered with a light mist, which made her look particularly attractive. She turned her head away and continued to blow dry her hair, not daring to look at him again. I've heard that boys take showers quickly, but I didn't expect it to be so fast, she just complained secretly. Sure enough, Lin's Hengren came over and raised his hand to hit her on the head. Jiang Zuli screamed in pain, knowing that she would be beaten for what happened just now, and she was used to it. How long do you want to blow dry your hair? He asked. The hair dryer in Jiang Zuli's hand was buzzing. This hair dryer is a bit underpowered. It will probably take another half an hour because my hair is too wet. Half an hour? My hair is dry in half an hour. Can I blow it first? I'll help you after it's dry. You want to help me blow my hair? Jiang Zuli turned her head to look at her, but her female genes made her eyes unconsciously look at the muscles on his upper body. She shyly turned her head away again and handed the hairdryer to her. Then you use it first. Lin's Hengren took the hairdryer. If I blow it, it will be faster than you can do it yourself. Go sit on the bed and wait for me. I'd better wait in the quilt, whatever you want. She remembered that she couldn't cover herself if she sat down just now, so she went directly to the bed, hid in the quilt, and touched her still wet hair. Blowing for a long time didn't seem to have any effect. Lin's Hengren raised his arm under the bed to blow dry his short hair. His movements were neat and tidy. Jiang Zuli looked at Lin's Hengren's profile and body curiously. The beautiful muscles made her swallow her saliva unconsciously. Although she always played with Zhengren. But if you look closely, Zhengren is really handsome and has a great figure. How can a girl not like such a boy? In a few minutes, Lin's Hengren finished. He returned to the bed with a hair dryer and saw Jiang Zuli, who was obviously staring at the window on purpose. What are you doing? Jiang Zuli said stubbornly. Nothing, I just look at the scenery outside the window. It's dark tonight. Lin's Hengren ignored him. Draw the curtains. Oh, Jiang Zuli bit her lip and half got up to draw the curtains beside the bed. When she turned around, she saw Lin's Hengren also got into the quilt and leaned very close to her. She was scared. This is a quilt. Zhengren. How come you are so close to me? Can you not be so nervous? How can I blow dry my hair if I am not close to you? And because you are here, I have to sleep with my pants on. Jiang Zuli knew that was the case, but she was not wearing anything. Lin's Hengren waved his hand. Come here, I will help you blow dry your hair. Uh-oh, Jiang Zuli swallowed again. Her ears turned red, and she lowered her head to face him. The hair dryer in Lin's Hengren's hand was humming, holding her soft hair. Jiang Zuli clenched her little hands, bit her lips with her little tiger teeth, feeling Lin's Hengren's hand grabbing her hair and the heat of the hairdryer. Seeing her nervous look, Lin's Hengren asked, Are you very nervous now? Lin's Hengren's words frightened her so much that her hands trembled, and she muttered in her heart, How can a man and a woman alone not be nervous? It's okay, not very nervous. Lin's Hengren wanted to laugh. How can you still think about that kind of mess when you are in your current state? If I really do the kind of thing, I'm really afraid that you will be scared to tears. Jiang Zuli raised her head in shame and retorted, How can I be so timid? She saw the other party grabbing her hair, and she thought of boys holding twin ponytails in her head. She continued to lower her head with a blushing face, and she was really convinced of herself, I'm just shy. Girls will definitely be shy when brought to such a place by boys. Don't tease me all the time, you big idiot, you only know how to bully me. You have only known how to bully me since I was a child. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163 Embrace Teaching. Jiang Zuli was so angry that she used her little fist to gently hit Lin's Hengren's belly. But that action was just a way of acting like a spoiled child, not like hitting, and she didn't want to, and she didn't have the strength to hide him. Lin's Hengren was blowing her hair, and seeing that she was honest, he stopped teasing her. The only sound in the room was the sound of the hairdryer, and the atmosphere seemed even more weird. But now Lin's Hengren didn't talk or tease her anymore, but she didn't seem to be happy. The little girl stared at the muscles on his belly and took the initiative to find a topic. Zhengren, why don't you talk? Didn't you say you don't let me tease you? Then I won't talk. Jiang Zuli bit her lip. I said I don't let you tease me, not that I don't let you talk. If you don't talk, I feel that the atmosphere becomes so weird all of a sudden. Lin's Hengren hid her head and she became obedient, but this time he didn't hide her because he couldn't free his hands to blow her hair. Zhengren, what again? Zhang Zuli actually wanted to ask why you didn't talk, but when the words came to her lips, she changed the subject. She tried to act as if nothing had happened. Do you exercise at home often? How come you have such a good figure? I exercise occasionally, and I'm just lucky to have grown muscles. Luck. The more nervous Zhang Zuli was, the more likely she was to do stupid things. She laughed. Can this be luck? She looked up at him. I think you are stupid sometimes, and your brain doesn't work. Lin Zhengren glanced at Zhang Zuli's cute but poor body, and thought that if this thing didn't involve luck, then Zhang Zuli's figure couldn't be explained. So there was nothing wrong with her saying that she was lucky. Looking at Lin Zhengren's slightly lustful eyes, she hugged her upper body and asked him where he was staring at. Lin Zhengren ignored this guy completely. Zhang Zuli saw him blow-drying her hair seriously again. She didn't say it, but her heart was already moved. After all, the favorability thing has been full for many years. Zhang Zuli tentatively reached out and touched Lin Zhengren's hair. Lin Zhengren was curious about what she was going to do. Zhang Zuli looked at him. Big idiot, although I don't want to praise you, how come you are so pretty and handsome? And your hair, even if I mess it up for you, it still looks so good. She used her hands to mess up Lin Zhengren's hair. She laughed secretly. Lin Zhengren warned, Zhang Zuli, are you looking for trouble? Zhang Zuli was so scared that she quickly restored him to his original state. No, 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 why are you angry? Lin Zhengren finished blowing the hair in front. Turn around, blow the back now. Oh, Zhang Zuli moved her body in the quilt. With her back to Lin Zhengren held Zhang Zuli's long hair and found that although she had a lot of hair, the density of the hair was not as high as Han Wenwen, but it felt particularly smooth. Zhengren, how far have you and He Qing progressed? Hand in hand and arm, Zhang Zuli unexpectedly turned half back to look at him, and received a warning from Lin Zhengren not to move. She turned back to look at the curtains, blinking her big watery eyes a few times, thinking, could that big idiot really have never seen those things? Because He Qing is much sweeter than me. If I were a boy and they were in a relationship, I would definitely not be able to resist touching He Qing, but Zhang Ran didn't. Although this is because Zhang Ran loves us, it also proves that Zhang Ran is really simple. In other words, you haven't hugged her. Well, not yet. I have only hugged a certain fox, and the number of times I hugged her is a bit too many. Zhang Zuli suddenly smiled and confirmed her thoughts. Although she is fickle, she is pure? She straightened her chest and suddenly seemed to have found a strange courage. One hand proudly covered her chest, closed her eyes and talked, I'm telling you, don't look at me like this, I actually know a lot about some things. If you don't understand, I'll teach you how to hug a girl. Otherwise, you, a big fool, will make a fool of yourself if you don't hug her well in the future. Lin Zhengren looked strange, but with a curious attitude. He didn't refuse. Okay, but why do you know so much? I'm a girl, and I'm a singer. Singers are very delicate, so I know a lot about things like relationships between men and women. Yes, that's it, then you're really amazing, Lin Zhengren praised. Zhang Zuli pursed her lips, then after the hair is blown, I'll teach you how to hug. There are many ways. Yeah, this stupid girl, Lin Zhengren really wanted to see what tricks she had. After blowing her hair, Lin Zhengren put the hairdryer aside. Okay, the hair is blown, you can teach me. Zhang Zuli took a deep breath and turned to look at Lin Zhengren again. She was still nervous in this atmosphere. Turn off the lights first, she said. Lin Zhengren turned off the light with a remote control, and the room suddenly fell into darkness. He couldn't help but smile in the night, but he recovered quickly. Then what? Zhang Zuli thought about the things she had seen. Although they were not suitable for children, she only watched pure love, so hugging was an indispensable appetizer in those works. Then, let's get closer, I'll do it myself. She moved her butt a few times and got closer to Lin Zhengren. Zhang Zuli could already hear her heart beating. Open your arms. Lin Zhengren opened his arms. Zhang Zuli, I'll teach you the first method first, which is how a boy should react when a girl takes the initiative to hug him. She looked at Lin Zhengren's upper body. I'm going to hug you now, don't talk from now on, and don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. Seeing him nod gently, Zhang Zuli's little hand tentatively touched Lin Zhengren's skin. He shrank back in fear. But perhaps her teaching identity at the moment gave her courage, and she gritted her teeth. She hugged Lin Zhengren directly and threw herself into his arms. Fortunately, the room was dark, otherwise Zhang Zuli's face would be almost red at this moment. Even the roots of her ears and earlobes were red. She leaned her forehead on Lin Suhengren's chest. The tip of her nose could clearly smell the special smell that belonged to Lin Suhengren. Her two hands were nervous and trembling as she hugged Lin Suhengren's strong back. At this moment, Lin Suhengren still didn't speak, but just sighed that this girl's breathing was really rapid, and her breath clearly hit his chest. And she had just washed her hair, and her body was full of fragrance. Jiang Zuli's voice became very careful. Now it's a girl hugging you. How do you feel? Tell me how you feel. Lin Suhengren really felt it seriously. It feels pretty good. You smell good. When the air you breathe hits my chest, it feels a little itchy. And your face seems a little hot. It's very warm against my chest, and my arms are a little sore from being open all the time. Shy Jiang Zuli hesitated. No, you don't have to say it in such detail. A simple evaluation will do. A simple evaluation is good. Okay, then you respond to me now. When a girl takes the initiative to hug you, a boy can't just hold her back and hug her like I'm doing now. Is that so? Then I'm here to teach you. Jiang Zuli nodded slightly. So Lin Suhengren also stroked Jiang Zuli's back with his hand. Jiang Zuli was about to ask how it was after she felt it, but her voice trembled, and she realized that Lin Suhengren's hands suddenly used more strength. He held her whole body in his arms. Jiang Suhengren, she was scared. Lin Suhengren was curious. What's wrong? Did you ask me to hug your back? I didn't do anything else, did I? What's next? Let me think about it. She felt that she was so close to Suhengren now, and her brain short-circuited. Let me hug you like this for a while, and I'll think about whether there are any precautions later. Take your time to think about it. Don't rush. Everything became very quiet, and Jiang Zuli clearly felt the taste of Lin Suhengren holding her in his arms. There was a slight sense of urgency and security, as if being needed by someone, an indescribable feeling. And it was really comfortable. Suhengren's muscles were also very strong. It turned out that being hugged by him was like this, far better than she imagined. And Jiang Zuli had only one thought in her mind at this moment, that is, to let time stop here and not move. She closed her eyes and hugged Lin Suhengren tightly, and her mind was filled with some memories of him. I don't know how long it took. Seeing that Jiang Zuli was smiling beautifully and hadn't spoken yet, Lin Suhengren leaned directly into her ear and asked, haven't you remembered yet? Jiang Zuli was so scared that she trembled and opened her eyes. He said perfunctorily, stupid. How can I miss you so much? It will take a while. Why are you in such a hurry? Don't you feel comfortable hugging me? What are you talking about? It's comfortable, but don't you think our posture is awkward? The legs are straight, the body is crooked, and the waist is twisted. It should be no discomfort if you hug me, right? Really? She didn't care about such things. He looked down and laughed to ease the embarrassment. Not bad, big idiot. You have gradually started to feel enlightened, but how about we lie down and hug each other? Then the body won't be twisted. That's a good idea. The sound of lying down came from the bed, but the feeling of hugging is completely different from sitting. Jiang Zuli lay on the bed and looked at Lin Suhengren's face close at hand. Sensing this strange atmosphere, he suddenly felt shy and didn't know what to do. He didn't expect that just changing a movement would give people such a big difference. Wait, Suhengren. Don't lie down, let me go first. Her hand was released. Lin Suhengren suddenly couldn't help laughing. Jiang Zuli's eyes widened in panic. She didn't see the desire for knowledge in Lin Suhengren's eyes. There was only the feeling of teasing herself. Suhengren, you are teasing me. The back of his hand exerted force again. Jiang Zuli buried her whole face in Lin Suhengren's neck. Lin Suhengren, how could I tease you? I really don't understand, please continue. Liar, do you think I'm stupid? Jiang Zuli bit her lip and her voice suddenly became a little aggrieved. I really hate you, you are the most annoying person in the world. After that, she hugged Lin Suhengren's back again. Chapter 164 The Jealous Little Fox. One night did not pass. It was a little after 1 in the morning. Jiang Zuli's eyes narrowed into a slit. She couldn't fall asleep in Lin Suhengren's arms because she was always thinking about random things. Her smooth and tender legs moved slightly. Lin Suhengren closed his eyes. Are you not asleep yet? Jiang Zuli trembled and said in panic. Suhengren, why are you not asleep either? Lin Suhengren closed his eyes and asked back, what do you think? Your feet are moving here and there, moving every now and then. How can I sleep? She stopped walking. It's all your fault that you played tricks on me. And then she didn't say anything. Don't talk about those useless things so late. How can I fall asleep? Jiang Zuli put her face against his neck. I always sleep with a pillow between my legs at home, so I can't sleep without something between my legs, so, I'll give you my legs as a pillow." She blushed and said, "That's not what I said, you said it yourself, and I don't mean anything else. It's just a simple habit. Can you understand? No need to explain, I'll give it to you." Lin Zhengren stretched out a leg in the quilt. Jiang Zuli didn't expect him to be so straightforward. She blushed and closed her eyes. After completing the action, she suddenly laughed. "Okay, let's go to bed. Good night, Zhengren." "Good night." At 2 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Zuli panicked again. "By the way, Zhengren, my clothes, I have nothing to wear tomorrow. How can I go out?" Lin Zhengren really couldn't help but hide her head this time. Jiang Zuli cried out in pain. "Lin Zhengren, I'll ask someone to get it for you tomorrow, okay? Go to bed quickly, you still have to shoot the MV tomorrow, and I have to go home in the afternoon." "You're going home in the afternoon? What do you want to go home for?" "It's okay, my mother told me to meet someone. Anyway, I'll go back in the afternoon and go back to school at night, don't worry." Oh, this time, the whole night really passed. The next morning, the sun in the sky hadn't woken up yet. Lin Zhengren woke up at more than 6 in the morning. After all, his energy is different from that of ordinary people. He can be full of energy as long as he sleeps a little. Even if he doesn't sleep for 3 or 5 nights in a row, it's no problem. But Jiang Zuli had slept too late last night, so she had no intention of waking up at this moment. However, this girl was much more honest than a certain fox after falling asleep. She was the same as before going to bed. Lin Zhengren wanted to take out her legs, but he found that she was clamping her legs tightly. After finally pulling them out, this stupid girl was still talking in her sleep. "Big idiot, I'm not it, son dear, I'm not a loser. I'm a winner. Don't you think so?" Lin Zhengren wanted to get out of bed, but Jiang Zuli hugged him tightly. "Zhengren, don't you think so? Hurry up and say that I'm not a loser, say that Lily is not a loser. Otherwise I'm going to cry." Lin Zhengren had to answer, "Yes, you are not a loser, you are a winner." Jiang Zuli smiled and continued to sleep soundly. "Zhengren, I like you." Lin Zhengren slowly took up her hand that was hugging his back and looked at Jiang Zuli lying in the quilt. He touched her head. "I'll get you some clothes, go back to sleep." After getting up, Lin Zhengren went to the bathroom to wash up. He originally wanted to go to the girls' dormitory to ask someone to take them down. But when he saw himself shirtless in the mirror, he realized a very critical problem. He didn't have a shirt. Jiang Zuli was wearing her shirt. He couldn't go shirtless to the bottom of the girls' dormitory building at school, could he? If he did that, Lin Zhengren would probably be in trouble again at school the next day. So Lin Zhengren took out his phone and had to ask someone to bring the things over. He found a WeChat of He Qing and Han Wenwen, and called Han Wenwen without thinking too much. The phone buzzed for a while. A fox sleeping in the dormitory answered the phone in a daze. "Hello? Who is it?" Lin Zhengren closed the door and brushed his teeth. "Wenwen, it's me." Lin Zhengren's voice immediately made Han Wenwen lose most of her sleepiness, because the daybreak in winter is very slow. It's still a little dark outside now. "Brother Zhengren." Han Wenwen covered her phone and looked back at He Qing, who was sleeping on the bed opposite. The little fox covered her head in the quilt, glanced at the time, and whispered, "Brother Zhengren? Why are you calling me so early? Do you miss Wenwen?" Her tone suddenly became charming. "Lin Zhengren, actually, I miss you all the time." Han Wenwen blinked her fox eyes. "Really? How come I didn't know, then? I'm going to get dressed and go downstairs now. Meet Brother Zhengren secretly." Lin Zhengren reminded, "Well, but before that you have to do me a favor and go to Lily's dormitory to get a set of her clothes." Han Wenwen didn't understand what he meant at first. Until Lin Zhengren said, "I went out with her to spend the night last night, and her clothes got soaked when she took a shower." So, the phone was hung up. Lin Zhengren looked at the beeping phone and thought to himself that this fox was really brave. Among these girls, only she dared to hang up his phone so blatantly. But no matter how brave Han Wenwen was, she was not as brave as Lin Zhengren. 3 seconds later, Han Wenwen, who was so angry that she felt dizzy, called back, "Brother Zhengren is shameless. Did you go to a hotel with Lily last night?" Her voice was both coquettish and angry. Lin Zhengren explained, "It's not the case, He changed his words, "It seems so. It's a bit difficult to explain over the phone. You should bring the clothes first, and I'll tell you when we meet," the little fox said viciously, and waited for a while with great jealousy before asking, "Where's the location?" "I'll send it to you." "How long will it take to get there?" Han Wenwen looked at the address, which turned out to be a hotel near the school. I'll pack it up in half an hour, but after I send it, Brother Zhengren must explain everything to me. How can Brother Zhengren be like this? I know, Brother Zhengren, bye. The phone was hung up again, and Lin Zhengren continued to brush his teeth and wash. Han Wenwen on the other side looked at the hotel address sent on the phone, thinking to herself, it's normal to sneak away, but this sneak away is too much, right? The little fox got up from the bed quietly, and without disturbing Xiao Qingqing, he took the wash basin and toiletries to brush his teeth and wash his face, and then looked for his own clothes. After getting dressed, Han Wenwen went to Zhang Zuli's dormitory and knocked on the door. She knew that someone lived in this dormitory on weekends. After waking up the other roommate, he found a set of clothes under Zhang Zuli's bed, packed them in a briefcase and hurried down the dormitory. He went to find Lin Zhengren. It was only about half an hour. Lin Zhengren's mobile phone rang again. The little fox asked which room it was, and his tone was grinning. Lin Zhengren answered, 307. Han Wenwen went to the third floor to find Lin Zhengren. Lin Zhengren opened the door in advance. When Han Wenwen saw Lin Zhengren with his upper body naked, her brain even short-circuited. She also saw Zhang Zuli lying on the bed and still sleeping. The fox's eyes opened wide. Lin Zhengren pulled her into the bathroom quickly. After closing the door, in the small bathroom, Han Wenwen stared at Lin Zhengren with strong jealousy. She could smell the strong scent of Zhang Zuli on him. Before Lin Zhengren could speak, Han Wenwen squatted on the ground, hugged the bag of clothes, and puffed her cheeks angrily. Brother Zhengren, just mad at me, mad your little fox to death, but you must mad me to the point of irregular menstruation. Lin Zhengren also squatted down and looked at Han Wenwen, whose lips were a little oily and tender. Curious, did you put on lip balm? Han Wenwen snorted angrily. Then how can I not dress up when I see Brother Zhengren? She stared at the ground. Hold me quickly, or I will ignore Brother Zhengren for a minute. Hurry up and hug me. Chapter 165 Bathroom Incident. Seeing the fox mumbling, Lin Zhengren stretched out his hand. Han Wenwen looked at Lin Zhengren, but did not shake hands. Instead, she half stood up and hugged Lin Zhengren's neck. She hugged him. She said seductively in his ear, Brother Zhengren still has a conscience and knows how to coax me. What did you two do last night? The second half of her sentence was questioning, and the fragrance in her mouth blew on Lin Zhengren's earlobe. Why are you in the hotel? Lin Zhengren hugged the little fox and did not speak immediately. Instead, he touched her head with one hand. Han Wenwen stared at Lin Zhengren with her fox eyes, and after a while, she put her head on his shoulder and closed her eyes. She was so exhausted by his touch on her head. Is there any accident? Lin Zhengren explained. No accident, it's just that I accompanied her to get her hair done and bought her underwear last night, and the dormitory was closed, so I went out to live. I didn't do anything special. The amount of information in this sentence was a bit too much for the little fox. She opened her eyes and opened her mouth, slightly separated from him, and frowned at him. I can understand a haircut, but what does it mean to buy underwear? It's a bit magical. Last night, we were in the barber shop, and then her underwear was like this and that. In the end, I bought it for her. Lin Zhengren simply recounted what happened last night, and then stared at Han Wenwen's obviously jealous eyes, looking at her without any other emotions. Han Wenwen took 2 breaths before saying, buy underwear for Lily alone? Brother Zhengren, do you know that this matter is very important to a girl? Brother Zhengren has never bought me any, not even sanitary napkins. Lin Zhengren asked, isn't this a special case? Besides, when I was with you, you never lacked sanitary napkins. Yes, I haven't, but it's different. This kind of private thing for girls, boys buy it alone for girls, it's very touching, it's a very important thing. Lin Zhengren hissed, meaning that his voice was high. Han Wenwen was so jealous when she heard this that her fox fur stood up. She was so angry that she used her head to butt Lin Zhengren's face. Of course, from the perspective of the bystanders, it looked a bit like a little fox rubbing its master's head. At most, the force was a little stronger. Lin Zhengren laughed. What are you doing, bumping Brother Zhengren? I can't bear to scratch you, so why not bump into you? Han Wenwen buried her face in his shoulder and answered in a low voice, I don't care, Brother Zhengren has to buy it for me. You promised to love me the most and you can't go back on your word. Now, of course not now. When Han Wenwen heard that Lin Zhengren was nice to other girls, although she agreed that he was unfaithful, she felt like a piece of her heart was missing every time. It was like someone was trying to take away her most beloved baby. She hugged her brother Zhengren tightly. She continued to say, "Isn't it a bit unreasonable to ask brother Zhengren to buy Wenwen now? Even if I am jealous, I will not do anything that will cause trouble to brother Zhengren. The little fox will not make things difficult for its master. Next time, when you are alone with me, we pass by a lingerie store, I will wait for you outside the store, and then brother Zhengren will go to the store to buy me clothes and sanitary napkins, all of which will be bought. I will pay for it." She poked Lin Zhengren's face with her fingers and started to act coquettishly again. "Then as an extra reward, I will also go alone to buy underwear, razors, and various personal items for brother Zhengren. How about it?" She poked her face and said, "Hurry up and agree, you'll hurry up and agree to." When Lin Zhengren was helpless and could only say that Han Wenwen had an absolute talent for acting coquettishly. Slowly nodded, "Okay, I will buy it for you next time I pass by a lingerie store." Han Wenwen's mouth curled up proudly, and she slowly bit her lips and became happy. She retracted her fingers, and this time she asked with less jealousy, "So you stayed here because you went back to the girls' dormitory late last night?" "Yeah." Han Wenwen blinked her fox eyes and asked reasonably, "Then why do you want to get a king-size bedroom? Why not a double room? You can sleep in a double bed." "Yeah, I forgot." Han Wenwen smacked her lips. "Brother Zhengren, answer seriously. I don't believe you would forget. Only Xiao Qing and Lily think that brother Zhengren is a fool about this kind of thing, but Wenwen knows too well that brother Zhengren's head is filled with a lot of messy things. You know it again." Han Wenwen tilted her head, very confident. "Yes, I knew it when brother Zhengren put his arm around my waist in the rental house last time. I can see what other people are thinking based on their eyes. Although I can't see through brother Zhengren's thoughts, I can occasionally perceive them." She put her hand on Lin Zhengren's lips. "I realize that brother Zhengren doesn't want to do some things too soon because he feels sorry for us, but that doesn't mean that brother Zhengren knows nothing. It's just like a wolf raising sheep, fattening them up before eating them. I know that when the time comes, brother Zhengren will eat up the three of us completely, leaving nothing behind." Lin Zhengren helplessly, "Why do you make me sound like a bad guy? But as for the double room, I just casually suggested getting a king-size room last night. I didn't think much about it." Han Wenwen was surprised. "What kind of born scumbag?" Lin Zhengren deliberately asked. "What?" Han Wenwen turned her head and snorted and stopped talking. "I said brother Zhengren is a natural warm man." "So warm?" Lin Zhengren smiled and stretched out his hand. "Can you give me Lily's clothes now? You've been talking about this and that for a long time." Han Wenwen looked at the clothes in her hand and stuffed them into Lin Zhengren's hand. "I'll give it to you, but why didn't brother Zhengren put on his top?" Lin Zhengren blinked his eyes. "Because her clothes were wet last night, I put them on her. Didn't you see it?" "What did brother Zhengren say?" "Zhengren." Suddenly, Zhang Zuli on the bed woke up in a daze, and was a little panicked when she saw that Lin Zhengren was not on the bed. After all, this was an unfamiliar environment. "Zhengren? Where are you?" "Zhengren." She sat up. Lin Zhengren in the bathroom covered Han Wenwen's mouth. He answered loudly, "Lily is awake?" "I'm in the bathroom." Lily on the bed was relieved when she heard the voice. "Oh, what time is it?" 7 o'clock. "No hurry, you can sleep a little longer." Zhang Zuli was still a little confused. "She slept too late last night." "It's still early, but how long will you take?" "I also want to go to the bathroom." Han Wenwen in the bathroom opened her eyes wide. It seemed that she was asking what to do. Lin Zhengren responded with his eyes, saying that it was troublesome, right? "I told you to keep your voice down." Han Wenwen frowned slightly, thinking that she was unconscious. After all, Lily was wearing Zhengren's clothes, so how could the two of you be so intimate? Seeing the panic of the fox, Lin Zhengren deliberately said loudly, "Well, I'll be done soon. Lily, come here." Han Wenwen was so scared that she panicked and thought, "What should I do?" Chapter 166 Guests at Home. Zhang Zuli heard this and got out of bed and walked barefoot to the bathroom. Last night, because she had been sleeping with Lin Zhengren's coat on, the coat was flattened by herself all night, and she probably couldn't wear it today. In the bathroom, Lin Zhengren pointed to the door next to him. The little fox was smart, knowing what he meant, and hid behind the door. After a while, the bathroom door was half open, and Lin Zhengren stood there with his upper body naked. Zhang Zuli saw Lin Zhengren like this, and her cheeks blushed when she thought of what happened last night. She stood at the door, and Lin Zhengren also stood there. The two stared at each other. Half a minute later, they said in unison, "Lin Zhengren, come in." Zhang Zuli, Go out. Zhang Zuli was stunned. No, how can I go to the bathroom if you don't go out? If Lin Zhengren went out, it would be over, and Han Wenwen behind the door would be exposed. Fortunately, this fox doesn't have a tail in real life. Otherwise, the waist and hips plus the fox tail can't be hidden. Just come in, you come in first and I'll go out. Zhang Zuli blinked her eyes. Why are you so weird? She said that but still walked in. Lin Zhengren manually twisted her shoulders to make her turn around, but found that there was a mirror that might reveal the truth, so he had to hug Zhang Zuli. Zhang Zuli was panicked when she was suddenly hugged in his arms so early in the morning. She buried her face in his chest and stammered, Zhengren. What are you going to do, you big idiot? Lin Zhengren held the back of her head with his hands to prevent her from looking up. Nothing, I just want to hug you for a while. Han Wenwen behind the door looked at the two of them in surprise. Stunned. As a result, Lin Zhengren winked at Han Wenwen, meaning to get out quickly. What are you waiting for if you don't go out now? Han Wenwen had to bite Lin Zhengren's arm jealously. Then she quietly walked out of the bathroom, opened the door and walked out of the room lightly. Lin Zhengren was relieved. Zhang Zuli blushed from being hugged, and her hands slowly placed on Lin Zhengren's back. Didn't we hug all night last night? Why haven't you had enough? Really? I don't understand you. Just when she was about to hug Lin Zhengren let go of her hand. Okay, we're done hugging, go to the bathroom, I'll go out. Zhang Zuli was left standing there in a mess. After being stunned, she finally got angry and blushed with shame. She must have been cursing, you haven't woken up yet. Piehead. Idiot. With a snap, the bathroom door was closed. Lin Zhengren shrugged and sat back on the bed. Half a minute later, Zhang Zuli came out of the bathroom and heard a knock on the door. She was very curious. Who is it? Lin Zhengren reminded while sitting on the bed. It should be Han Wenwen. I sent her a message this morning to ask her to bring you clothes. Han Wenwen's voice was also heard from outside the door. Lily, classmate Lin Zhengren, it's me. Huh? Zhang Zuli looked down at her current outfit. She was still wearing Lin Zhengren's clothes on her upper body, and she was only wearing a coat as a skirt on her lower body. She was completely naked. You open the door, Zhengren. I'll go to the bathroom and hide for a while. Otherwise, I'll be too shy to open the door like this. Lin Zhengren waved his hand, and she had to hide in it again. These two girls can only be said to be stupid. So Lin Zhengren got up again to open the door. Han Wenwen was still serious and waved her hands as if she had just arrived, smiling. Classmate Lin Zhengren, I'm here to bring clothes to you and Lily. Where's Lily? Lin Zhengren had to cooperate with the acting and pointed to the bathroom, deliberately letting Zhang Zuli hear. She's in the bathroom. Han Wenwen blinked. Is that so? Knowing that Zhang Zuli couldn't see here, her eyes became jealous again. She picked up Lin Zhengren's hand and started to bite it. Of course, she was reluctant to use force. She raised her head and questioned in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Brother Zhengren hugged me in front of me, right? Lin Zhengren also whispered. If I didn't hug her, could you stand here and bite my hand now? Fighting back, it's obviously a dog's paw. The little fox snorted, and started acting again and said loudly, then I'll put my clothes here, I'm leaving, I won't disturb you anymore. After that, she glared at Lin Zhengren and asked in a low voice, am I really leaving? She slowly opened her hands. Brother Zhengren, hug me again. Lin Zhengren hugged Han Wenwen at the door again, and the little fox waved and returned to school. She sighed at the short less than half an hour this morning. She was jealous and happy, which was richer than the whole day yesterday. After Han Wenwen left, Lin Zhengren knocked on the bathroom door with clothes. Han Wenwen is gone. You change your clothes. Zhang Zuli opened the bathroom door and took the clothes in with a red face. She thought that Han Wenwen must think that she and Zhengren checked into a hotel last night. If she told He Qing about this again, who knows what will happen. More than an hour later, Lin Zhengren, wearing only a shirt, went to check out with a glamorous Zhang Zuli. After checking out, he had to go back to the dormitory to change his coat. Zhang Zuli also had to put the clothes that were soaked last night back to the dormitory. On the way back, looking at Lin Zhengren who was only wearing a shirt, Zhang Zuli said distressedly, are you cold, Zhengren? Although I have been wearing that coat as a skirt all night, it is still wearable. I am afraid that you will be cold in this morning, so you can put it on. Lin Zhengren is really not afraid of the cold, the coat is just decoration. I'm not cold, Zhang Zuli thought, this guy is also at Sundeer, right? As compensation, I will buy you a new set of clothes when the money from the little new star list comes down. Lin Zhengren hummed and did not refuse. Okay. Just as they were walking, Zhang Zuli suddenly realized, wait, now you are the boss, then this money is not considered as you giving me? Is this still considered as me buying it for you? Lin Zhengren knocked on Zhang Zuli's head with his hand. Why do you always think so much? Even you are mine, it's the same. Zhang Zuli blushed and complained, although I don't deny this, you don't have to say it with confidence. They all went to the dormitory to pack up. Lin Zhengren took Zhang Zuli back to Zhangxi music again. I felt that last night was inexplicably long and noisy. There was nothing special about this Sunday, except that Zhang Zuli recorded an MV, and Zhang Jingxi didn't come because of the Zhang group. So Lin Zhengren was alone outdoors watching Zhang Zuli shoot the outdoor scenes. In the blink of an eye, it was afternoon. And Lin Zhengren said goodbye to Sister Wang and Zhang Zuli and went home. Zhang Zuli waved her hand at the intersection. Zhengren, be careful on the road. See you at school tonight. Lin Zhengren also raised his hand and got in the car. Got it. Zhang Zuli stood at the intersection and watched the car Lin Zhengren was sitting in leave. Her face was lightly red, and her ponytail swayed with the breeze. The things she experienced last night were quite wonderful experiences for her. Now holding hands and hugging are done. The rest are all very intimate things. Not long after, Lin Zhengren took a car back to the town. In the car, Lin Zhengren called Lin Zhengren and asked when Lin Zhengren would come. She said that he was too busy during this period and couldn't see him. Lin Zhengren said the truth, I'm a little busy recently. I'll be home in 5 minutes. By the way, who is the guest who came to my house today? I have to meet him. Lin Zhengren laughed. You will know when you come. Anyway, he has been sitting here and chatting with us for a while. Lin Zhengren didn't understand what his mother was keeping. Arrived at the community and returned home to open the door. I saw my parents, uncles and aunts I had never met, and Fang Meng sitting in the living room of their home, drinking tea. Fang Meng, who had a side ponytail, was not surprised to see Lin Zhengren, and even raised her hand to greet him. Student Lin Zhengren is here. Lin Zhengren stood there in confusion. Fang Meng. Chapter 167. Time passes quickly. Ranran is back? Come on, let me introduce you. This is your Uncle Fang, that is your Aunt Tuhu, and this is Fang Meng. You should know each other, right? I heard from Zia Meng that you two are in the same class. Lin Zia stood up and walked to Lin Zhengren, calling him to come and sit. Lin Zhengren responded in a daze and greeted the other party's parents. He really didn't think that his family actually knew Fang Meng's family? This is too coincidental. Hello, Uncle Fang. Hello, Auntie. Fang Meng's parents' eyes lit up slightly when they saw Lin Zhengren. Because Lin Zhengren himself is more photogenic than in the photo, and when they were chatting just now, everyone was talking about Lin Zhengren's grades. He is the top scholar in the town and the first in various aspects. There is no elder who would dislike such a nearly perfect young man. Fang Meng's mother hurriedly greeted him. I finally meet Ranran. Sure enough, he is much more handsome in person than in the photo. And he is very elegant. Fang Meng's father was delighted. Although he was a man of few words, he also praised, what a good child. Lin Zhengren was invited by his mother to sit on the sofa. Asked his parents, has Uncle Fang's family known our family for a long time? Lin Yingjin felt that he had caused trouble for his son, but life is so unfair. Some people die of drought and some die of floods. Some people don't have a childhood sweetheart. Some, like his own son, say that 4 or 5 are not enough. Lin Yingjin said, yes, your mother and I are actually college classmates with your Uncle Fang's family. We used to have a good relationship, but then we went through some things and everyone got busy after starting a family and career, so we lost contact. Now that the children have grown up, we have gradually started to contact each other again. Oh, so that's the case. Lin Zhengren looked at Fang Meng who had been staring at him. She sat there properly. Although she was honest, she was not as restrained and timid as He Qing. The two looked at each other for a while, and Fang Meng slowly said, classmate Lin Zhengren, do you know? We were childhood sweethearts. The air was very quiet, and even the adults didn't interrupt. Lin Zhengren's eyes widened, and he rarely thought that he had heard it wrong. What did you say? I said we were childhood sweethearts, she repeated. I heard it clearly this time. Even Fang Meng herself couldn't help but smile, and explained, my parents and uncles and aunts decided when they were young. They said that if we like each other, we can get married after graduating from college. After being shocked, Lin Zhengren turned around and looked at his parents, Lin Ziali and Lin Yingjin. Lin Xiali and Lin Yingjin grinned awkwardly. It seemed as if they were answering, "Of course, this is a historical problem. We can't do anything about it. We can only say that fate is something wonderful." Fang Meng's parents also looked at each other. Fang Meng's mother whispered, "Have we told Xia Meng about getting married after graduating from college? Isn't it just a child marriage?" Fang Meng's father liked Lin Sihengren very much. Since he learned about Lin Sihengren's various abilities from Fang Meng some time ago, he was very satisfied with his possible future son-in-law and lowered his voice. "They are classmates. I think my daughter may have said this on purpose. We don't need to correct her." Fang Meng's mother nodded half-knowingly. On the sofa, Fang Meng and Lin Sihengren looked at each other again. Fang Meng suddenly spoke again. "From today on, I will often chat with you, my childhood sweetheart Lin Sihengren." Lin Sihengren blinked, curious about what this guy wanted to do. "This month, after you and the Empress of the Imperial City founded this Hengshi sect, the two of you, as the founders of the sect, expanded the number of disciples to cultivate immortality, revised the sect's rules, and established the sect's levels, and the sect branched out and had 3 small sects. Miss Jiang, who had been accompanying you all the way, also joined your sect as soon as possible and stayed by your side all day long. Don't think Miss Jiang is usually careless, but after joining the sect, she not only did not cause you trouble, but was very serious about expanding the sect with you." After discussion, Miss Jiang decided to join Xiaozu Peak, one of the 3 small sects of this Hengshi sect. There are clouds on Xiaozu Peak and the hill is steep. It is a place surrounded by heavenly sounds and is very suitable for the sect's female disciples to practice. Once Miss Jiang joined, she immediately became the first senior sister of Xiaozu Peak. With her lively and enthusiastic personality, she led the other junior sisters to practice and make progress together. One day when you went down the mountain, you and Miss Jiang went out at night and encountered an accident. You had to sleep in a wing room with Miss Jiang for a day. Although you two had many troubles at night, and the demon cult witch Shivan caught you two having an affair, in the end you were still together under the moonlight. Soon after, a secret letter came from the family, asking you to return home to meet an old friend. You were quite curious, but when you returned to meet the old friend, you found out that the family had arranged another marriage for you many years ago, and the person in the marriage contract turned out to be Miss Fang, the assassin accompanying the eldest princess. The above events have increased your cultivation level by 3, your energy by 5, your strength by 10, and your stamina by 5. You have successfully broken through the bottleneck of the 60th level of key refining, and have been promoted from level 59 to level 62. Your current attributes are: spiritual level is level 61, Danji stage. Note, this time you will be able to clearly see the subsequent levels: foundation establishment stage, body training stage, key refining stage, Danji stage, nascent soul stage, spirit transformation stage, tribulation stage. You can check it at any time later, but it will no longer be displayed every time. Strength, full, stamina, 88, the ability to break through the upper limit of lifespan, increase physical strength, and double cultivation has been unlocked. Stamina, 89, the ability to make your descendant strong and have sex 7 times a night has been unlocked. Affinity with all things, level 2, you have an absolute talent for all things. All disciples you teach can be promoted, and those who sign a contract will have a 3-fold promotion. Congratulations on unlocking a new talent skill. Strength talent will be more spiritual power. Spiritual power is divided into 5 levels like affinity with all things. At the first level of spiritual power, you can control objects with spiritual energy. No longer sticking to physical fighting, this breakthrough was unexpected by Lin Sihengren, because the spiritual power control of objects is quite obvious compared to the previous improvements. Since the incident of Fang Meng's child marriage, time has passed quickly, and unknowingly a year and a half has passed. Lin Sihengren has been quite busy in the past year and a half. The music company filmed MVs with Zhang Zuli, and then asked Zhang Zuli to participate in several simple entertainment programs, which was considered to be her final appearance on the screen. Zhang Zuli also opened her own personal music account. In a year and a half, she has made rapid progress and has now become a well-known singer. Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang are even surprised that their daughter can reach this level now. Zhangxi Company's affairs are far more than imagined, all kinds of basic work. While Zhang Jingxi is busy, Lin Sihengren, as the general manager, naturally has to help. Fortunately, in a year and a half, all the basic work of the company has been fully formed. Lin Zhengren has also given a lot of instruction over the past year at the sports company, and all the members of the company have made rapid progress under Lin Zhengren's guidance. However, they are still far behind He Qing and Zhang Zuli. Now Zhang Zuli has clearly become the top singer of Xiangxi music. The same is true for He Qing. After joining Xiangxi Sports, she later participated in the city's selection competition after training and easily won the championship. The provincial quota was obtained. In a year and a half, everyone went from the first year of high school to the second year of high school, and then to the third year of high school. There is less than half a year left before graduation. There is only one last semester left. Chapter 168 Made Feng Meng. The new year is full of spring. Everything is revived, and it is the season for learning. Although senior high school students are generally under great pressure, Lin Zhengren is different. Others have been studying hard this year, but Lin Zhengren is still as relaxed as usual. Today is Sunday. Lin Zhengren was awakened by a cell phone ring at around 8 o'clock in the morning. He picked up the phone and found that it was Yang Jingxi's secretary Pan Lin who called. Now because Han Wenwen is under great pressure from the college entrance examination, Lin Zhengren plans to let her take the job of secretary after college. So currently Pan Lin is the secretary of the two CEOs of Xiangxi Company. Boss Lin, are you awake? Sorry to bother you. Lin Zhengren stared at the ceiling with his eyes open. Nothing. What's wrong? Boss Lin asked about the live broadcast competition last night. It is temporarily scheduled for the second half of the year, early in the new year, but Boss Zhang said that if you want it earlier, it can be held earlier. Lin Zhengren recalled that in the first and second years of high school, there were many things that happened during the establishment of Xiangxi Company, which led to the postponement of the live broadcast competition. It was originally planned to be held in the first semester of the third year of high school, but Han Wenwen's academic performance. It can only be said that under Lin Zhengren's 3 times of teaching, the fox is still not so smart, and is not born to study. Yesterday, Saturday, Lin Zhengren specially tutored that guy for an afternoon, but I don't remember her studying. I only remember that she lay on me and acted like a spoiled child in different ways, calling me Brother Zhengren. So for the live broadcast competition, Lin Zhengren also came according to Han Wenwen's schedule. Let's talk about it after the college entrance examination, so that the fox will have enough time and energy to participate in the competition. No need to change it, let's do it before the end of the year. I'll be free after the college entrance examination. Pan Lin was stunned on the other end of the phone, thinking that it would be okay even if Mr. Lin didn't go to school now. Okay, then the live broadcast of the game will be scheduled before the end of the year according to your opinion. I won't bother you. You can call me anytime if you have anything. Thank you for your hard work. After hanging up the phone, Lin Zhengren lay on the bed and thought about the college entrance examination. From the perspective of making money, it really doesn't matter whether I take the exam or not. It doesn't even matter whether I go to college or not, but those 3 little guys must go, which is a very important experience in life. And after being reborn, Lin Zhengren also wants to experience college life again. He turned his head to look at the water on the bedside table, but his hand was not long enough. So he moved his fingers, and the water cup was absorbed steadily into his palm. The spiritual energy control of objects is the most useful ability that Lin Zhengren has obtained in the past 2 years, which can save him a lot of movements in time. He drank a sip of water and changed his clothes. But when he walked out of the bedroom and called his parents, Lin Ziali and Lin Yingjin did not answer, but an incredible guy Lin Zhengren answered. Feng Meng came out of the kitchen in a maid outfit with breakfast. She put the breakfast plate on the dining table in a flat voice. Uncle and Aunt are out. I am the only one at home. I made your favorite breakfast according to what Aunt said. You can eat after you wash up. Lin Zhengren stared blankly at Feng Meng, who was wearing a maid outfit with a serious expression without any extra expression. Maid headdress, apron, and even black silk. Feng Meng? Why are you here? In my house. Feng Meng looked at Lin Zhengren, examining how Lin Zhengren looked after he just got up. The muscles of his upper body were clearly visible, and he was wearing pants on his lower body. Although his hair was messy, he was still handsome. She took out a small notebook from her pocket and wrote it down. As she wrote it down, she said, "It seems that Lin Zhengren often exercises at home, otherwise his muscle lines would not be so obvious." Lin Zhengren ignored her action of writing down the notebook. Han Wenwen had done this before, Zhang Jin had done it before, and now Feng Meng. He had seen enough. You haven't answered my question yet. Feng Meng wrote down the notebook and said, Since we became child marriages, I have been visiting your house frequently in the past year or so. Uncle and aunt all know me. Isn't it normal for me to come here? Anyway, our homes are not far away. It only takes more than 30 minutes to drive there. I just passed the driver's license test recently. I got it just after my 18th birthday. She took out her driver's license from her pocket and showed it to Lin Sehengren. So you can come here anytime you want. It's very convenient. She was right. Since the child marriage incident more than a year ago. In the past year or so, Feng Meng would come to Lin Sehengren from time to time, and would blatantly record everything in Lin Sehengren's life in front of the adults. If you ask her why, she will sometimes deliberately joke, "I'm just observing my childhood sweetheart." After all, Lin Sehengren is likely to be my future husband. Sometimes she will tell the truth, "I'm helping Kyankian observe." She came here to help Jiang Jin investigate Lin Sehengren from a bystander's perspective. After all, Kyankian no longer records Lin Sehengren's every move. Miss Jiang is now in an extremely involutionary mode. In order to surpass Lin Sehengren, she has gone crazy. Feng Meng knows that Jiang Jin has recently joined more than 30 cram schools and practiced in all aspects. Lin Sehengren ignored Feng Meng in a maid outfit and went to the bathroom. "I said you are boring enough. Jiang Jin only recorded for 1 semester, but you have been doing this for more than a year." Feng Meng looked at the densely packed notebook in her hand. "I am also surprised. I originally wanted to help Jin Jin find your shortcomings, but after more than a year, I have recorded hundreds of thousands of words but still can't find them. I seriously suspect that you are not an earthling, Lin Sehengren. I suspect you have superpowers." Lin Sehengren was stunned for a moment and looked back at Feng Meng, humming, "It would be great if I really had it." After saying that, he stood in the bathroom and closed the door. Feng Meng, who was sitting at the dining table, let out a long breath. Yes, although everything is excellent, it is far from the level of aliens, and there are no superpowers in this world. Lin Sehengren washed up and went back to the bedroom to put on his shirt and sat at the dining table. He looked at Feng Meng, who was standing beside him in a side ponytail. Feng Meng is actually very beautiful, with a high nose bridge and small lips, and her style is like that of a genius and academic girl. It's just that she looks a little strange after wearing a maid outfit. "Your clothes, don't they look good?" she asked back. "No, I'm just curious. Did you wear the same outfit when you came to my house this morning? Even with stockings, my parents would be scared to death." Feng Meng took out a notebook again and wrote it down. Lin Sehengren didn't like maid outfits and stockings. He replied, "Of course not. I only wore it after my uncle and aunt left. I just had a sudden thought last night and wanted to see what you think of the maid outfit. Obviously, you don't appreciate it very much. I will change it later. It's not that I don't appreciate it. If the girl I like wears it, I might like it. If it's just an ordinary relationship, I'm not interested." Feng Meng looked at Lin Sehengren with surprise and not surprise. "Does this mean that my appearance is not in Lin Sehengren's choice? Obviously, you have 3 childhood sweethearts at the same time, and the eldest lady is with you every day, and Kyankian also cares about you very much. I always thought that Lin Sehengren was not picky about girls." Lin Sehengren was eating breakfast, answering a question that is not related to the question. "You come to see me often now. Don't you care about Jiang Jin? Aren't you her personal assistant?" Feng Meng stopped recording. His voice became smaller, and there seemed to be other emotions in his eyes. "Since I met you, Jin Jin has been very busy. Even I, as an assistant, have less and less time, so I still have a lot of time to come to you now." Lin Sehengren hummed, "She seems to be very busy all the time. Also, would you like to sit down and eat with us?" "No, I ate when I came." After that, he went to the kitchen to bring the milk over. "Remember to drink milk and eat healthy." "Thank you." He took the milk and sighed. "Feng Meng, you are really meticulous in doing things. The milk is not hot or cold, just right." He took a sip and found that the temperature was moderate. "As a reward for observing you, it is only right to do some things to take care of you. Besides, I originally do this, and my professional counterpart." "Yeah, indeed." Lin Sehengren took another sip of milk. Feng Meng suddenly asked, "Lin Sehengren, I have a question that I'm not sure about, so I want to ask you in person. Are you two timing now?" Lin Sehengren turned to look at Feng Meng, and the two of them stared at each other. He told the truth. "No, really not." "Okay, I was rude. Sorry, it was 3. Chapter 169 Volunteer. After breakfast, Lin Sehengren went out and asked Feng Meng, "I have to go out for a while today, are you going back?" Fang Meng wiped the table. I will go back after I clean up, Lin Zhengren reminded. I have already wiped the table. I wiped it more cleanly. She continued to wipe the table. Lin Zhengren didn't care about her going out. He had to get a haircut in the morning and then tutor Han Wenwen in Zhang Zuli's homework. The college entrance examination is approaching. Lin Zhengren is fearless, but Zhang Zuli and Han Wenwen, as people who have side jobs, will definitely fall behind in their homework. Fortunately, there is Lin Zhengren, so the two of them can still maintain a high ranking, and it will be no problem to get into an ideal university. Not long after, they went downstairs. As a result, as soon as I walked out of the community, I saw the figures of Zhang Zuli and Han Wenwen at the gate of the community. The two little guys were waiting for me early. One of them looked left and right with his hands behind his back, and the other one lowered his head to play with his mobile phone charmingly, smiling and exchanging a few words from time to time. Lin Zhengren was surprised. Why are you two at the gate of the community? The two girls looked up at Lin Zhengren and took a few steps forward. Zhang Zuli has not changed much in the past 2 years of high school. At least Lin Zhengren didn't feel any difference in her appearance and figure. But maybe it's because she often posts videos on stage recently, her temperament has improved a lot. And Zhang Zuli's legs are the most slender among the three guys. Her legs are getting more and more beautiful, and the direction of development is strange. Zhengren, we have been waiting for you for a long time. Zhang Zuli remembered the night when she first went to Zhangxi Music to get a haircut. Even after so long, what happened that night is still lingering in her mind, and she misses it very much. Didn't you say last night that you were going to get a haircut today? I was thinking about the time before. Didn't you accompany me to get a haircut? Her cheeks were slightly red, so I should accompany you this time too. Lin Zhengren frowned. He remembered that he hadn't accompanied her to the barber shop for a long time. How long ago did it happen that I accompanied you to get a haircut? That was in the first year of high school, right? Zhang Zuli was not convinced. Yes, but why do you care how long ago it happened? Anyway, I am your girlfriend. Why do I have so many questions about getting a haircut with you? That's true. Zhang Zuli tilted her head. Han Wenwen, who was standing by, listened to the conversation between the two people with a smile on her face, but her claws were slightly clenched. When she heard Zhang Zuli say the word girlfriend, she was already jealous again. As the saying goes, women are made of water, and Han Wenwen is made of vinegar. Lin Zhengren asked Han Wenwen, so is that why you came to see me so early? Han Wenwen smiled and said, I'm not Lin Zhengren's girlfriend, but Lin Zhengren has been helping me with my lessons recently, so I accompanied him to get a haircut. If she didn't accompany him and let Brother Zhengren be alone with Lily, wouldn't that be deliberately giving them both a chance? This week is Brother Zhengren's day off, so theoretically he doesn't need to accompany anyone. On this special weekend, she won't let Lin Zhengren be alone with other girls. Zhang Zuli beside him looked at Han Wenwen and interrupted, Han Wenwen, it's okay if you don't accompany him. It's good to sleep in at home. Anyway, He Qing and I are his people now, so you don't have to watch Lin Zhengren like you did in junior high school. Zhang Zuli felt that if Han Wenwen didn't come, she could hold Zhengren's arm when she accompanied him to get a haircut. It's possible to talk to him in private, even hug him, or kiss him a few times if she feels like it, but she can't do these things. Han Wenwen waved her hand harmlessly and smiled at Zhang Zuli. There's nothing to watch about. There's nothing to watch about. Zhang Zuli was embarrassed, thinking that this woman's words were completely untrustworthy. She must have been sent by He Qing to prevent her from having close contact with Zhengren. After all, He Qing was not here this week, so it was easy for her to sneak away. The leader, Lin Zhengren, walked up to the two of them and said, okay, you two, since we are here, let's go to the barber shop together. I will go to Lily's house to tutor you two later, okay, the two girls said in unison. The time for haircuts and tutoring is more boring than before, and the triangle is always the most stable relationship. So when Lin Zhengren was with the two of them, the three of them could hardly do anything. It was only during Zhang Zuli's tutoring that Zhang Zuli might take advantage of Han Wenwen going to the toilet to lightly kick Lin Zhengren with her feet, and say a few words of hardness, acting like a spoiled child. Han Wenwen would also take advantage of Zhang Zuli going to the toilet to quickly hug Brother Zhengren and have a sneaky meal. In the afternoon, Lin Zhengren, Zhang Zuli and Han Wenwen took a taxi back to school. As a result, when they took the taxi, they found that Fang Meng was also in the taxi. At first, this guy was sitting in the passenger seat wearing a mask and a hat, and the three thought she was just a passerby who shared the car. As a result, when they were halfway through the ride, Han Wenwen moved her nose and found that the smell in front was very familiar. Then he asked in confusion, "Isn't the one sitting in front Fang Meng?" Jiang Jin's best friend. Fang Meng took off her mask unexpectedly and turned to look at Han Wenwen in surprise. "How did you know it was me?" The three of them found out that it was really her. Han Wenwen smiled. "I smelled it. I didn't expect it was really her." Fang Meng, "Huh? Smelled it, little fox?" Because every girl has a unique fragrance. Fang Meng didn't understand. Lin Zhengren was curious. "Why are you here?" Fang Meng glanced at Lin Zhengren, who was sitting between the two women, and looked back at the front of the car. "We just happen to share a car." Lin Zhengren, he didn't quite believe this, because Lin Zhengren also found that the driver looked familiar, as if he was a driver from the Jiang family. Fang Meng said suddenly, "Besides, I'm not Jiang Jin's best friend, I'm just her assistant." Jiang Zuli didn't think much about the deep meaning of Fang Meng's appearance here. She was not familiar with Fang Meng, and really thought it was just a carpool. She was curious and said, "Assistant? But I see that you two have a good relationship. It shouldn't be just a relationship between assistant and boss, right?" Fang Meng replied calmly, "It's really just this level of relationship." Okay. Han Wenwen's eyes flashed with a shrewd and puzzled light. Looking at Fang Meng, who was sitting in the co-pilot with an expressionless face, she felt a little strange for some reason. Fang Meng's home is in a small town? That's not right. If it's in a small town, how come she has never met him in all these years? But if not, how did they share a car together? Classmate Fang Meng, is your family also in this town? Fang Meng, no, I just came here to meet a friend this morning, so I ran into you guys by coincidence. Friend? Yeah, boyfriend. Han Wenwen was surprised. You have a boyfriend? Fang Meng added, I mean a male friend. Han Wenwen's fox eyes blinked again. Missing this word makes a big difference. She didn't say anything else, but the fox spirit's sensitive seventh sense still made her think about something, until she slowly turned her head to look at Lin Zhengren. Unbelievably and illogically, she thought of one thing: Fang Meng's male friend couldn't be Brother Zhengren. Lin Zhengren saw Han Wenwen staring at him. Why are you looking at me? Han Wenwen's mouth curled up, and her smile was not kind. It's okay. Find an opportunity to secretly ask Brother Zhengren, although it seems unlikely, but for a girl like Fang Meng who is a top student, Brother Zhengren may also like her. He still remembers the 7 girlfriends he had at most. So before this number is reached, I should be vigilant against any beautiful girl. While Han Wenwen was talking to Lin Zhengren, Fang Meng, who was sitting in the passenger seat, turned his head and looked at Han Wenwen. There was a drop of cold sweat on his forehead. He wondered why this girl made people feel a little dangerous. Half an hour later, the taxi arrived at the school, and Fang Meng followed the 3 people to the teaching building. She went to the same class as Lin Zhengren. The second lady Jiang Jin had already arrived at the school at this moment, sitting in her seat and flipping through books elegantly. When Lin Zhengren and Fang Meng walked into the classroom together, Lin Zhengren didn't care. It was only when he walked over that Jiang Jin greeted Lin Zhengren. You are here, Lin Zhengren responded, and then he realized that Jiang Jin and Fang Meng didn't seem to be as inseparable as before. Fang Meng simply greeted Jiang Jin, and then sat in his seat, looking at Jiang Jin first, and then continued to flip through the book. There was some emotion in his eyes that was not easy to detect. On Tuesday morning, the head teacher came to the classroom to hold a class meeting, which roughly meant that the college entrance examination was imminent and hoped that everyone could work hard during this period. And you can also think about your goals in advance and which university you want to apply for. After class, the head teacher called Lin Zhengren and Jiang Jin to the office separately. In the office, the head teacher asked Lin Zhengren with a smile, based on Lin Zhengren's academic performance and various excellent performances, I think basically all universities are possible. Do you have your own ideas? Domestic or foreign, the school will support you as much as possible. Lin Zhengren thought of the 3 little guys. In fact, going to college is just a life experience for Lin Zhengren now. Going to college is not for learning for him. The head teacher continued, the teacher would like to recommend a university to you in his personal capacity. Stanford University, if you are willing. As a result, Lin Zhengren shook his head. After he stated his goal, the head teacher was shocked. Are you sure? Although this is also a top university in the country, if you want to go to a better one, I think you have a good chance. Well, that's it. The head teacher lamented that academic masters are still different from ordinary people. The schools that others try their best to go to may not matter to Lin Sehengren. Okay, the university itself is just a small platform. Whether your life is wonderful or not does not really depend on these little things, although in the eyes of others, this matter is not small. After Lin Sehengren walked out of the office, Zhang Jin passed by Lin Zheng and went to the office. The head teacher asked Zhang Jin about her choice again. Zhang Jin answered the question irrelevantly. I want to ask the teacher, which university did Lin Sehengren apply for? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170 Zhang Jin. The head teacher told the truth. Student Lin Sehengren has his own ideas. He said he is not interested in Stanford University. He wants to go to a university in a domestic school. Zhang Jin frowned slightly. In fact, Zhang Jin's father came to the school a few days ago to talk to the teacher about the issue of college aspirations. In the end, it was basically determined that Zhang Jin would go to Stanford in the future, but after Zhang Jin's father left, Zhang Jin specially looked for the teacher again. She said to the head teacher, "Teacher, if you talk to Lin Sehengren about the issue of aspirations next time, I would like to ask you to recommend Stanford for him. This is the best choice for him. I will also help him. Of course, if he doesn't want to, forget it." The head teacher had a brief chat with Zhang Jin at the time. She didn't understand what was going on between Zhang Jin and Lin Sehengren. But as a head teacher, it is still possible to recommend regular schools, and Stanford University is also an excellent platform for these two academic masters. So there was the scene just now. But now, when the head teacher clearly said, "Student Lin Sehengren has no idea about Stanford, I have recommended him," but he refused very straightforwardly. "So, student Zhang Jin, you still want to go to Stanford, right? If you want the recommendation letter," and Zhang Jin did not hear the content, but responded, "I want to think about it again." Do you need to think about it again? Well, I'll think about it again." Soon Zhang Jin left the office, and the head teacher looked at the figure of the second daughter of the Zhang family. As an adult, she could also perceive something, and said to herself, "This Zhang Jin and Lin Sehengren, are they in love? But why do I vaguely remember that student Lin Sehengren usually has several female classmates around him?" The head teacher shook his head slowly. The youth of the academic masters is too complicated, just like acting in a TV series. Although Zhang Jin's expression was still indifferent after leaving the office, there was an unspeakable anger in her eyes, and she returned to the classroom. She came to Lin Sehengren and stood there. "Class monitor, I have something to ask you." Lin Sehengren turned his head to look at Zhang Jin's cold eyes staring at him. Zhang Jin frowned. "Why don't you choose to go to a better and bigger platform? With your ability, if you go to a better platform, you will definitely achieve greater things. Why limit yourself to this? Just because of those girls?" Lin Sehengren also looked up at Zhang Jin. Feng Meng in the distance stared blankly at Zhang Jin's eyes. The class bell rang. After the evening self-study that night, Rolls-Royce came to the door to pick people up as usual. Feng Meng followed Zhang Jin to the car. After closing the car door and returning to the villa, Feng Meng looked at the scenery outside the window in the car and looked back at Zhang Jin, who didn't speak. Suddenly, a message came from the phone. It was sent by the eldest lady, saying that she would come back to eat tonight, and also sent 2 pictures of the ingredients. Feng Meng was about to report to Zhang Jin, but while sliding the photos, she suddenly turned to an old photo. It was a photo she took with Zhang Jin when she was a child. She often looked at this photo because there were always some things in her mind. She sighed inexplicably. She and Zhang Jin actually met in the 2nd grade of elementary school. So many years have passed in the blink of an eye. It's very dreamy to say that when Feng Meng first met Zhang Jin's personality was actually very enthusiastic and cheerful. She was a little girl who liked to help others, cared about her classmates, and had many good friends. At that time, although her family was wealthy, it was not as luxurious as it is now. On the contrary, Feng Meng was a little quiet and dull when she was a child. The friendship between the two was that Feng Meng fainted in class due to hypoglycemia, and it was Zhang Jin who went to call the teacher. And she saw that Feng Meng should not have eaten in the morning, so she went to the school supermarket to buy something for Feng Meng. Since then, the two have become friends. After easing up, Feng Meng was curious and asked Zhang Jin, "How do you know that I have hypoglycemia?" And what is hypoglycemia? Zhang Jin blinked her beautiful eyes. My grandfather used to be a military doctor, so I learned some from him. Hypoglycemia is basically caused by not eating in the morning, so that's it. You are amazing. When Fang Meng was a child, his family owed a debt because of business. They couldn't borrow money from everywhere, and they couldn't borrow money. Even Fang Meng didn't expect that the last trouble was solved by Zhang Jin. She accidentally told Zhang Jin about her family's situation. After Zhang Jin found out that Fang Meng's family owed money, she told her mother and tried to persuade her mother to help Fang Meng's family. In fact, the amount of money was not too much, but no one would lend it to them if they were not related. Who knew that Zhang Jin didn't know how to convince her family, and they really helped Fang Meng's family with the money. Even Fang Meng's parents were surprised. They didn't expect that the person who helped their family through the difficulties was their daughter's elementary school classmate. The two families became friends and got closer. Fang Meng played and joked with Zhang Jin all day long, just like ordinary good girlfriends. A few years later, in the 6th grade, Jiang's family unexpectedly had a big change and got into big trouble. Needing a large sum of money to tide over the difficult times, Zhang Jin's mother begged for help in vain. Finally, with no other choice, she said to Zhang Jin, as long as our family can get through this, things will definitely get better and better in the future. Qian, Mom and Dad are helpless now, you should help Mom too. Those classmates you used to be friends with, don't you often help them? Ask them to help our family this time. It's okay to lend us any amount. Mom will talk to them. At that time, the father said, what's the point of talking to Qian? How old are her classmates? Zhang Jin's mother seemed to be really helpless, and responded to her husband, aren't you desperate? Haven't you borrowed everything that can be borrowed? Maybe the families of Qian's good friends can help us. Zhang Jin's father hadn't spoken yet, but Zhang Jin obviously knew the situation at home, and said maturely, okay, Dad. I have a good relationship with my classmates and I have many good friends. I help them when they don't study well or do something wrong. It should be no problem to ask their parents to lend us some money. I will talk to them when I go to school tomorrow. After saying that, Zhang Jin was still grinning, confident of victory. The next day Zhang Jin returned to school. At the beginning, the situation was going smoothly. Zhang Jin found those classmates who were on good terms with her, and even those who she had helped. She asked them if they could go home and talk to their parents, and borrow some money from their families, and they would definitely pay it back in the future. Many of the classmates agreed to tell their parents. Even Fang Meng was among them. But when it was time to report the results on the 3rd day, Zhang Jin received the news that only Fang Meng's family was willing to pay. No one else did. Zhang Jin asked them, have you all told your parents? Everyone looked at each other and answered, we have told our parents, but our parents ignored us. Smart Zhang Jin knew that this was a big deal, and comforted them. It's normal for them to ignore us. After all, we are children and we are borrowing money. But you can persuade them a little bit, say that I am your best friend, and convince your parents a little. I will let my mother call your parents, and our family will definitely pay it back. Lending a little is fine. Everyone looked a little embarrassed. For most children, since their parents don't want to do this, there is nothing they can do even if they say it. No one would be like Fang Meng's family when they were short of money, and Zhang Jin begged her mother for a long time, saying that it was her best friend who lent the money. Zhang Jin urged, if your family is in urgent need of money in the future, I will also ask Mom and Dad to lend it to you, please. Go back and talk to her tonight. Fang Meng stood aside at the time and tried hard to help Zhang Jin borrow money, but it was a drop in the bucket. Moreover, under Zhang Jin's constant urging, not only did she not get the money from her classmates, but because of the repeated urging, some of Zhang Jin's friends who were originally very good friends were annoyed with Zhang Jin and avoided her. There was even someone she had helped before who said to her directly, are you annoying? Why do you come to me every day? I've already told you that Mom and Dad don't want to. Besides, my mom said that if your family needs money, I will lend you money. If our family needs money, will you lend us money? Zhang Jin replied, didn't I say that if you have difficulties in the future, I will ask my mom for help, right? Who knows if what you said is true or not? Besides, our family is short of money now. You can lend us money. If you lend us money, I will ask Mom to lend you money. What did you say? You see, that's why no one will lend you money. Zhang Jin looked at the other person at the time. She still remembered that when the girl had a stomach ache during self-study class, it was she who enthusiastically called the teacher to the office to accompany her to the infirmary. They have been friends for many years. Jiang Jin grabbed the other person's collar and yelled angrily, "How can you say such a thing? Aren't we good friends? Who wants to be friends with a good person like you? My mother said that if your family owes this money, they won't be able to afford food in the future. Who wants to be friends with someone like you? Shut up." Jiang Jin opened her eyes wide and slapped the other person hard, making the other person's cheek red. The classmates were stunned. The girl was also startled and cried and tried to fight back. Fang Meng hurried over to help. Qianqian, the school also called the parents later. After this incident, during a break, Jiang Jin asked Fang Meng, "Xiao Meng, if I hadn't asked my mother to lend money to your family, would you not lend money to my family this time?" Fang Meng paused at the time, because in the second grade, Fang Meng did not think that when the family was short of money, it would be Jiang Jin who would help. They were too young at that time. The moment she hesitated, Jiang Jin looked at Fang Meng with a slightly moved look in her eyes. "I know. It seems that I am really a good person, but no matter what, thank you for helping my family this time. We are still good friends." Qianqian. Coincidentally, in the end, the Jiang family survived this crisis because of an unexpected fortune. It seems that an old comrade-in-arms named Lin of Jiang Jin's grandfather made a fortune by playing antiques with Jiang Jin's grandfather, and they survived this crisis by fate. The Jiang family soared to the sky, but with the prosperity of the Jiang family, Jiang Jin's personality also changed. She stopped helping others and began to work hard on her own strength. This was the most correct path in the eyes of adults, but her extreme personality and excellent talent made her a little extreme. Her personality became more and more indifferent and withdrawn. Until she met Lin Sihengren, while she couldn't compete, she saw the friends that the powerful Lin Sihengren made, and she always thought of herself in the past. Chapter 171 Assistant and Girlfriend. The Rolls-Royce passed a busy intersection, and the noisy sound of the street made Fang Meng withdraw her thoughts. She put away her phone. Qianqian, the eldest lady, said she would go home for dinner tonight. Jiang Jin, who had been expressionless, turned around. "Sister is coming back?" She hasn't been back for a while. In the past year or so, she knew that her sister had opened a new company, and the company was not small, and it seemed to have some vague connection with Lin Sihengren. But she didn't know what happened between her sister and Lin Sihengren, and even Fang Meng couldn't find out. It was a good time to ask tonight. "Well, I see. I really want to meet her." Fang Meng stared at Jiang Jin's face, and after a moment asked, "Qianqian, regarding college choices, do you want to go to the same school as Lin Sihengren?" Jiang Jin did not deny it and nodded. "Well, I don't have any other ideas. I just have good intentions. A talent like him deserves a better platform, instead of being stuck here and stopping himself because of other people." Qianqian, you haven't been so good to someone for many years, and you haven't thought about helping others for many years. She immediately responded, "That's because most people are ungrateful." But Lin Sihengren, Jiang Jin and Fang Meng looked at each other, and they both paused as they looked at each other. They seemed to remember things from their childhood. Jiang Jin turned her head and looked out the window. Lin Sihengren is different. He is a good person. She recalled the incident in the piano room in the first year of high school. He shouldn't let other people affect his future. After saying that, Jiang Jin suddenly added, "You are not among the ungrateful people I just mentioned. Don't get me wrong. You are the same. There is no need to continue to go to the same school with me because of me. I really don't care about what happened back then." Fang Meng, who had not reacted at first, changed his expression and clenched his fist slightly. The driver was sweating profusely. Although the second lady did not say a few words to Fang Meng, he had already noticed that the atmosphere in the car was not right. Now he just wanted to drive to the villa quickly, otherwise, maybe something terrible would happen later. Fang Meng in the back seat quickly breathed a sigh of relief and told Jiang Jin clearly, Jin, I'm telling you the truth. According to my recent observations, Lin Sihengren is not the same as you. He is much better at judging people than you are. The people he cares about treat him sincerely." Before she finished, Jiang Jin said, "It's impossible. It's just that nothing happened. Once something happens, no one can help you except yourself. Why do you always think so?" Fang Meng clenched her fists and couldn't help but responded a little loudly. But after she finished speaking, even she was stunned and relaxed her brows. Jiang Jin looked at her in surprise but coldly, and the driver swallowed a saliva. Jiang Jin asked, "What are you angry about?" Fang Meng quickly explained, "I'm not angry. You are my best friend. How could I be angry with you? She tried hard to adjust her mood, but when she saw Jiang Jin looking at her with eyes that seemed to be emotionless, She was puzzled. Okay, I am a little angry. Let's not talk about classmate Lin Hengren. In the past year, what do you mean by giving me so many holidays? I have wanted to ask about this for a long time. What is there to ask? Isn't it good to have more holidays? You can have a lot more personal time, and I'm also very busy recently. No, she responded quickly. You are taking cram schools and attending training classes. I can't help you much, but I can accompany you every day. What do you mean by always letting me take holidays? Not to mention this year, last year there were 365 days, and I had a full 143.5 days of vacation. In addition, you just said that you didn't want me to follow you in college, and that you didn't care about what happened back then. What do you mean by that? Jiang Jin replied. I was literally. Feng Meng stared at Jiang Jin, interrupted her and said word by word, are you saying that I've been with you for so many years and we've been together since childhood because I'm making up for what I owed you? Now that I've made up for it, there's no need for us to be together anymore. Is that what you think? Jiang Jin looked at Feng Meng, who had almost never lost his temper over the years. I just think your life shouldn't always be tied to me, so you still think I'm your assistant because I owe you? Feng Meng's eyes trembled, and she felt incredible. You think I'm with you because of guilt, you never think of us as friends. She was really angry this time, angry at Jiang Jin. Yes, I hesitated when you asked me that year, that's because I didn't want to lie to you. When I was a child, I didn't think about that kind of problem at all. I never thought that the friendship between children would involve the family. I didn't expect that you would help our family borrow money at the time. Qian, you are more mature than me, but this does not mean that if something happened in your family at that time, I would stand idly by like others. I just haven't thought about it, but if you say it, I will definitely help you. Because in my heart you are my best girlfriend, I won't be like others. Feng Meng clenched her fists tightly. I regret my hesitation back then. If it happens again, I will definitely answer you immediately without any pause, but I also know that you won't believe anything I say now. Some things happened and they have happened. But I have been with you for so many years not just because of this kind of thing. I just simply want to accompany you and be with you. I treat you as my best girlfriend, so I will do my best to be your assistant. Jiang Jin opened her red lips slightly. But she didn't say anything. Feng Meng's eyes seemed to be misty, and she gritted her teeth. I don't like Jin now. You are so much worse than Lin Hengren. No wonder you can't compare to him in anything. She changed her name. Second miss, I quit. I resign. She ordered the driver. Stop the car. The driver who had heard it from beginning to end was now extremely sensitive. He braked the car and turned back, trembling. Feng Meng, don't quarrel with the second lady, aren't you two the best? Feng Meng opened the door and got out of the car. She hailed a taxi on the side of the road and drove away in the opposite direction. Feng Meng, the driver shouted. The driver stared blankly at the vanishing vehicle, then looked at Jiang Jin. Miss, there is no need to make such a fuss, right? Feng Meng must be sincere to you. I can tell from all these years that you are sincere to Feng Meng, so, shut up. Yes, the driver was startled. Drive home. Okay, the driver swallowed his saliva and had to continue driving home, his nerves tense. Jiang Jin closed her eyes for a long time before she exhaled. She looked at the road reflected in the rearview mirror of the car and saw that Feng Meng had disappeared at the end of the road. She turned her head and continued to look at the scenery outside the window as usual. She wiped the red corners of her eyes with the back of her hand. After returning to the villa, she was wearing a complete women's suit and sitting on the sofa with her legs folded. Holding a cup of hot tea in her hand, she was slowly savoring the tea while waiting for her sister and Feng Meng to arrive. As a result, after her sister's car stopped, only Jiang Jin came back with a cold face. She was curious, Qian is back? Where is Meng? Jiang Jin did not answer. She was puzzled. Why don't you talk? Did you give her a holiday again? I have to remind you that if you give her a holiday often, Meng may not thank you, but may get angry. Jiang Jin stopped and turned to look at her sister. You talk too much? You haven't been home for a long time recently. What have you been doing? She smiled and took a sip of tea, busy with company matters, waited for a moment. Forget it, I'm going upstairs. Huh? She saw her sister really go upstairs, thinking, didn't she say it? What's wrong with her? It feels like something terrible has happened. So before the other party came in, she said again, don't you care who I'm busy with recently? Jiang Jin paused. Who? I won't tell you. She replied. With a snap, Zhang Jin closed the bedroom door. Zhang Jing, she sighed. It seems that something really happened, and it doesn't seem to be because of brothers Hengren, otherwise she would definitely not be curious about what I said just now. Is it Kyankian and Xiamen? If so, it's really not easy. After so many years, they finally had a fight. She continued to drink tea while talking to herself, thinking, it's better to have a fight, otherwise some things will get worse if they are always buried in the heart. Some things should have been made clear long ago. Chapter 172, the sure field that should not exist. The next day, starting from the morning. Not to mention Lin Hengren, even the classmates clearly noticed that Fang Meng and Zhang Jin had a strange relationship. The two who used to be inseparable in the classroom suddenly stopped talking after meeting in the classroom, and passed each other after looking at each other. They didn't even sit together for lunch, but had to eat separately. In the afternoon, a study committee member called Fang Meng. Fang Meng, here is something for you to give to the deputy monitor. It's her. Fang Meng took it, but paused and returned it. Go and give it yourself. Ah. But Zhang Jin is not here. Didn't you say before that when Zhang Jin is not here, you can just give the things to you? Fang Meng sat in her seat, looking angry. That was before. In the future, just give her things directly. The student stood there blankly, wondering what happened. The same thing happened to Zhang Jin. In the past, when there was something about Fang Meng but Fang Meng could not be found, Zhang Jin was the same. But now Zhang Jin would directly say, just go find her. It's no use telling me. The classmate asked in confusion, but aren't you good friends? I told you about this. You can tell her when you have time, Zhang Jin said expressionlessly. She won't listen to me. Fang Meng, who was standing by, walked over and heard what Zhang Jin said to that person. She looked at Zhang Jin, who seemed to be very angry chatting with that person. Zhang Jin left naturally. Fang Meng half turned back and looked at her cold back as she left, and frowned slightly. Although Lin Hengren didn't see all of these strange things, he also found that the two guys seemed to have quarreled, and the quarrel was not ordinary. Of course, it stands to reason that the quarrel between best friends has nothing to do with Lin Hengren, but unfortunately, many things are not people looking for trouble, but things looking for people. In the physical education class on Thursday, Lin Hengren sat on the edge of the playground to rest. Fang Meng was panting after running and seemed to be holding back a breath. She saw Lin Hengren put his coat aside. She walked over, sat beside him, picked up his coat and folded it neatly. Lin Hengren was shocked to see Fang Meng suddenly coming to pack his things. What are you doing? Why are you folding something for me when you have nothing to do? Fang Meng told the truth. You are right, I am indeed idle. I haven't packed things for others for a long time, and my hands are itching. Besides, I am your childhood sweetheart, so it's okay for me to fold things for you. Lin Hengren couldn't fully understand what this guy said. After folding, Fang Meng put the neat coat aside and asked, I want to buy some water. Do you want me to buy you some water? No, I'm not thirsty. Okay, then I won't buy it for you. Fang Meng got up and left. But when she came out of the school supermarket after buying water, she found that she still had 2 bottles of water in her hand. In the past, she would buy water for Zhang Jin when she bought water. It has become a habit engraved in her genes. There was no way she could not finish the 2 bottles of water, so she could only give the extra bottle of water to Lin Hengren. Who would have thought that when Fang Meng took 2 bottles of water to the playground to find Lin Hengren? When she got closer, she found that Zhang Jin was also walking towards her from the opposite side with 2 bottles of water in her hands. She was actually the same. In the past, if Zhang Jin was thirsty and bought water, she would also buy a bottle for Fang Meng. She was used to it. At this moment, the 2 girls stood on both sides of Lin Hengren's road with 2 bottles of water respectively. After looking at each other, they did not choose to give the water to their former bestie, but chose to walk towards Lin Hengren and hand him a bottle of water each. In unison, this bottle is for you to drink. The students who rarely took a break on the playground were stunned. Looking at this scene that seemed like a sure field, they talked about it and ate melons. Look, what's going on? I heard that they had a fight recently, so it was because of the class monitor. Lin Hengren's forehead was sweaty. What are you two doing? It's easy for people to misunderstand that you quarreled because of me, but it has nothing to do with me. I don't even know the reason why you quarreled. After saying that, he suddenly noticed the unhappy sight from the other side of the river. Lin Hengren turned back and looked at the teaching building in the distance. Sure enough, He found that there was a fox holding a small telescope in the classroom window of the teaching building. After noticing that, Lin Sehengren noticed his gaze. Han Wenwen smiled kindly in the classroom. Then she was caught by the teacher and stood up to recite the text. Lin Sehengren on the playground was even more ashamed. On Friday, the head teacher held a small meeting and said something that made everyone cheer. That is, if the class's mock exam results are good next week, a movie will be secretly shown to everyone in the Chinese class. To relieve everyone's pressure from the college entrance examination. Some students raised their hands curiously and asked, "Teacher, can we exchange seats in the class?" The head teacher smiled helplessly. "You are really asking for trouble, right? It's good enough to be able to watch a movie in the third year of high school, and you still want to change seats? Then you have to pay attention to it, and the class monitor will organize the discipline at that time." Everyone cheered. And promised not to talk nonsense at that time. Many students who got along well also began to discuss who would sit with whom and who would exchange with whom. It seems that the mock exam next week has been won. Zheng Jin and Fang Meng sat in their respective seats and still did not plan to have any communication. This Saturday, because Lin Sehengren's mother Lin Xiaoli was sick with a cold, Lin Sehengren planned to go home to see her. But when he returned home with his school bag in the morning, he found that there seemed to be someone else in his mother's bedroom. "Auntie, please drink slowly." "Okay, but Auntie can do it by herself. There's no need to take care of me so carefully." "It's okay, Auntie, I'm good at this kind of thing." "Then you don't have to bring it to me to drink." Haha. Lin Sehengren originally thought it was his father, but he felt that the voice sounded familiar, and he quickly guessed who it was. When he went to his mother's room and opened the door, he really found Fang Meng, who had a side ponytail, holding a cup of cold medicine for his mother to drink. Fang Meng and Lin Xiaoli looked at the door together. Fang Meng's expression was innocent. "You're back." Lin Xiaoli also held the cup. "Ran is back?" "Xiaomeng knew I was sick this week and came to see me specially," Lin Sehengren responded, wondering what she was going to do, and walked over. "Mom, how do you feel?" Lin Xiaoli coughed twice. "Nothing, I just went hiking with your dad last week and came back, and then I caught a cold." "Hiking?" Lin Xiaoli laughed awkwardly. "I didn't tell you, your dad and I were originally planning to go out secretly, but now we can't hide it." Lin Sehengren was used to his parents' secret dates. He was surprised that they didn't give him another brother or sister in so many years. The couple was very close. Fang Meng said, "I checked the pulse, it's just a cold, nothing serious." Lin Xiaoli also praised, "Speaking of which, I really didn't know that Xiaomeng could check the pulse. It's amazing." Lin Sehengren hummed and looked at Fang Meng. Fang Meng also looked at Lin Sehengren, and they stared at each other for a while. Lin Xiaoli lay down to rest, while Fang Meng followed Lin Sehengren to his bedroom and began to take off her clothes. "Communicate." In the bedroom, Fang Meng said in a surprising voice, "What are you going to do by taking off your clothes?" Lin Sehengren took off his coat. "Change clothes? I'm more curious about why you came into my bedroom." Chapter 173 Habits. Fang Meng walked out of the bedroom after a while. "Then change your clothes first, and call me when you're done." She closed the door for him. Lin Sehengren glanced at him and took off his coat and other things to change. Fang Meng's daily outfit is actually very fashionable. For example, today she is wearing a very thin yellow coat as the outer layer, and a pleated skirt and a pure white tight long sleeve. The finishing touch of the side ponytail makes Fang Meng look like an off-campus girlfriend. At least this is how mother Lin Xiaoli felt when she first saw the child. After Lin Sehengren changed his clothes, he called out, "Fang Meng, I'm done." Fang Meng, who was standing in the living room obediently, walked back into Lin Sehengren's bedroom and sat on his bed. Lin Sehengren turned to look at her. She also turned to look at Lin Sehengren. They stared at each other in silence. No one blushed. Lin Sehengren, "So? Why did you show up at my house again?" "I just came to take care of my aunt, although I am very grateful that you came to see my mother." "Do you believe in the reason that you came all the way just to take care of my mother?" "I don't believe it so much." Fang Meng stared at Lin Sehengren and blinked. "You are right, so I actually came to find you this time. I'm in a bad mood recently and want to find someone to chat with, but I don't have any friends, so I can only find you." Lin Sehengren. Fang Meng took out a few hundred big red bills from his pocket. "This little money is your chat fee. I hope you can chat with me for a while." Lin Sehengren had sweat on his forehead. "No, you took care of my mother after all. It seems that I am not very authentic to take your money again, and I am not short of money, Fang Meng discovered something and blinked again, and suddenly sang, "Brother, brother, authentic, authentic." Lin Sihengren was stunned and waited for a while before asking, "What are you singing?" Fang Meng also felt that he was quite boring and inexplicably crazy. He looked forward again. "Nothing, just a fit, but I seem to have discovered Lin Sihengren's weakness, although it is of no use now." "My weakness? Well, if someone is really good to you or the people around you, for example, I just took care of your mother, you will be good to that person. Is this considered a weakness? Normal people will be like this, but you also said that the premise is sincerity, at least not for evil purposes. It's quite difficult to be sincere. Most of the time people can't know what others are thinking, but weaknesses are weaknesses. At least not everyone will do this like Lin Sihengren." Lin Sihengren hummed and sighed. "It seems that you have been a little abnormal recently. If it were usual, you would have taken out your notebook and started taking notes. But now, not only did you not do that, but you also lamented about life." He looked at Fang Meng, who was emitting golden light all over his body, as if he had become a Buddha. She took out a book from somewhere, the title of which was How to Make Your Life Worry-Free. Fang Meng held up the book and said sanctimoniously, "There is no need to do those things anymore." "What are the things that must be done in life?" "For example, the book says that if people can ignore all constraints, they will become free, such as eating with chopsticks and spoons, eating rice with straws, and pulling up pants after going to the bathroom without wiping their buttocks. And being free from the secular perspective. Are these things something that people can do? Don't tell me you have done them all." Fang Meng paused. "I did try the first two things, but I really couldn't do the third one. I still haven't reached that level." Lin Sihengren raised his hand and knocked Fang Meng's head with his knuckles. The golden light on her body was shattered. After the knock, Fang Meng returned to her original state. Lin Sihengren also said, "Sorry, I'm used to it. It's mainly because the way you acted crazy made me feel a little familiar, so I hit you." Fang Meng stroked her head, which didn't hurt much. "It's okay, it feels quite comfortable to be hit. I like the feeling of pain." Lin Sihengren frowned. "Why do I feel weird about this? It's easy to be misunderstood." "No misunderstanding, it's just what you think. If I have a boyfriend, I would definitely hope that he would be a little mean to me. It's okay to spank me occasionally, provided that he can beat me. After all, I will fight back without hesitation." Lin Sihengren raised his hand and said helplessly, "Enough. Why should I talk to you about this? My rest time is already precious. Just tell me what you want to talk about. I can listen to it for the sake of taking care of my mother." After that, Lin Sihengren lay on the bed and closed his eyes. "You talk, I just need to take a rest." Fang Meng turned around and saw Lin Sihengren lying on the bed. His expression suddenly became uncomfortable and his voice was lowered. "Actually, I don't have much to say, and this matter is very long." Lin Sihengren interrupted. "Then get to the point." Fang Meng was stunned by the high pitch. "You are really fierce sometimes. It somehow meets my standard for an ideal boyfriend, although I don't think I will fall in love, especially Kyankian's feelings for you are still very subtle." Lin Sihengren felt that this was very familiar, as if someone had said this to him. "A vixen?" Fang Meng sat down again and officially began to chatter about those old memories, like telling a story. Lin Sihengren listened and rested, and kept his eyes closed and didn't interrupt. At the end, Fang Meng looked down at the ground. "This is what happened. I had a quarrel with her in the car that night, and we broke up completely." Lin Sihengren still didn't speak. Fang Meng turned to look at him and saw that he seemed to be asleep. She pushed Lin Sihengren speechlessly. "Hey? Are you asleep? These are all my sincere words. Didn't you say you would listen? You are very rude." Who knew that Lin Sihengren opened his eyes? He did sleep, but Lin Sihengren's current sleep could not be considered normal. When the energy value reaches a certain level, it can be said to be meditation. Part of the brain functions can continue to function while resting. Leave some to do other things. Lin Sihengren opened his eyes and stretched comfortably. Fang Meng frowned. "You really fell asleep." Lin Sihengren ignored her and yawned. "I heard every word you said, so you regret it, right? You want to reconcile with her? But you are afraid that she really didn't regard you as a friend." Fang Meng was shocked and unbelievable. "No wonder you crush Kyankian so much. Could it be that your brain can still function when you are asleep? I have read such news before. Some geniuses can think while resting. Some can even solve problems in their dreams. I always thought it was nonsense, but I didn't expect it to be true." Lin Sihengren didn't talk to her about his own affairs. He lay on the pillow and looked at the ceiling. "If you want me to say whether Zhang Jin regards you as a friend or not, No one can say it. Only you know whether she has treated you sincerely over the years. But the incident back then must have been a thorn in Zhang Jin's heart. You two have to talk it out sooner or later. I am actually surprised that you have been holding it back for so many years. Shouldn't such an important thing have been discussed clearly long ago? Feng Meng pursed her lips slightly and answered hesitantly, but now I just can't tell what kind of person I am in her heart all these years. She suddenly laid down beside Lin Zhengren, sharing the same pillow with him. Lin Zhengren was puzzled. What are you doing? This is my bed. Feng Meng turned her back to him and said dejectedly, I'm so tired. Why don't you accompany me to sing and drink? I'll treat you. Do you really think I'm free? He was speechless and had no interest at all, and I hate hesitation in relationships the most. If there's a problem, just solve it. What's the point of drinking and singing except wasting time? Feng Meng was silent. Unexpectedly, Lin Zhengren suddenly stood up and pressed her whole body on the bed. Feng Meng looked at Lin Zhengren in front of her with a slightly red cheek, her hair spread on the pillow, and both arms were held down by him. She sighed that this boy was so strong that her wrists were hurt by him. Lin Zhengren said seriously, if you want to reconcile, then talk to her seriously, instead of running away halfway through. Tell her all your thoughts, whether it's a clear talk or a broken one, at least make things clear instead of wasting my time here. Besides, don't you really know whether she considers you a friend or not? Do you really think she bought me water last week in pay class, and you also bought me water? Feng Meng remembered what happened in pay class last week. Her eyes changed. What she meant was that Qian bought the second bottle of water for herself in pay class, just like herself. Lin Zhengren let go of her hand and got off the bed. I'm going to the bathroom. That's all my suggestions. Why make a simple thing so complicated? He left the room, and Feng Meng was still being pressed on the bed. With her arms bent and spread out, she looked at the ceiling. She said to herself, my wrist hurts so much, why is he so strong? It must be painful to spank with such a strong force. Chapter 174 The So-Called Weakness. At around 10 o'clock in the morning, Feng Meng went to the bedroom to check on Lin Xiaoli, asked her how she was doing, and gave her a face massage. This made Lin Xiaoli feel embarrassed. Then Feng Meng went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. She planned to make a health-preserving soup, prepare corn, carrots and pork ribs, and peeled and cut them into pieces according to habit but not so skilled. Lin Zhengren also went to the kitchen, wondering, why did you start cooking lunch? And so early? Feng Meng glanced at Lin Zhengren, it's just right to eat at 11 o'clock if we cook now, and I thought about it and felt that you are right. There is no point in arguing here. Since I want to reconcile, I still have to make it clear to Qian. No matter whether we are still friends after this, or whether we can return to the way we were before, I will accept it. Lin Zhengren let out a long sigh. It's best that you can think it through so quickly, and don't be too pessimistic. I think she also wants to reconcile with you. This is what Feng Meng wanted to hear the most. Do you really think so? Lin Zhengren nodded. Of course, although you two think this is a big deal, in the eyes of others, you are just a quarrel between best friends. I think everyone thinks you will reconcile next week. Feng Meng and Lin Zhengren stared at each other for a long time before continuing to lower their heads to cut vegetables, and said calmly, I understand why so many girls like you. Even Qian and the eldest lady are attracted to you. Classmate Lin Zhengren, you do have a unique charm, a charm that can make girls' hearts beat when you speak. Lin Zhengren had no reaction to this. Really? Yeah, Feng Meng said honestly, even I have some good feelings for you now, but it's only good feelings, not to the extent of liking you. Lin Zhengren blinked. So, this is the reason why you don't go back but continue to cook lunch at my house? You plan to stay here all day today, don't you welcome me? It's not a question of welcome or not. I just can't find a reason for you to be here. After all, what girl would take care of another boy's mother all day? Especially when I'm still here and my dad will be back at noon. Well, it seems so. She turned on the fire to boil the soup, but I also have a purpose. Didn't I say that it's useless to hesitate? But I still lack the courage to confess to Qian. I want you to accompany me to sing and drink after your uncle comes back, and cheer me up. Lin Zhengren exclaimed, why are you still thinking about this? Can I refuse? Feng Meng stirred the soup with a spoon, and after the pot gurgled, she put down the pork ribs. You can, but you won't, because I know your weakness now. As long as I'm nice to you and your aunt, you will help me, right? After all, it's not a big favor. Do you really think this is my weakness? He looked at Fang Meng carefully stirring the nutritious pork rib soup. Even if this is my weakness, it might work if you don't say it. How can I agree now that you've said it? It's too purposeful. Lin Zhengren didn't quite understand. Just give it a try and you'll know. I've been observing Lin Zhengren for more than a year and a half. Although there are still things I haven't observed, I'm as familiar with you as I am with Kaiankian. You're really a very careful observer. Not really. It's mainly because you can easily arouse other people's interest. I've never seen a boy as handsome as you before. Girls are always interested in handsome guys. Seeing Fang Meng's calm tone, Lin Zhengren said, I really didn't realize that. Fang Meng stopped talking and concentrated on making the soup. After it was done, she brought it to Lin Xiaoli. She even helped Lin Xiaoli up from the bed. Auntie, drink the soup. I made it specially for you. Lin Xiaoli was taken care of by Fang Meng in every possible way. She was flattered. Xiao Meng, Auntie just has a cold, and your uncle will be back soon. You don't have to worry so much. Fang Meng sat by the bed and brought the soup. Lin Zhengren also went into his parents' bedroom, feeling like he couldn't help. Fang Meng took a spoonful of soup from the bowl and blew it with her mouth. How can I not worry? This is only in modern times. If it was in ancient times, I would be the daughter-in-law of the Lin family since I was born, and the wife of Lin Zhengren. It is natural for a daughter-in-law to take care of her future mother-in-law. She fed the spoon to Lin Xiaoli's mouth. Oh auntie, open your mouth. Lin Xiaoli and Lin Zhengren were stunned after hearing this. What is this guy talking about? Lin Xiaoli blushed in panic. Daughter-in-law, I know I may not be able to be with Lin Zhengren, but I also want to do my best to seek that little hope, she said in a much slower voice. Please drink it. Lin Xiaoli took a sip of the soup and wondered if Xiao Meng liked Ranran so much. She had guessed that Xiao Meng liked Ranran before. After all, she often came over in the past year, but it was the first time she said it so blatantly. Fang Meng directly expressed her thoughts. Auntie, when uncle comes back later, I want Lin Zhengren to accompany me to sing songs. Today is very important to me. I hope he can accompany me, even if it's just for a little while. Please help me to speak up. Today is very important to you. Well, although I can't tell you specifically, it is really important to me. Lin Xiaoli still knew that her son had a lot of luck and love, and she couldn't make things worse. Auntie doesn't have the final say, but Lin Xiaoli looked at Lin Zhengren, who was already confused at the door. Ranran, what do you think? Lin Zhengren had sweat on his forehead. Looking at his mother who seemed to be very distressed about Fang Meng and Fang Meng who was so pitiful at the moment. Fang Meng said sincerely, Lin Zhengren, I know it's a bit unreasonable for me to ask you to accompany me by taking care of your aunt, but you also know what this matter means to me today. I just need a little encouragement. She even shed tears as she said this. Please help me. I'm willing to do anything as a reward. Lin Xiaoli comforted Fang Meng, and then looked at Lin Zhengren. Ranran. Lin Zhengren sighed that women really want to be green tea, and each one is more powerful than the other. Especially Fang Meng's words were very sincere. Forget it, it's just a small favor anyway, so I'll help to the end. Lin Zhengren nodded slowly. Okay, I'll accompany you in the morning. Fang Meng's eyes were dripping with tears. Seeing that Lin Zhengren actually agreed, she smiled happily. Thank you, Lin Zhengren. Thank you so much. Soon, his father Lin Yingjin came back. Lin Zhengren went downstairs with Fang Meng. After coming downstairs, Lin Zhengren originally wanted to ask which KTV to go to for singing. But Fang Meng suddenly bowed to Lin Zhengren. I'm sorry, I used such a cunning method to ask you to help me. I know this method itself is useless. It's because Lin Zhengren is a good person that he is willing to help me, not because I was clever and found some weakness. If I take care of my aunt again in the future, I will never do something like today again. This is the last time. And as a reward, I can also do one thing for Lin Zhengren. Except for having sex with you, anything else is fine. I can agree to anything. Lin Zhengren looked at Fang Meng who bowed 90 degrees very seriously. You are really good at talking. I will remember this reward. One day I will use it. Whatever you say is fine, except having sex. Fang Meng slowly stood up, looked at Lin Zhengren, and smiled. Okay, thank you. Lin Zhengren is the most handsome boy I have ever seen. The last sentence is so fake that there is no need to say it. Fang Meng didn't say anything. She was actually sincere, and she gradually understood why Kaiankian cared so much about Lin Zhengren's college application. As a strong yet gentle person like Lin Zhengren, Kaiankian also hopes that Lin Zhengren's life will get better and better. Chapter 175, Acting Bravely. I randomly chose a local KTV in a small town. In Lindsay Hengren's impression, KTVs are basically not crowded now, but the one I came to today looked quite lively. At least once I entered, I could hear constant howling, and various professional players were trying their best in the room. Lindsay Hengren and Fang Meng chose a room and ordered a full half box of beer. Lindsay Hengren asked, "Can you finish it?" Fang Meng sat on the sofa in the double KTV room and looked at the beer. "Drink as much as you want. Anyway, I just need a little courage." After saying that, before the song started, Fang Meng clinked glasses with Lindsay Hengren and drank half a bottle in one gulp. It can be seen that she is really nervous about the interview with Zhang Jin next week. I went to order a few love songs and spit out a little bit of alcohol in my mouth with a microphone. The voice is clear and loud. Although it is not as pleasant as Jiang Zuli's, Fang Meng's voice is not bad. When singing, the voice and the movement are both beautiful. "Leave my sadness to myself, and let you take your beauty away." Lindsay Hengren thought it was good for her to relax, but the song was a little old. After singing for more than half an hour, Fang Meng drank 3 or 5 bottles of beer by herself, and sat on the sofa, unable to hold her liquor. Her voice was a little hoarse from singing, and her face was also very red. She asked Lindsay Hengren in a drunken state, "Is this all you drink?" Lindsay Hengren looked at the empty bottles in front of him. "Didn't I drink the same amount as you?" Fang Meng held the microphone in confusion. "But you don't look drunk at all, Lindsay Hengren. That only means that your alcohol tolerance is not as good as mine." Fang Meng blinked, accepted the reality and leaned back on the sofa, listening to the still loud accompaniment on the screen. "Can I ask you a question, classmate Lindsay Hengren?" "Yes." Lindsay Hengren opened another bottle of wine and took a sip. Fang Meng stared at the other person. "If you were Kaiankian, and those people you helped when you were a child didn't come back to help you, what would you do?" Lindsay Hengren sat with Fang Meng. "No big deal, just do what you have to do." "What do you mean?" "Just what it means. First of all, I help people based on the person. I won't help everyone. I don't have that much free time. Basically, I need to be paid. Secondly, except for my childhood sweethearts, the people I help are mostly small favors. Small favors mean that I don't expect them to repay me. Of course, it would be best if they repay me, but if not, I don't care, it won't affect me." Lindsay Hengren looked at Fang Meng. Zhang Jin's childhood experience was that she didn't know how to judge people. You have to know that not everyone in this world is worth helping, but not everyone is not worth helping. It depends on the person. Of course, it's normal for children not to know how to judge people. It's life experience. Fang Meng stared at Lindsay Hengren's eyes, which were completely different from those of his peers and were full of confusion about life. She exclaimed, "Classmate Lindsay Hengren is really like an older brother sometimes." "Indeed, you are right. It is such a simple thing." She handed the microphone to Lindsay Hengren. "I have been singing just now. Can you sing?" Lindsay Hengren took the microphone. "I know a little bit." The song Fang Meng ordered was displayed on the screen, and Lindsay Hengren was too lazy to switch. Singing with the subtitles. "Leave my sadness to myself." Fang Meng's eyes trembled slightly, and her heartbeat accelerated under her slightly drunk consciousness. She didn't expect Lindsay Hengren's voice to be so beautiful. Looking at Lindsay Hengren's handsome profile, Fang Meng slowly pursed her lips. "Pick up the second microphone and join him." But at this moment, 2 male and 2 female students went to the bar to open a private room at the entrance of the KTV, and the 4 of them talked and laughed. Just when they were about to open the room, they found that a dozen policemen came in and said to the bar staff, "We suspect someone is smoking here. Close the front and back doors for me." The bar staff didn't expect this to happen and nodded respectfully. "Okay, officer. We will fully cooperate." The 4 students didn't expect this to happen and wanted to follow the police from a distance, but they were scolded by the police and told not to follow. The police and several staff members checked the suspicious private room until they patrolled to the door of a multi-person room and saw someone standing outside the door smoking and watching the wind. The other party saw the police and wanted to report the news in a panic, but they rushed over and held him down. "Warning, don't move." The gang in the room heard the sound of fighting outside the door and wanted to come out to check. Who knew that seeing a bunch of policemen panicked, some of those people surrendered but more wanted to run. The police at the door of the private room caught most of them, and there was only one left, and the police hurried to chase him. When the criminal passed by the boys' bathroom, Lindsay Hengren happened to be washing his hands inside. The police shouted from behind, "Don't run. Do you still think you can run away?" Lin's Hengren walked out of the door and saw the prisoner with a yellow face rushing towards him, and yelled, "Get out of the way, little brat. Get out of my way." Lin's Hengren took a step back, grabbed the other person's clothes on the back when he passed by him, and easily pressed him against the wall with a snap. But that seemingly light press made the prisoner feel like there was a huge rock behind him that was crushing him to death. He couldn't even breathe, and his face was livid. The police ran over and subdued the criminal. "Still running, right? We have people at the front and back doors. Where can you run to?" Although Lin's Hengren's movements were simple, he was still a little surprised that he could press an adult against the wall so easily. "Thank you, young man, you are very strong." Lin's Hengren laughed. "You're welcome, it's just a simple thing." Feng Meng, who was in the private room, also heard the movement in the corridor. He opened the door and saw Lin's Hengren with a group of policemen and hurried over. She asked nervously, "What's going on?" "What happened?" Lin's Hengren explained. "Nothing happened. The police were arresting someone. He happened to pass by me, so I just held him down, just by chance." Feng Meng looked at the 30-something man who was being held down. Although he looked dazed, it was obvious that he was not someone that could be held down by an ordinary person. However, Feng Meng still remembered the strength Lin's Hengren used when he held her down on the bed that morning, so she still believed him. "Huh? Isn't this the class monitor and Feng Meng? I thought I was seeing things just now. Is it really the class monitor who held the criminal down?" 4 students who wanted to sing in the distance came over to join in the fun. Lin's Hengren and Feng Meng also turned around to look at the 4 people in surprise, thinking that the world is really so small. 2 of the 4 boys are in the same class as Lin's Hengren and Feng Meng. Feng Meng, who was a little tipsy, was puzzled. "Why are you 2 here?" The 2 boys came over and said happily, "We are also from this town. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence." "Class monitor, are you dating Feng Meng?" "I just saw the class monitor's masculinity, so awesome." The policeman next to him said, "Young man, you said your name is Lin's Hengren? Which school are you from?" The 2 boys helped to answer. "This is our class monitor, we are from number 1 middle school." The policeman smiled and said, "Students from number 1 middle school. Good students, okay, I get it." He patted Lin's Hengren on the shoulder, and the police received instructions to withdraw. Then it was Monday's self-study class. The head teacher and the dean of studies of class 1 suddenly walked into the class in high spirits. The dean of studies said, "Come on, everyone, be quiet for a moment. Please let us applaud Lin's Hengren, our class monitor." The police said that when they were arresting people last week, a boy helped the police to arrest the criminal. It is said that he went to sing with his girlfriend and encountered this scene, so he acted bravely. The video of the police arresting the criminal is now on the school's official account. Everyone can view it at any time. Although it is mosaicked, everyone can still recognize that the people in it are Lin's Hengren and Feng Meng. The school will praise this matter at the next general meeting and report it to the whole school. The students in the class were shocked to hear this. First, they were shocked that Lin's Hengren subdued the criminal, and second, they were shocked that Feng Meng is the girlfriend of the class monitor. Lin's Hengren, Feng Meng, and Jiang Jin all opened their mouths slightly and widened their eyes. The head teacher smiled beside them, thinking that you let the cat out of the bag. "You clearly said that you should change the wording and not mention the boyfriend and girlfriend," she said. "Lin's Hengren, Feng Meng, you 2 come out for a moment." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.